momento.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
Move it!
And then feet moto. First name Moto, last name Moto.
Alright.
Hit it style, Tio. All those girls want a photo.
He's not in that one.
Still, regardless, I think it's a fun way to start off the stream. And yes, I'm seeing notifications. We are going live. That I am back from my hibernation hiatus in the summer of 2025.
Yes. We are back, everyone.
Yes, we are. So before I get to rambling and everything, I'm just going to get to the self-promos. Let's see if y'all are in the chat. Yeah, the only thing I just see is a bot. So bot. There we go. Promo time, baby. Or in the words of Will Smith, as Oscar the Shark Slayer, let's get this party started right! Can't touch this. I think that was my introduction to that song because of that movie. Anyway, before I get to rambling to the chat, I'm just going to be on to the middle of, promo time because, I'm almost at 9K subscribers, y'all, and I definitely need to come back since I've not been posting lately because personal life got pretty busy, y'all. I got a life to touch grass.
20K!
Almost there to 9K.
We got to get into 20K, guys.
Yeah, that's going to take like years of eternity. If I go to the Social Blade YouTube Analytics website, that's probably going to be one thing to be considered in mind. So yeah, let's see here. Dreamworks animated tier list stream. Wait. Shrek! Dragon! And where's the dragon? Yeah, we will be talking about dragons, both the Shrek franchise and the Peak franchise itself, which I will get to rambling about that in a couple of seconds. Just need to do promo time because it's rewind time.
It's rewind time.
Hold up. Okay, Dreamworks to celebrate the release of the Dragons remake. Let me just put that iconic John Powell score because clearly that's like the main purpose. Because John Powell's the GOAT whenever he does the score for Dragons and even co-produced the music for Kung Fu Panda next to my GOAT Hans Zimmer. Feel free to join in the chat. As we rank the best to worst Dreamworks movies on this list. We know where no one goes. Nobody gets the reference, but it's a song from How to Train Your Dragon 2. It was so nostalgic to listen to that when I was at the Epic Universe Theater at Universal.
Where all my Dreamworks fans at? Right here.
Hey, a post from the post from the OG hiccup, Jay Berard. I can't even pronounce his last name. Jay Berard Show. Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile. She's totally out of my league. We're dead. Where are all my Dreamworks fans at? Well, we'll see if they do show up since we are going to be ranking all of them live as of right now. So let me see. I got all the promos. Wait, hold on. One more thing. One last thing before we go. Start the stream. All right, one more thing. Shelby! So yeah, before I start, Gabriel, Lesnar, you want to introduce yourselves and then talk a little bit about dreams before I start talking?
Hey, I'm Gabriel. I'm Gabriel, and I like Dreamworks and movies from Dreamworks, and we're gonna rank those movies from Dreamworks today.
Awesome.
I'm Lesnar, and we're gonna. What Gabe said, we're here to have fun, guys. So just subscribe and sit tight, and while we ramble about our favorite things that we have seen, haven't seen, or we have seen but we forgot about.
Exactly. Okay, this is the big major thing that's going to be new about the stream. So anyway, I'm officially done self-promoting, so now I can be all my eyes, all my glues on the chat and for everything else in the live stream. Let's get to here. So anyway, so before we start ranking this Dreamworks tier list stream, I'm almost at 9K subscribers, so technically I'm like, well, after a whole 1 month hiatus of not posting anything outside of community posts, like no shorts, no live streams. Starting from this stream to this weekend, you're just going to get nothing but Dreamworks content, and then maybe something Batman Forever related because 30th anniversary of that movie, and then back to the usual Sonic stuff, like possibly by the end of June. But for right now, we had this idea for like almost a year. Ever since we started this whole tier list stream since the very beginning, we've done the Sonic media. Then last year, during around last summer, we only did Pixar, which we split into 2 parts. And I remember Gabriel was like, we should do Dreamworks. And yeah, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I just didn't think about when's the best time for it, which I originally was going to do it around when Kung Fu Panda 4 was released. But I'm like, you know what? I mean, if you guys could take a guess, aside from today being Friday the 13th, Bad Luck Day, the main reason why I'm doing this, number one, there's a live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon now in theaters. I haven't seen it yet, but I will be seeing it with my Pop-Pop on Father's Day, so I will be sharing my review, which I'm going to say this, I think my review is not going to be different compared to everyone by saying it's a shot-for-shot remake, but it's actually one of the better live-action remakes. So that's what I'm going to take a guess for my own expectations. But yeah, new movie's out. If you've seen it, great. If you haven't seen it, then yeah, you're on the same boat as me. I'm not going to see it yet till Father's Day. And also, outside of the remake, it's the 11th anniversary of How to Train Your Dragon 2, and I will be talking about that movie when we get to the tier list. So after a whole year away, now we're finally like, you know what? This is the best time to talk about the best Dreamworks movies, our least favorite Dreamworks movies, or at least some that we haven't surprisingly seen. So what makes this tier list different from the other ones? Like, usually we go from S to F, but here's something new. I actually add this in the tier list stream right now as you guys are looking at it next to the IKEA ads, is where, we haven't seen this movie yet. Like, there's some movies that, okay, maybe me, Gabriel, and Les are seeing clips, but we haven't seen it from beginning to end, so we can't really have, like, a proper opinion to it. So that's why I include that by saying, I haven't seen it. But for those who have seen it, then you can feel free to let us know in the chat. But other than that, I think I said what I had to say about the introduction. Almost a 9K subs. I'm going to be interested to see the new Dragons remake, and I've been watching a lot, I repeat, a lot of Dreamworks movies throughout this week. So I homework myself up to be like, let me talk about this and that, and here we are. What's the difference is from Dreamworks to Pixar? Dreamworks has much more movies than Pixar by comparison, so hopefully this does not become a 2-part stretch, because we don't want to get to that. So other than that, shall we get started, boys? And the chats for 1998 to 2025. Alright, boys! So now let me drink some Aquafina. You get to see some Hiccup and some Toothless, and I know you can't see her in the camera. Hold on, let me just move from the chair a little bit more. There's my Toothless right there. Even though she's a girl, but she's technically my Toothless back in 2025. Say hi to the chat, Roxy. She's probably tired right now.
Hello, Roxy.
Roxanne.
I'll talk my Dragons connections later when we talk about the animated movies, but I guess before we start talking about the movies, let me read the chat. Orion and the Darks in the list, finally. Oh boy, do not get your expectations high about our thoughts on the film. And then here's another one. Hello, I arrived. Hello, some masked guy, I don't know. You're pretty much a good user.
Cat That Underpants has to be S tier.
Cat That Underpants has to be S tier? Okay, so we have another Cat That Underpants fan. That's pretty cool. Anybody comments? Anybody else has any questions or concerns? Speak now or whatever. Hold your peace.
Whatever, hold your horses, Pete.
Yeah, or whatever. Hold your horses. We're going with you.
Hold on to your butt.
Hold on to your butts. Oh, shiitake mushrooms. Good music coming, good curry cooking. Alright, so I guess... Yeah, hey Roxy, yeah, thank you, Jesus Rivera. I'm just gonna pronounce that as Jesus because not Jesus or Spanish, but either way, let me just move my chair a bit. Let's talk about the very first animated Dreamworks movie. Do you think I should start, or any of you boys have something to say? For me, I have pretty little, but I don't know. Do you guys want to start first, or you want me to start talking about...
I have nothing to say about
Alright,
first movie.
So for Les was like, I haven't seen it yet, so you can just put that on your category. Gabriel, do you have any words, or you want me to start away with Antz?
I mean, I don't remember much. I did see it probably like once, maybe twice when I was a kid. But again, I didn't see it enough to really remember everything. I think I don't know, the animation and like the art style for it was like odd. But also kind of fit, and I think also is what inspired the other movie, Ant Bully.
Shit.
So I don't know, cause like I get mixed between, or I used to get mixed between those two movies, and just because of that art style and then the whole theme of ants, and like it's an interesting concept, but I think I don't know, the movie's just meh. It's just okay.
All right, so you just think it's okay? I guess you'll put it like C or D tier.
Maybe. I might change my mind later, but I'll put it at
A Bug's Life hates ants.
I do have an interesting story about that, but I'm just like waiting for Gabriel's rapid words because I do have an interesting story about both of those movies in comparison.
Yeah. I'll put it at C for now.
Okay, so you'll put it on C. So anyway, let's get to my ramble. So I've only seen this movie only once as a kid, and it was during like an after-school program around elementary school. It wasn't the YMCA. It wasn't the Boys and Girls Club. That was a thing in my middle school days. So I went to this after-school daycare program because, you know, parents, no babysitters, nobody was home, so I wasn't mature enough to take care of myself. So technically I saw the movie once, and knowing the history from this user named Victor M, yeah, technically Jeffrey Katzenberg, who used to work for Disney in the 90s, who was like, you know, one of the chief, like, biggest corporate overlords of Disney, but then once when he decided to leave like Disney and go straight to DreamWorks, and even Spielberg decided to tag along with Katzenberg, literally Disney and Pixar were developing a movie called Bugs, and DreamWorks on the other hand was taking quote-unquote inspiration from it, but then Katzenberg lectured the studio by saying, crap, Pixar's doing their Ant movie. We need to lecture them just to make this movie real quick and make sure we release this movie before Bugs Life comes out. So it's a pretty cheapy the cheeksteak type of attitude, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh yeah, we had this idea first before Bugs Life, so yeah, we did it first just to make a name for ourselves. But by comparison to Bugs Life, I mean, clearly Antz is definitely a lot more mature and, dare I say, a bit more darker, but technically, since Katzenberg was involved in the Disney Renaissance era, and obviously Robin Williams as the genie was like, you know, big celebrity name for an animated movie, and then Katzenberg's like, let me do that for our first Dreamworks movie, where you got Woody Allen as the talking ant, you got sexy baddie Sharon Stone as the female ant, you got Sylvester Stallone as the buff ant by saying, you the ant. So I'm like, yeah, you got Stallone, freaking Rocky Balboa, just voicing an ant in the movie. But other than that, for this movie, it's definitely less charming than Bugs Life because it doesn't have any colorful animation fluids. There's no wholesome moments in it. Like, it is pretty dark, and it was technically the first DreamWorks movie that has, like, PG swearing. Like, Woody Allen's ant was like, who the hell is that? When a penny was starting to, like, flick off to, like, the main two ants. And the one thing that really caught me off guard, aside from the tone, I feel like DreamWorks was like, this was kind of like the beginning where DreamWorks kind of has a bit more adult innuendo jokes. Like, there's one scene where Woody Allen's ant's like, you know what, I feel like I like to drink an anus from another bug. And I'm like, this is a PG-rated movie, right? Like, look, even Bugs Life has their, you know, poop-related jokes, but that was kind of a bit too risque for a kid's movie. But I will say this movie does not really, like, you know, wholesale by saying, yeah, it's a great DreamWorks movie. I say it's fine, but, you know, at the end of the day, they just stole for what Pixar was doing, but, you know, Pixar did the much better Antz movie. And like what Gabriel said, you have 3 animated Antz movies, one from Warner Brothers, one from Pixar, and one from DreamWorks, from Antz to Bugs Life to Ant Bully, and even though, dare I say, Ant Bully was a much better Ant movie than Antz. So I will say this, so Antz, I'm not really the biggest fan of it, so if I had to say, I mean, aside from, you know, for what it's trying to be, I would say it's more on the D tier if I had to choose. It's going straight to D. So from Z to D. But then, as we're talking about Antz, so I talk about that Antz is not really a good movie, but then when you get to Prince of Egypt, what a glow-up. What a major glow-up that DreamWorks has done. So I'm going to ramble about Prince of Egypt because I think that was the last 2D animated movie that I did watch, well, technically rewatch. So back then, I didn't know DreamWorks was like, I was questioning, like, so is DreamWorks a Christian animated studio where they basically were adapting this movie, then Joseph, and there's some biblical themes and some of their stuff. But, you know, back in the 50s, 60s, we have, like, a lot of live-action Christian animated movies, but for this one, holy crap. How do you went from Antz to making a masterclass, a masterpiece of a film? Like, yes, it's a musical, pretty much like what you expect, like, compared to a Disney movie, but the art, the voice acting, and rest in peace to Val Kilmer. Yes, that Val Kilmer who played Bat Nipples Batman, Batman Forever, Iceman for the Top Gun movies. He was the voice of Moses and even did the voiceover work for God. Heck, he even played Moses in a lot of stage adaptations. So Val Kilmer, when he was healthy and alive, he was so passionate for playing the Moses, like the biblical prophet Moses. And the funniest thing is, just like the poster in the movie where Moses has like a half-brother, which technically, if you know the story of the Bible, technically that brother just becomes like, you know, the Pharaoh that basically enslaves all the Jews and the Israelites. And funny enough, I'm like, wait a minute, Mufasa the Lion King basically just copied Prince of Egypt. But you know, Prince of Egypt is technically just in a way. Antz is a demon, it's kind of the same movie, it's a good movie. I'm sorry, bro, I don't know, man. On rewatch value, it's just not as good as Bug's Life. Prince of Egypt meant something to me, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Like even though I said like Antz is dark, Prince of Egypt. The one thing I will give credit about the animators, but also the people behind the movie, they literally ask a lot of not just pastors, but a lot of like biblical experts, like biblical encyclopedia experts, by saying we want to make this movie as accurate as possible. And I will say this: for an animated movie, they did make some changes in the story, since you know it's a big popular Bible story in the Old Testament, but. Yeah, for the most part, it's very faithful, and there's a lot of actors in it. So I mentioned Val Kilmer, who's the voice of Moses. You got Michelle Pfeiffer. You got Patrick Stewart. You got Steve Martin and Martin Short as like the two funny side characters. You got Sandra Bullock as Moses' love interest, and the animation's fire. The dark tone is not afraid to go when it goes dark, and a lot of people says this is the best Christian movie ever seen. Even when I saw the recent like animated Jesus movie, Kings of Kings, it was close to Prince of Egypt, but it doesn't hold a candle to like, yeah, Prince of Egypt is really that goated when it comes to like the animated visuals, the songs, the voice acting, the biblical themes, the respect to the source material. So other than that, from a big blow to Antz, I would say 100%, as people say in the chat, easily an S tier for me, and I would agree it is the best animated Christian movie, because I will say this, when I used to go to Sunday church as a child, most of us were like, most of the other animated Christian adaptations are usually not that good, and we're like, let's stick to VeggieTales, because VeggieTales is the only good animated Christian media that actually does it. Even though it's a lot more targeted for preschoolers, but at least adaptation-wise, they like make it like respectful enough, but you know, make it entertaining like it's their own iteration. But Prince of Egypt, it's on a different level, and around that time, that movie was a big hit, and it got well deserved. And also, can't forget about the GOAT himself, Hans Zimmer, with the score. You know, the same bro that gave us the Lion King music, never fails with the music score whatsoever. So for me, S tier for Prince of Egypt, since I watched it not too long ago. Best animated Christian movie by far. I don't know what the boys would say, but S tier for me for Prince of Egypt.
I have to agree. This movie is one of the best animated movies of all time, I would say. And the freaking upgrade from Antz to this is night and day.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
It is one of those, like, I didn't even know it was Dreamworks when I first watched it. It was Disney. Like a totally different movie, a totally different tone. And even though it was animated, it's still like anyone can watch it. You could be old, you could be middle-aged, in your 20s, teenager, a child, a baby, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
You could watch this movie and it's just good. The music, the animation, especially with the sea parting.
Yeah, the iconic scene moment that you see from the Old Testament in the story of Moses.
That is such a beautiful scene. Really, the animators did a really great job. And the freaking meme, no, stop, leave that man alone.
I know what you're talking about.
I love that movie, man. It's one of the best. I will say this as many times as possible. One of the best animated movies ever. Maybe one of the best movies in general. Mm-hmm. Because this is based off the Bible. It's a movie that you don't even have to be Christian to enjoy.
It's exactly what Dwayne puts. Christian or not Christian, it's still a fantastic movie.
Yeah. I don't know. There's just so much. And it has everything. You know, it's got a little bit of humor and then the personalities with the animation, and then it's not afraid to go darker, deeper.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just got it all. It's got it all. I gotta put it at S rank, S tier.
It is. And also, shout out to the songs. My favorite one is easily When You Believe, which is funny because I think DreamWorks kind of did that same formula of like what Disney does. Like they have these big name actors, but then they hire theater people. Like, Val Kilmer does not sing for Moses, but they hire like singing voice actors just to like take the parts. But they sing like pretty good. And no wonder Prince of Egypt has a Broadway musical adaptation because I mean this movie is a musical, so it makes sense that they're doing this age adaptation. The burning bush scene, yeah, that was great. The Red Sea, can't forget about the Red Sea moment. My favorite movie of 1998 was Antz, Stephen Pack, Prince of Egypt. Pretty good taste in culture, biggest win or lose fan. Pretty nice username. And then Jesus Rivera just puts, I remember watching Sunday School. Yeah, I think this and VeggieTales, the Jonah VeggieTales movies, I'm like, yeah, these were like the best animated Christian movies when you watch it after Sunday School and you watch it in the middle of church. It's really good. So yeah, that's what me and Gabriel had to say. Lesnar, have you seen this movie or you haven't seen it? What are your thoughts on it?
Honestly, what you said, honestly, I might need to give it a chance. I agree with what you said.
So the question is, have you seen this movie at least?
No.
Well, I'm just saying you're missing out on not just peak fiction, but peak animation, peak Christian media, and like what Dwayne says, like best adaptation of the Old Testament. So yeah, easily one of DreamWorks' best. But anyway, on to the 2D stuff, and guess what? The next movie that we're going to talk it's free on YouTube right now, is The Road of El Dorado, which, yeah, I will say this, not as great as Prince of Egypt, but it's still a fun yeah, what Dwayne put, Lesnar, watch it, bro, please. Yeah, Lesnar, whenever you make the time, just go watch Prince of Egypt, which, once again, that was the last movie I rewatched before I get straight to the tier list. But anyway, Road of El Dorado, not as great as Prince of Egypt, but still a really fun movie. Miguel and Tulio, I mean, it's a fun dynamic duo, and it's peak Phil. It helps me understand the importance of Moses. Yeah, 100% for sure, Dwayne. But yeah, Miguel and Tulio, Miguel and Tulio, mighty and powerful gods. Get Trevin in here right now. I'm surprised, Trevin, you're missing out on it. He needs to witness this. I mean, yeah, Dwayne, I know you're not available to it, but since Trevin's like the biggest meat glaze for the Road of El Dorado is, the funniest thing is, when I watch this movie, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, even though it has Hans Zimmer, Elton John, and Tim Rice making the songs, a.k.a. it's the same trio that gave us the peak music and songs of The Lion King. So in my head, I'm like, this is a Disney movie, especially the animation style. The character designs gives me very Disney vibes. But once when you watch the movie yourself, once again, it's very more adult risque when it comes to mature stuff. And speaking of which, I don't know if Trevor's going to show up, but yeah, it introduces the baddest baddie in the DreamWorks animation period is Shell, which obviously the Latina baddie that's around in Spain when Miguel and Tulia decide to like go to the temple with all of the Spain native folks, and once when she's on screen with those thighs and that hair and Rosie Brazero's voice, so yeah, that chick is just goon material, that's all I'm gonna say, including that one scene where she quote unquote seduced like Miguel, like literally just going to like in the massage thing, and they kind of like quote unquote bone each other in a way, which I'm like, oh wow, this is definitely not a kids movie. Yeah, Dwayne, I'm talking about it. Tough to be a God song is good. Small G, they're not Jesus. To Ultron, please don't do this. But either way, look, outside of Shell becoming fine and bad, I do like the visuals, the songs. I mean, like I said, it's Elton John, Tim Rice. I even like the end credit song where Elton John sings and then the music video comes around. And the horse, I will admit, the horse was kind of like the pre-Maximus from Disney's Tangled. And I feel like this movie is definitely funny ahead of its time. The armadillo is quite adorable. And the villain was very on the nose by saying, oh yes, you are the gods of our temple. Yes, my lord. But it was pretty obvious that bro was going to be up to his skin because, come on, that face just screams evil. Including the visuals at the very end during the final battle was pretty climactic, but also pretty awesome as well. I think this movie definitely has this nice swashbuckling action, which is kind of ironic because the writers of the movie, Ted Elliott and Ted Resio, they basically are the writers of the first Shrek movie, but they also wrote Pirates of the Caribbean. And I think the dude who also voiced Miguel is the same guy who played Hamlet, who also directed the first Thor movie, so I kind of find that pretty ironic. So I would say the comedy is pretty hilarious, Chell is pretty sexy, it's fine, the animation colors is vivid. I feel like the one thing that makes me put, like, the part of me that doesn't want to put El Dorado in S tier, because I feel like this movie lacks emotion, which clearly Prince of Egypt has a more emotional weight to it. But for Prince of Egypt, it doesn't try to be, because you know at the core it's just a swashbuckling comedy adventure movie that has like colorful visuals and great music by Elton John, Tim Rice, and the Hans Zimmer music is always good as always. So I will say this, not S tier, but personally, in my opinion, I would put El Dorado on A tier as of right now. So I don't know about Gabriel and Lesnar, but I know Trevor will put S tier because Joe's bad. So
I would have to
A tier for this film.
I would have to agree with your opinion. I think it's a good movie. I think it's a lot of fun. Good rewatch value. Hot lady. I'm a gooner, so no, I'm just kidding. I would put it at A rank because that's just me personally. I wouldn't complain if someone put it S rank.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, just A rank because I do really like it. I think it's fun. It's funny. It's like charming in a way. Like it's got a charm to the movie. I don't know how to really describe it, but it's a good feeling you get when you watch the movie. And I don't know. I didn't watch it a whole lot. I probably just watched it
You can watch it for free now on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's good. It's a good movie. I would agree with putting it at A rank.
And I will say, one of my favorite quotes for this movie, and I think there's, very on-the-nose jokes when Miguel and Tulio just went off to their adventure, and, of course, PG rating S jokes by saying, holy shit! And, the one moment where Shell decided to steal the dice before Miguel and Tulio started to, change outfits in front of the tribe, where Shell's like, you want these back? And she's like, where do you take those? Where's she keeping them? I'm like, oh, more adult innuendos that Dreamworks has a habit for that. And I will admit, even the Living Tombstone, yes, that Living Tombstone that made the Finance of Freddy song made a pretty good remix of some of the dialogue from the movie where it goes, Miguel and Tulio, Miguel, stars are not in position. Nothing says stars won't do it, not today, day. You got more roll, you got nothing to bet with it. One more roll. Look it up in the Living Tombstone YouTube video and we're like, oh crap. And I feel like thanks to that song from Living Tombstone, I'm like, now this makes me want to go watch the movie. And outside of that, yeah, I think the movie's good. And let me guess, Lesnar, you still have not seen this movie as well, despite it's free on YouTube now?
I'm not gonna lie, back then I have seen some clips.
Because
especially with Batty.
Yeah, Chell, that's why, because she got cake.
Cake. Oh. Gooning.
Mm-hmm. The Jessica Rabbit of Dreamworks. But anyway, other than that, I guess you can't say much about Road of El Dorado.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen some clips before it was free on YouTube. That I can recall. But honestly, I think A tier makes sense.
Yeah, for me and Gabriel's opinions. So to stop, no, we won't stop unless we start bring Trevor to the chat. No, stop! I said stop the fight! It's a quote from Silk Round Trader Dragon. But anyway, I guess we're going to take a break from the 2D era. Now we're going to get to Chicken Run, which I'm going to be honest with y'all, I don't have really much to say about this movie because I haven't seen this one in a very long time. I remember I seen the promo of Chicken Run because, it's the same British studio that makes Shaun the Sheep, Wallace and Gromit, and all these claymation movies. So if I have to recall my best memory of Chicken Run is, I know Mel Gibson voices the main chicken, and they're about to be slaughtered by this evil Harry Potter-esque witch villain, and then you got this guy that tried to take them out, and then you got typical stop-motion humor, and they try to make parodies of prison escapes. To Ninja Joe, watch these two movies. Skip them. Outside the prison stuff, I honestly don't have really much to say about Chicken Run because I'm going to be honest, I don't think I haven't seen this movie in a very long time, so, if I have to do a ranking, I guess I'll just put Chicken Run on haven't seen it yet, even though I have remembered some clips. So, yeah, I don't remember much from Chicken Run. That's all I could really say.
I would have to say the same thing.
Same.
So, yeah, like I said, so for those that are fans of it, then good for y'all. But like I said, I just don't remember much. Another movie that I don't think I haven't seen at all is... So we talk about Prince of Egypt, which, one of the best animated movies, one of the best biblical Christian movies. And then there's Joseph, which I didn't know it was a straight-to-DVD, straight-to-home video, but some people are like, yeah, it's not as good as Prince of Egypt. So I'm sorry, I guess, just like Chicken Run, I'm just going to put on, haven't seen it yet, because I can't really make a full opinion on it. So, yeah, that's all I can really say about Joseph. I guess same goes for you guys, too. Like,
Agreed. Yeah.
I would put it there only because I don't remember anything.
Yeah, that's what I would put. But now, let's talk about the movie that changed DreamWorks forever. Like, of course,
Yes.
we talk about Prince of Egypt, but come on, never seen it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I put it on the list by saying, haven't seen Joseph. I don't think I've watched much from Chicken Run outside, maybe a few clips. But let's talk about the one that everyone sees, and literally, as is in the title, so you know, this movie, Oscar winner for Best Animated Movie in 2001, S tier is none other than the man, the myth, the legend, the ogre himself, Shrek. Somebody wants to be, the world is going to roll me. So, anyway,
GOAT!
who wants to talk about the GOAT of DreamWorks? Anybody? Anyone wants to go first before me to talk about the OG Shrek film?
Oh man, Shrek is just you can't go wrong with Shrek. You just can't. Yeah, every time it plays on TV, I don't care what you're doing, stop, take a seat, and watch it. Because that is genuinely one of the best animated movies ever. I mean, it's I know everyone like always praises the second film. They prefer the second film, and I don't blame them. That one's good too. But to me, the first one is just my favorite.
Okay, so you and Trevin are on the same boat by saying, yeah, the second one's good, but no, the first one's superior. So you and Trevin are like neck and neck.
Yeah, that's just me. I like the first a lot more. I love it because of I don't know, I just love Shrek's character. I love how relatable he is in the beginning, where he's somewhat a little bit insecure about, you know, his appearance, being an ogre, everyone being afraid of him, this and that, but he tries to disguise it by, like, playing along and trying to scare the villagers and stuff and kicking people out, acting like he doesn't care. But deep down, you know, he doesn't like it. You know, he feels kind of sad that that's how people see him. And man, just like that scene where he's eating in his swamp by himself,
therapeutic,
and the music. Oh my gosh, that's real. That's real.
Yep.
Purely therapeutic.
Yep. I love the idea of it being in a fantasy world. Like, it's not one of those things where, like, yeah, everybody's an ogre, it's just about ogres. No, it's like all fantasy characters, and that expands to a whole universe for Shrek, and a bunch of characters, and they're all like almost parodied, like Pinocchio and all these guys. They're not like the original version. They're just kind of like silly and stupid. Well, that's what I love about it. I love that the movie's, it's got charm, it's got heart, but it's also fun and stupid sometimes. It's just got everything. The cast, you know, Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, great comedians. They
the goats
nailed their voiceover roles with these characters and bringing them to life, especially Eddie Murphy, bro. He defined Donkey. Every time you even see a real life donkey, you just think of Donkey from Shrek. Because autism, no.
You don't want to kiss an ass.
He just, Eddie Murphy is such a talented actor, and
one of my favorite comedians.
Him bringing Donkey to life, that's just, he did it, man. And then when he sang at the end of the movie, like, he popped off in this movie. He did.
Yeah. No, I'm a believer.
I believe.
Yeah. Bars on that.
I believe. Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, the soundtrack of this movie.
Yes.
Oh, the first and second are great, but man, to me, the first just has the best soundtrack.
You're talking about.
I don't know.
You're talking about in both the licensed songs or the music or both.
Well, everything, like both. Like they got good licensed songs. They got like a good original soundtrack. Like freaking no. This is I know this is not really. This is different, but Hallelujah. I love that.
The best
I know that's
version of
not in-
Hallelujah, period. Thanks to Shrek.
Yeah, that's like my favorite version, honestly, of that song.
I always think of Shrek.
It's just, I don't know, it's so soothing. Also, like, I love I guess it's somewhat of a message, I guess, with the relationship between Shrek and Fiona, and you know, it's like silly how she expects a charming knight to come save him. I mean her, and it's freaking Shrek. He lifts up the helmet. He's all messed up.
I have to save my ass.
Yeah.
I'm a deliverer.
And then later on, they build their relationship. They gain their trust, and then, you know, find out later that she turns into an ogre. And that way, they feel more connected and share their insecurities, and that's how they become closer. And I think it's just a nice love story. It's different than the typical Prince Charming bullcrap that they make fun of.
Yeah, they make fun of it in Shrek 2 and 3 when they followed out.
Yep. But I love that about Shrek. It's like it makes fun of the fantasy stories and kind of changes it because of Shrek. Like, you know, he's an ogre, and you don't think he's the guy that would go and save the princess, but he does. Even though he didn't care at first, but man, it's such a unique story, unique characters, great cast, great music. Freaking Lord Farquaad, that's my goat.
Yes, the creator of Facebook, but also Markiplier.
I was gonna say that. I was about to say that. No, what was that quote he said?
It makes me king. See.
Well, no, he says something like, "The ogre
has fallen in love with the princess."
Yeah. With the princess.
Good lord.
Oh, and him in the bed, Markiplier.
Yeah, Farquaad was getting a boner laid. He was getting laid in bed where he's like, "Magic man, show me the princess."
Yeah. Dude, Lord Farquaad is the best villain. I don't care. Shrek.
Agreed. The best villain in the Shrek franchise.
And kind of sucks that he died the way he did, but I mean, he's still goated for a villain. I also love just like side characters like the Magic Mirror. He's the goat.
Oh yeah. I'm glad he's
Gingy's the goat. I love the freaking 3 blind mice. Yeah. They're hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, I found some cheese.
The pigs too.
He hopped and he popped and he said he noticed.
I know this is from a special, but
all the tea's ready. Yeah, for Shrek the Halls. All the tea's ready.
Yeah. Oh, I love those guys. I love and the fact that with the 3 bears and they killed the mom.
Yes, I remember.
And turned her into a carpet.
That was so dark, but so funny as well, man.
It's like it's little things like that. Why it's so stupid and funny. It makes fun of those stories, and I love it. I love that about Shrek.
Yeah, Farquaad and Thelonious.
It's just I don't know. I don't know how you couldn't like Shrek, man.
Yeah, you don't like Shrek. You're honest. You
don't like it.
But I don't know. I don't know what else to say. There's just so many great things about Shrek. I'll let you guys.
Yeah, I want Lesser to.
Shrek is S rank.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's literally S in the poster for a reason.
It's on the poster, on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this honestly, everything that Gabe said, 100% agree. This, oh my gosh, I have a few songs in my playlist from the movie. Yep. Oh man, I love this movie so much. How can you not? Like, the entire, like, it's relatable, it's funny, it's really interesting and unique in itself, because like an ogre and a donkey going all the way to a castle to save the princess. What other story have you seen that before? Because Shrek was definitely not based on another old ass story, right? Because, like, oh man, I love this movie. S tier for sure.
Like Farquaad, he is a goated villain. Gingy, funny. The Mirror, also funny.
The Mirror.
And also the end credit sequence, like you can just jam out to it, dude.
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk about your favorite ones.
Yeah, like I love I'm a Believer, and also
which I'll mention this. I did not know it was a cover, but then I realized oh wait, it was a cover. Oh, who cares? Shrek made it better either way.
Yeah, exactly. No one cares about the original.
Yeah, for sure.
What is this? I've also seen the first and second movie. I haven't seen the third or fourth. I mean, the first two are goated, so.
Wait, you haven't seen the third or the fourth?
Nah, the dude in the comments said.
Okay, to be fair, he's not one of the only people that I've seen that says, "Oh, I haven't seen the 3 or 4 because I heard they're not so good." So yeah, that's what it is. So I guess that's all I have to say about Lesnar.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. Basically, the words that Gabe said, that's exactly valid points.
Hold up, chat. As we're talking about it, do I still got the DVD? Yes, I got the DVD. If I'm going to get bitten by spiders or whatever, yes. I still have the same Shrek DVD since when I was a kid. And look, Academy Award winner for Best Animated Feature where Shrek beat Monsters Inc. and Jimmy Neutron at the Oscars when Nathan Lane, a.k.a. the voice of Timon, was presenting Shrek and Donkey up on stage when they're sitting in the seats. So, either way, what can I say about this movie? So pretty much for what Gabriel said is pretty much something that I would say. And yes, someone mentioned it in the chat. Do you know that, yes, Chris Farley was indeed considered to voice Shrek. And it's the exact same scene of the, help, run! A big, stupid, ugly ogre. But, you know, with Chris Farley's just like his natural voice where he goes, help, a stupid, stinky, smelly, ugly ogre. But sadly, rest in peace to Chris Farley. So what's the best option they did was Mike Myers. And man, Mike Myers would have easily taken the Canadian accent, like, you know, what he usually talks like. No, you dance irritating. But I'm so glad that he decided to bring a Scottish accent to this character. And honestly, one of the best voiceover performances ever from a Hollywood celebrity star. Instead of just like Mike just being Mike, he actually create the Scottish accent for Shrek where it just goes like, squeeze the jelly out of your eyes. That actually sounds pretty good on toast. So either way, I cannot think of any other roles when it comes to that. Watch the fourth, it's good. Wait, I hate you. Yeah, I'm right. But yeah, either way, the best thing about Shrek is it's the greatest fairy tale that has never been told. And the best thing about this movie is like what Gabriel says. Basically, some people says this is technically the anti-Disney movie when Jeffrey Katzenberg left Disney and throws shades at Disney with this movie. When Shrek and Donkey went to Duloc, it's basically poking fun out of It's a Small World from Disney World, and including a lot of the tropes of all the fairy tale creatures where Pinocchio basically gets attached on strings, Donkey's about to get Cell, the mama bear from Lord Farquaad technically just gets skin off. Like, it basically makes fun of all the fairy tale tropes. Like, you expect the big bad wolf to be bad, but instead he's just, you know, chilling Shrek's bad by going, what? I just thought it was pretty funny. So, it basically just used the tropes of other fairy tale stuff that you've seen from the stories, even from Disney's, where you have the ugly beast that falls in love with the princess, basically being the beast. You got your talking animal sidekick, which, yeah, Eddie Murphy did voice Mushu in Disney's Mulan before he became Donkey and Shrek, and then you got your evil royal overlord from Lord Farquaad. But the best thing about Shrek is, I didn't know it was based on an actual fairy tale made in the 90s, and then some of the characters that they put, it's like only like Lord Farquaad, which he was like the only original character. But other than that, it's like, what can I say that's so different from the voice? I mean, come on. This movie has peak comedy at its time. Like, not just kids, adults can laugh at the jokes. And yeah, PG rating swearing, like, a lot of PG rating swearing where Nickelodeon Cartoon Network has to swear some moments by saying, what are you doing the access over there? Well, I got to go save my ass. What kind of knight are you? One of a kind.
I will save my donkey.
Yeah, that's why I have to save my donkey from the Nickelodeon one. What's your opinion on the Shrek 5 trailer? I made a YouTube short about it. All I'm just saying is not sold on the new designs, but hopefully the movie's good, even though Zendaya is basically the daughter of Shrek. So I'm just going to get to that. But I'm just going to get to the original. Funny was Shrek was just made to be fun as Disney just to follow their formula after it got successful. And after when, like I said, it was after the success of, oh yeah, Jeffrey Katzenberg's like, yeah, Robin Williams was pretty successful as the genie in Aladdin, even though we didn't want to mark his name. But obviously that's when they hired Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, a.k.a. the two goats of comedy around that time, outside of Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, Adam Sandler. The one thing that both Mike Myers and Eddie Murphy has in common, they both played comedic characters that they have to play multiple characters. Like Mike Myers has to play Austin Powers, Dr. Evil, Fat Bastard, and other characters in the Austin Powers movies. Eddie Murphy plays the Nutty Professor, Sherman Club, the rest of the Clump family members, and they're so darn funny with it. And then you got my baby, my darling, she is a koi, I love it, Cameron Diaz is Princess Fiona. So, of course, you know, I simp for that chick ever since The Mask, but hey, her voice is Princess Fiona, both human form and ogre form. Hear me out. That's all I'm going to say. Hear me out. But then we got Lord Farquaad, who's voiced by the legendary John Lithgow. That bro is so funny whenever he gets like something light delivered. He's like, what is that? Ew, it's hideous. It's disgusting. Gods, it makes me king. See? That, like, I feel like the casting for, like, the main majority of the characters is just, obviously they are celebrities, but they are so good at voicing the roles. And I think even the voice of Lord Farquaad is like, yes, I enjoyed my time voicing Lord Farquaad in the Shrek 4D ride. Hopefully they bring me back for Shrek 5, because, yeah, I agree with Gabriel, like, he is the best Shrek villain. Like, yes, people say Fairy Godmother, but come on, I just feel like Farquaad has the more funnier sense of humor compared to all of the main Shrek 9 villains. Maybe except for Jack Horner and Puss in Boots 2. Yeah, that's why I like that toy. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, it's hideous. Hey, that's not very nice. It's just a donkey, indeed. So that's one of the things I just definitely think. But either way, the one thing I just really liked about the whole plot where Shrek is basically just wants to live his life because, you know, he's an ogre. Grab your torch and pitchforks. Does that bother you? Because obviously he's known in the fairy tales as a horrible, ugly beast, and basically wants to scare off the guys at the very beginning. And even the moment where he starts, like, scaring the villagers that wants to, you know, attack Shrek and basically just get a reward out of it, which was pretty funny, where he goes, Rah! And I just think it's really hilarious from the comedic time where he just whispers, this is the part where you run away. And then basically just cuts to Donkey, which usually Donkey would have been like considered as like one of the more annoying animal sidekicks. But I like that the movie basically depicts like they know that Donkey is annoying. Why do you think like his owner wants to sell him away? And the comedic timing that Eddie Murphy does, which you can tell Eddie Murphy does a lot of improv, and Eddie Murphy is personally one of my favorite comedians ever. Like, if you ask me, one of my favorite comedic actors in my Mount Rushmore is Jim Carrey, Rob Williams, Eddie Murphy, and Jack Black. That's my Mount Rushmore of comedy actors for like, oh, I just watch anything that they're in, no matter if the movie is good or bad. They're just too darn funny. And man, the way that he goes on with the quotes by saying, man, your breath stinks, because I'm all alone, there's no one here beside me. Like, even most where he's like singing along just to purposely annoy Shrek, I'm like, not gonna lie, I can relate to Donkey. I could be an annoying jackass pretty much just like him. But the best thing about the dynamic is nobody expects an ogre and a donkey to become best friends. Like, that sounds pretty dumb and insane. But however, this movie just made it work. And same goes for, oh, it's like the Prince Charming, or basically the handsome guy that needs to rescue Fiona from the tower. Which, funny enough, when Lord Farquaad and Thelonious, which I gotta say, shout out to Thelonious, pick number 3, my lord. He was funny in the Shrek 4D where he gets kicked in the balls by Fiona. But either way, it's so funny, like, the magic mirror makes this one joke of, like, picking your date. It's kind of like Tender in a way by saying, like, please welcome Cinderella, backstory number 1, backstory number 2, 2, 3, wait, 1, 3, hey, pick number 3, my lord. I just think it would be pretty hilarious, like, whenever Farquaad, like, Gabe, I almost forgot, when Farquaad just picks number 3, let's not forget, it was our introduction to the song, If You Like Pina Colada, getting caught in the rain.
Caught in the rain.
And yeah,
speaking
of the songs, man, I'm gonna say, guys, hear me out, I sometimes, in my own spare time, go to the soundtrack of Shrek, not just the original, but all 4 movies, because the soundtrack, because I'm going to say this, the original Shrek movie, y'all know, I'm born in 2001. I wasn't born when this movie was in theaters, but I was born when it was on VHS and DVD, so basically, me and Shrek technically are the same age, and then when Shrek 5 comes out in 2025, I'm like, damn, I'm going to feel old since this movie came out the same year when I was born. But either way, bro, I mean, rest in peace to the GOAT, Steve Harwell from Smash Mouth. But, bro, I know All-Star was a hit, but Shrek revolutionized Smash Mouth to, like, up to the sky, beyond the space, beyond gravity. And, you know, Smash Mouth has a habit for putting their songs in Mike Myers movies like Shrek and Cat in the Hat. But either way, Every time you think of All-Star, you just think of Shrek, Pina Colada, and also, I was listening to this band. You know the song where Shrek and Fiona are having like their love montage, making frog snake balloons, and it's the song that goes, "My beloved monster is tough. She was always ready for me. That is so damn mean." And if you don't know the band, it's the Eels. They have a habit for making other songs in the sequels. I need some sleep, it's just a royal pain in the neck. And they made songs for other Jim Carrey movies, so as an underrated band, I honestly love it, all because of Shrek. But other than that, I love the end credits song. So obviously, I'm a believer, and Eddie Murphy just gave us the best version of it of I believe, I believe, believe, believe. And then the end credits from Baha Man, oh, best years of our lives. And what got me nostalgic is the music video where Baha Man was singing with the stripper chicks on the castle, and one of the artists was going, this all night long. I'm like, bro, it is 2001 nostalgia to the max. I'm like, man, look, even though as much as I love the 90s, but I was so glad I was born in the Shrek era. And on to the message, which Shrek and Donkey basically have like their acceptance where they feel like, you know, isolated outcasts because people decide to judge them before they even know them. Like, in other words, it's basically judging a book by its cover, and that honestly works with the friendship between Shrek and Donkey, and honestly the relationship with Shrek and Fiona, which I'll say this, Shrek and Fiona's relationship may not be 100% as realistic or as palpable as Hiccup and Astrid in the Dragons movies, but I will say this, easily one of the best couples, not just in Dreamworks, but in animation history, because you just don't expect. It's like that Beauty and the Beast trope, like, wow, a green ogre falls in love with a fine woman that's voiced by Tina Carlisle from The Mask, but I'm like, hey, I mean, it's Fiona, it's Cameron Diaz, so why blame Shrek? Even when she's in ogre form, don't blame him either. But either way, the music score as a whole by John Powell, yes, the GOAT John Powell, and Harry Greg Wilson, whatever his name is. The fairy tale music, like, you hear it in the original movie and also in the 4D ride where it goes da-na-na-na-na-na during the dragon sequences, which was pretty awesome to see. And I get nostalgic whenever it gets to the dragon sequences with Shrek, Fiona, and Donkey run away. And let's not forget, we got a movie where a donkey falls in love with the dragon, and the sequels, they bang, and they have mutant babies, so who would have thought?
I can imagine them growing up.
Yeah, imagine they do make the Donkey spin-off movie that Eddie Murphy wanted, because Eddie Murphy spilled the beans by saying, after Shrek 5, we're doing a Donkey movie. Great. Give us the explanation of how the Donkey and Dragon make love, and then they made their mutant babies out of that. But either way, it's just not what you expected, but this movie actually has some cool action sequences when they're being chased by the dragon, and the music is just, everything about Shrek is just peak, like 100% S tier, the songs and everything, and the ending's like, hey, sometimes it's okay to like accept other people's differences, and sometimes true beauty is like in the inside of you, no matter how ugly you look like, whether if you're like Shrek, Fiona, or Donkey. I mean, yeah, cliche love story stuff, but hey, it's quite endearing, quite, you know, amusing. So yeah, like I said, Shrek will always be a nostalgia fan favorites, and also it will be the one movie that changed Dreamworks forever. And it's crazy, I still got the same DVD ever since when I was a child, so I'm like, you know what, nostalgia, it's peak. It made Dreamworks a true name for itself after Prince of Egypt. So other than that, Shrek, absolute peak tier. It's peak cinema. It's literally in the top 100 best movies of all time by the American Guild Film History class. So Shrek should be studied in all college film essays for any.
It's required to be an S tier. You can't put it anywhere else.
Yeah, like it deserves to be. But anyway, as much as we've been meat glazing for Shrek, I'm just gonna read the chat before we get to the next movie. So, I think my favorite Dreamworks movie was Penguins of Madagascar. Okay, that's interesting. Seeing this when my father, uncle, cousin, but Belle the dog passed away. She was 13 years old. R.I.P. to her dog, and all that feels. How would it feel like if Donkey said the N-word? If they got away with it rated R. Eddie Murphy's no stranger to that. The first Madagascar movie did not have swear words. Marty almost said the F word where he goes, mother! Skipper says Hoover, damn. The one scene where he says, okay, we'll get to Madagascar when we get to that. So let me just get to the next comment. Shrek is the best 2001 anime movie next to Monsters, Inc. Yeah, I agree. Even though we talked about Monsters, Inc. in our Pixar tier list. But anyway, going off topic, let's get to Spirit, which I'm going to be honest with you, Spirit was a fever dream. It's like, have I seen this movie when I was young? But then on rewatch film, I'm like, okay, so Spirit, there are a lot of people that really love this movie, and I can understand why they love it. But personally, I wouldn't say it's on the same ranking as Prince of Egypt or even Road of El Dorado because, you know, I think the animation is beautiful. Like, I think the animation's like, kind of reminds me of Brother Bear, but at least they take the tone and the serious, like, most aspects of it, like, you know, more serious than Brother Bear by comparison. The one thing that really caught me off guard from this movie Spirit is, even though Matt Damon is basically, like, you know, the voiceover of this horse, but, you know, the one thing that really baffles me about this movie, I'm like, okay, so basically it's that trope of, okay, they just talk, like, the horses don't talk, but it's just like the actors themselves is doing a voiceover of it. I think what really sells out for this movie is the animation, the Hans Zimmer score, as always, because, you know, Hans Zimmer is my go for any movie that he composes. And surprisingly, this movie has a habit for a lot of Bryan Adams songs. And my personal favorite one, it was during, like, the whole horse stallion chase scene, and it's the one that goes, "Get off of my mag, meow now, meow now." It's like, all right, this is peak 2000s music right here, because, you know, it's the same guy that sings "Back in the summer of '69 when heaven." I think the animation and the score is nice, and even the voiceover is pretty nice, but I wouldn't say it's like great, you know. It's no Shrek, it's no Prince of Egypt. If I had to put a ranking for Spirit, is, even though despite the horses don't necessarily talk, but, you know, it just was like, I will say this, like, at least this movie is better than the whatever the hell the sequel was, the cheap Barbie girl knockoff they did in 2021. So I wouldn't say the movie's like anything great or anything good, but I say for a solid what from its art values and everything, I would give Spirit a B tier. I think it just belongs around the B level area, to me at least, on rewatch value. But the Bryan Adams songs, fire. When you listen to the soundtrack.
Are we on Spirit?
Yeah, Spirit, which is technically the next movie after Shrek. I just give it a B.
I mean, okay, when I was a kid, I actually really liked the movie. I haven't seen it since I was younger, so I don't know if I'll like it if I rewatch it. But back then, I did really like it. I really liked just like the atmosphere. It felt kind of, it had that like Brother Bear kind of vibe.
Yeah, a lot.
I don't know how to put it. But it kind of felt like wholesome, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. It just looked like a beautiful movie. Horses are awesome.
Beautiful animals.
Yep. I think horses are like, they're just like giant dogs. They're awesome. I wish cars didn't exist. I wish instead of having cars, we still rode horses.
That would have been awesome.
I'd rather ride a horse than drive a car.
Because at least horses have emotions.
On the Pixar movie.
But I don't know. I don't remember a whole lot. Like I said, I haven't seen the movie since I was a kid, but I do remember enjoying the movie. I thought it looked beautiful, like the animation and the designs of like the horses and stuff. I don't know. I guess I would put it on.
I just put it on B.
Maybe B, because I don't think it's like. I don't think it's mid, but I don't think it's like top tier either.
Yeah, it's not better than Prince of Egypt or Shrek or El Dorado. I just said it's a solid movie. I liked it.
Yeah, it's solid. It's solid. So I'd keep it at B.
It just caught me off guard that the horses can't speak, but then you have to have voiceover monologue just to read their thoughts. I'm like, Dreamworks, you know you could easily just get away with that, just like what Disney does. That just kind of caught me off guard. But yeah, like with some person in the comments, yeah, better than the quote-unquote sequel that exists around a couple of decades later. And yeah, Gabriel, when he says like Brother Bear, I think this movie literally came out a year before Brother Bear, because this came out, 2002, Spider-Man, Harry Potter, and da-da-da-da, so clearly that's why I kind of had that Brother Bear vibe.
Yeah.
But hey, I will say Spirit is a way better movie than Home on the Range. I mean, don't get me wrong, Home on the Range is a guilty pleasure, but Home on the Range, like, Spirit is like an Oscar masterpiece, and then you compare it to, like, no, I think Spirit is a steak meal, while Home on the Range is junk food. That's one way I would compare to both movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that's all we could really say about Spirit is we liked it, but we're not as passionate as some people are about this movie. But either way,
yeah,
we liked
it's good. It's just I'm not crazy over it.
Yeah, just not like as passionate as some people are. And I'm guessing, Lesnar, it's another one of those movies that you haven't seen as well.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen the memes on Reels. Nope.
So pretty much you've never seen.
Gosh.
So I'm guessing you've never seen any of the 2D animated DreamWorks movies at all. Not one 2D animated film.
Now that you mention that, I don't think I have.
Well, don't be like,
or maybe some from like the 90s. I don't know.
Yeah, because pretty much like the only 90s 2D animated films were Prince of Egypt, and then El Dorado was 2000. But now we're going to get to the final 2D animated Dreamworks movie, which I'm going to be honest with you. Outside of Joseph, this is probably the most forgettable one out of them all. Like, everyone, there's a fan base for Prince of Egypt, El Dorado, and Spirit. Sinbad, I'm going to be honest with you, as a kid, I've never seen this movie at all. So that's why I was like, wait, this movie exists? And I watched it, which most people would say it's on the bottom of their list, or in this case, it's the weakest Dreamworks movie. And I will say this, I think Sinbad is more entertaining than Spirit, which I think Spirit has the better story, while Sinbad is like a lot more entertaining. No one saw this movie, skip it. I mean, why do you think this movie flopped? Because one, despite it has big name actors like Brad Pitt and Michelle Pfeiffer, and yes, this was Brad Pitt's first Dreamworks movie before Metro Man and Megamind. So yeah, the one thing that doesn't hold up about Sinbad is the CGI on some of the monsters. Like, I understand this movie was out in 2003, but I'm like, come on, there were like some other animated movies that does a much better job with the CG. The one thing I think about Sinbad, it's basically DreamWorks Treasure Planet, but it doesn't have the same charm as Treasure Planet, which, ironic, Treasure Planet came out in 2002, and it has its fan base, it has its cult following, and it was a big flop for Disney, and Sinbad is the same thing, like, oh, it could have had potential, but then it became a huge flop, and then DreamWorks went straight to 3D. So I will say this, I think the main character has, like, pretty much Captain Jack Sparrow vibes, even though he doesn't have the same, like Johnny Depp in a way. Sinbad kind of looks like Peter Pan in a way. In a way, it's kind of like a much more mature version of Peter Pan, except it's not about, oh, kids, don't grow up to Neverland. I think the lead characters have nice chemistry. Michelle Pfeiffer is pretty down bad as one of the, the main villain, does his Matrix thing. I think the action scenes are fun, but I won't say the comedy is as funny as El Dorado, so here's the thing, I wouldn't put Sinbad on the same tier as El Dorado or Spirit, so if I had to take a guess, I think the action's pretty solid, I think the voiceover's pretty solid, but I just don't think it's gonna have like that same gravitas entertainment value like what El Dorado has, or the amazing emotion, that masterpiece that Prince of Egypt has. But I understand that Sinbad is one of those movies that some people's like, oh, this movie's underrated, it's overlooked, but if I had to take a guess, I probably would. It's kind of hard to place where Sinbad is. It's not a bad movie. I will say this, it's not bad, even though some things don't hold up, despite it was a huge flop for DreamWorks, even though it's kind of like their attempt for Treasure Planet, but it's not as charming as Treasure Planet. So I would say maybe C tier. Like, I know, like, I'm going to call this out. I'm not going to call out any names of someone, but there's this one person I know on social media that's like a huge, like, glazer for Sinbad by saying, the movie's S tier. I'm like, yeah, but it's no Prince of Egypt, it's no Shrek, but I can't say it's great. It's enjoyable, but it's not great. That's all I could say. So I would say, like, somewhere, I guess C tier would be fine. If there's any Sinbad fans out there, sorry to disappoint you, but I think C tier will be the appropriate place to put Sinbad in.
I haven't seen it. At least I don't think I did, so I'm skipping that one.
So yeah,
same.
I just put it on C tier because, like I said, as a kid, I've never watched this at all. So that's when I'm like, yeah, no wonder it was a huge flop for DreamWorks. So now we're finally done with the 2D animated era of DreamWorks. Now we're going back to fully CG. And now we're going to talk about not just one. Okay, it's debatable. I mean, if you're like Gabriel and Trevin, the first movie's the best. But if you're like me, and I don't know if Dwayne agrees by saying, nah, Shrek 2 is the best one. And before I get to rambling about it, and before I either let Gabriel or Lester speak, this is easily one of the best animated sequels, or dare I say, well, just one of the best sequels ever. It's next to Toy Story 2 on my book. So, I don't know, Gabriel, Lester, do you want to glaze about why Shrek 2 is a peak masterpiece?
I'll let you guys go.
Alright, Lester, do you have anything to say about it? Shrek 2?
Guys, we already know Shrek 2 is another classic masterpiece. Because, like, man, like, the beginning, I love the beginning of Shrek and Fiona basically being a married couple, old Bond's house. Yeah. Skater Boy? No. Yeah, that's what I love that part, especially the whole friggin' Fiona throwing the mermaid back in the water, getting eaten by sharks.
Yeah, Ariel's dead because of Fiona.
Yeah. And I will say, like, it is, like, it's one of those things where, like, you gotta meet the girl's parents and, like, the whole...
Real?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, and then the man, the boyfriend, and then... Not the boyfriend. The husband and the dad start, like, arguing. And
the dad of your girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That scene is iconic, too. And then, like, you know, the whole argument... talking about you should be less of an ogre, and like, how are you gonna tell me to be less of something that I literally am?
I am an ogre.
Yeah, but like, gosh dang, man, the whole thing with also like, I think Puss in Boots was introduced in that movie too, right?
This was literally his first.
Yeah, he was in it.
Franchise.
That's his first appearance.
Yeah, I need to jog my memory. So, but yeah,
fear me if you dare. And then his hair blew.
Yep. Yeah, but that is nasty. And then he goes.
Basically, when they turn back into humans and Donkey's a friggin' horse.
Comedy gold.
I love
comedy gold.
Yeah, I love the part where they're getting arrested. Freaking Puss had catnip on him, and then freaking Donkey really brutality. Oh gosh, that movie was not real.
Shrek 2 feels like the Toy Story 2 kind of vibe of like the Shrek franchise.
It's crazy.
They're both sequels.
It's crazy that what Leather said. I don't want to call this out. I don't want to get canceled. Like, wow, it's crazy that one scene for Shrek to predict a real tragedy in real life. Crazy. Dreamworks, you're wild for that.
Yeah, I wonder what.
Anyway, continue.
Man. Shoot. I mean, look, it's been a while since I've seen the movie, but then again, if I jog my memory, then I'll remember. Prince Charming and the mom, the villain.
His mom, the fairy godmother.
Fairy godmother. Dude, it'll be kind of debatable, like for other people, like who's the best Shrek villain or whatever. Because Fairy Godmother has a whole song sequence too.
I need a hero.
Prince Charming is friggin' imposter trying to say he's Shrek, knowing good and well that Shrek is way more attractive than him.
Hell yeah. That's just straight up.
I mean,
fact.
Come on. Yeah. Like seriously, you like how when Shrek turning into a human, you could not expect him to be blonde. I'm sorry, but come on.
So in the words of Donkey, now we're sexy.
Oh yeah. Oh man. But yeah, like everything about it, like of course the song sequences, the action, the comedy, like and also like the recurring characters like Gingy and Pinocchio, and gosh, I love this movie. I'm wearing ladies' underwear. Yeah.
Oh, Pinocchio. I know that line.
Yeah, Pinocchio.
No, let me recreate it.
Go
Go ahead, tell a lie. Oh, say something that you're wearing a ladies' underwear. I'm wearing ladies' underwear. And then Mission Impossible music. You're kidding, right? Well, I'm certainly not. What kind? It's a dog. They're not rings or not or two. Hilarious. Love that moment, Dwayne.
Put Shrek 2 in S tier right now.
I'm gonna do that right now. Gabriel, do you have something to say about Shrek 2 to Glory?
Yeah, like Dwayne said, one of the best sequels of all time. This movie, again, like I said, it has like that Toy Story 2 vibe where it's like a sequel that is more... it's got more than just comedy, but it's more comedic than the first. And it's got a lot of humor, and the animation is a lot better in this second movie. It's almost, I wouldn't say it's night and day, but it's like, you could tell like the big shift and the big change with the animation. It's got the scene, you know, will you shut up for 5 minutes?
Oh yeah! Bro, how did I forget that? Oh my god.
And then I always remember, dun 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Are we dying?
I always remember seeing that every single time.
Can't forget Funky Town.
Oh yeah, and then when they were cruising through the town.
Every time I think of
that was
song,
probably.
Every time I think of that song, I think of that movie.
Yeah, exactly. I always think of that scene when I hear that song. This movie introduced my goat, Puss in Boots, so it's obviously S rank for that reason. And Antonio Banderas, man, he's a very talented actor and brought that role to life. That's like one of his best roles ever.
Thanks to Mask of
probably his
Zorro.
most popular, if we're being honest.
It's funny because he originally played the Mask of Zorro, and Puss in Boots is basically a copycat, a copycat of that character, so easily more popular than that previous role that Antonio Banderas played.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, the comedy in this movie was a lot better. I love the dad in this movie because freaking even before he turned to a frog. And speaking of which, that scene where he dies and then he's about to say something and then he passes out.
Yeah, that's in the third movie. It's in the third movie.
I love that. I just love that scene. I love it. And just the shot of him dead. I can't. That dude is hilarious.
That character's dying is so funny.
Yeah. No, people dying in general. No. But also the scene where they're at the dining table and they're arguing, and then freaking Donkey PS5.
PS5.
I love that scene. That's one of the best scenes in the movie. What else? I love seeing the different forms of Donkey and Shrek. You know, their human forms, or horse and human form. And it was freaking cool, you know, them teaming up like that, and then actually seeing what Shrek would look like as a human. And then Prince Charming, I mean, I guess he was all right. I don't know. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do, be an a-hole, and you know, I'm handsome, be with me. I don't know. He was Prince Charming, I guess. I don't know. But I guess for like a parodied comedic version of Prince Charming, they did good. They did good.
He was fine in Shrek 2.
As for the villain, Fairy Godmother, I like her. I like her as a villain. I think it's an interesting choice of a villain, not in a bad way, but like, you know, I don't think that's what you would expect in for the sequel. You would expect it in a Shrek movie, but maybe not like directly in a sequel. I don't know how to put it, but she was good. I mean, she was a good villain. I still think Farquaad was a better villain. He was just more funny. He was more.
He has a better personality.
He's one of those. He's just one of those likable villains. Yeah. Fairy Godmother, like, she's not hateable, but she's not likable either. She's just like, she's just a villain. At least that's my opinion. And then Holding Out for a Hero, that scene, that is honestly the best use of that song in a movie ever. Like, when I hear that song, well, I guess now I think of two things. I think of that Shrek 2 and now the Mario movie. But they overuse that song for everything. It's only allowed for Shrek 2, alright?
Exactly. Stop using it for Knuckles or video game movies like Detective Pikachu, and use it for other movies. Like, come on, y'all. You'll never top Shrek 2 when they do that song.
Yeah. But, also I just love the chase scenes and, like, that fight scene where they're like in the factory, Puss in Boots, and I don't know. I like the
potion.
Yeah. I just like the different atmospheres and locations that they travel to. And I forgot what I was gonna say.
What about the factory
I don't know.
scene?
Oh, and the final scene with Viva la vida loca. That.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I hear that song, that's all I think of.
Also,
that if I were to do karaoke, that's my song.
Hey yo, that's a good one. I mean, you and I got to do a duo about that. Puss and Donkey, y'all. She's in a superstition, black cats and voodoo dolls. Okay.
Voodoo doll.
I'll take the donkey part. You'll take the Puss part.
I love that scene so much. That's
also speaking of Shrek 2.
Maybe my favorite scene.
I was gonna say and also on top of that, it's not related to the movie, but also can't forget about Far, Far Away Idol. Can't forget about that in Shrek 2.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Dude.
Were they all saying song covers
of
pre-existing songs, but Shrek characters singing it?
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, really. I mean, it's a great movie. It's funny. It's got a good message, about being okay with your true self. And I mean, that's kind of the whole thing with Shrek 1 and 2. Being okay with yourself and not being insecure and not listening to what other people think of you and how they paint you to be or how they want you to be. You just be yourself and be proud of it. Unless you're a murderer and an a-hole or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's a great movie. Great movie. I definitely am not complaining and understand why people like it more than the first. But I just think Shrek 1 has more. It just has a charm to it that I like more, that attracts me, that is more rewatchable to me. But second one is goated. S rank easily. Lesnar, stop! You're vibrating my phone.
God, you guys.
All right, S rank.
You guys almost made me choke. Damn it! Damn it, Lesnar! Good God, you almost killed me on stream, man. And I know people are gonna say, "Day's like, good day, just die already." It's like, y'all are trying to kill me before I start glazing about Shrek 2. I know we got other Dreamworks movies, but I need to get to my part. The one thing I will add for what Gabriel said about the ending, I will admit, it depends how you view it, but I guess some people can relate to what Puss in Boots says when Fiona and Shrek's like, "Midnight, the kiss, do you want to stay in human form forever?" And then Fiona's like, "Yes, I do want to be with you." But then when Shrek was about to make the kiss, she was like, "But only with the ogre I married." And then when Puss like, "You're not going to make me cry. You can't make me cry." I'm like, damn. Fiona's a true keeper, but not only that, that's his true love. Even if it's not real in a fairy tale setting or a real world, but man, Fiona is a keeper, man. Even when she gets puzzled that Prince Charming is trying to pretend to be Shrek, but she knows, I'm like, that's not the Shrek I remember. He will not act like this sassy and, try so hard to being a part of it. So, like I said, I think Fiona's a base chick, no matter if she's in human form and ogre form. So, either way, let me just get back to Shrek 2. Not only you made a sequel, well, in my personal opinion, better than the first movie, is the fact that you make the jokes 10 times funnier in the original film by comparison, which the first movie has some great jokes, but this one is peak comedy at its finest. And it's not just the main characters, even the side characters have funny moments. And yeah, I almost forgot, the side characters from Pinocchio, Gingy, the pigs, the Three Blind Mice, and the Big Bad Wolf actually got a little bit more to do in this sequel compared to the first one. And I do like the moment where they're watching Knights, which is basically a parody of Cops, where it's like, "Come on, throw the weight to your left, and it's so funny, okay, I know this is going to be controversial. Shrek gets arrested like how a white person gets arrested with salt and pepper spray. Donkey gets arrested like how a black dude would get arrested. And then Puss in Boots gets arrested in the Hispanic Latino way because of drugs, where he gets catnip, that's not mine. And it's so funny. I always find it funny as a kid when they just go rewind by saying, "I'm your husband, Shrek, now, ow, Nice, quick, rewind it, I'm your husband, Shrek, ow, ow." And then they pause, and then the fairy tale creatures just looked at each other when they took over Shrek's house. That was so funny to me as a kid. And like I said, the movie's still funny when it is right now. What do you think is the best Shrek movie? The one that I'm talking about right now, Shrek 2. But yeah, the best thing about Shrek 2 is not only they just up the antique and develop the characters a lot more, and it kind of reminds me what Gabriel said, Toy Story 2. It's we know these characters, we love these characters, and they develop. Shrek and Fiona, even Donkey gets some development from his changes, and the great new characters like Puss in Boots. But I will admit, during the depiction of Shrek and Fiona, where they literally had to go to Far, Far Away, which basically it's a parody of Los Angeles, aka a parody of Hollywood with all the billboards, and even when Donkey says, big rooms, movie stars. And honestly, when you play Funky Town, like, bro, like, we talked about the soundtrack for Shrek 1, but boy, Shrek 2 soundtrack from Accidentally in Love and a now to Funky Town. And, okay, I already talked about the eels in the first movie where they sing My Beloved Mustard. This song, for someone who still struggles with insomnia to this day, this song hits close to home when Shrek was like struggling to sleep, and then look at Fiona's personal diary. I need some sleep. You gotta put the old horse down. It's like, bro, this song is too real for me. Even though I'm not fat and old like Shrek, but this is so real for me. Shrek is me, bro. But either way, the best moment about when Shrek and Fiona try to introduce to each other when it comes to meeting the parents, it's like, great. It's that relatable aspect. Like, look, it doesn't matter if you're in a relationship or you're married. It's always good by saying, crap, I gotta meet the parents. And usually the dads are mostly the prick a-holes that won't approve you. So as funny as the whole scene is, I'm like, wow, this is quite relatable when you're being invited to a chick's house and trying to make sure if the parents like you, especially when it comes to the girls' dads in particular. And yeah, also another thing, the parents kind of like judge, and even Shrek judge each other by saying, no, they locked you in a tower, Fiona. It's like, oh, why would our daughter would just marry this disgusting ogre? And then the funniest scene is when Donkey decided to budget to the bad party. Like, it's so funny when Donkey's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Dinner is served. Never mind, I can wait. And then it's so funny when the chef comes in, he goes, bon appetit. And then Donkey's like, oh, Mexican food, that's my favorite. It's like, bro, Eddie Murphy's line delivery just cracked me up, man. And then, at least in the funniest moment where Shrek throws the roasted pig up, Shrek, Fiona, Dad, Mom, Harold, Donkey. And the music, it just went to the perfect time. Dun-dun-dun-dun, bum. And then the pig just went down to the table. And the one thing that it does a good job for Shrek and Fiona, like, it definitely, for an animated movie, it kind of depicts, like, not like divorce, but kind of like a marriage or relationship falling apart despite it's a fairy tale fantasy movie. So I'm like, yeah, I feel like the parents, or I guess like the older adults, could relate to that, even though the kids are just more into like the silly haha stuff. But then when we get to the fairy godmother, Prince Charming, it's funny that they got the good guy characters from Cinderella, and they're both the villains of the new movie. Like, it's kind of funny that when Prince Charming was first introduced, he technically was supposed to say Fiona, but he came out in the game where he literally wears a lunch lady, hairs nets, and then it was so funny when he gets to the big bad wolf where he goes, what? Princess Fiona? No! Where is she? She's on her honeymoon. Honeymoon? With who? It's like, bro, why is Prince Charming so zesty, bro? Other than that, I just think it's pretty hilarious. Do not watch the music video for Accidentally in Love. Yeah, bro, I know what you're talking about, Dwayne. I know what you're talking about. And yeah, someone mentioned this in the comments. Puss in Boots made a reference to Garfield where he goes, I hate Mondays. So yeah, I do like Puss in Boots as a character because, bro, I mean, technically it was my introduction knowing who Antonio Banderas was, which I know the character is basically a parody of The Mask of Zorro, which Antonio Banderas and Selma Hayek were a part of those movies. And then, what do you know, they're both in the Puss in Boots movie. But man, the fact that, you know, I was raised in a Hispanic family, so it was quite cool to see someone in Latino culture actually, like, you know, voice an anime character. And, you know, he brings out the best iconic lines like, fear me if you're there. Now ye ogre, pray for mercy from Puss in Boots. And it's funny when Shrek was, like, so pleasing to, like, Puss, like, he literally had to... The funniest moment when Donkey just kicked Shrek in the balls where he's like, did I miss? No, you got him. And then once when Shrek got so pissed, he goes, oh, I'll kill the cat. And then Puss just randomly just comes from a hairball where he goes, hairball, that is nasty. And then during the moment where Puss in Boots exposed the deal that it was Fiona's dad that wants to kick Shrek out of the castle, wants to pretend that he's on Shrek's side, but technically he wants to keep Shrek out of the kingdom because he made a deal with the fairy godmother, just like let Fiona and Prince Charming like be in a relationship. Because it's so funny when Prince Charming and the fairy godmother decide to take Harold, aka Fiona's dad, it's like far, far away from the castle, where she's like, some gender-confused wolf that's married to his princess while he's already married. Oh no, another joke that won't age well in 2025. Shut up. The movie came out in 2004, and it was good for around its time. And then they went to like a random drive-thru, and I was like, is this a parody of Burger King or Taco Bell? And then during the moment where Shrek was literally talking to Puss by saying, whoa, you're telling me that Fiona's dad told you to do this? The Rich King? See. And then he just randomly drops Puss because Shrek was having like that peer pressure, like, great, the dad doesn't approve me just because, you know, I'm an ogre and I made her to an ogre, and obviously she's my wife, I'm married to her, and now they're not accepting me who I am. But also, I like that the fairy godmother ties into like pretty much all of the characters, even Donkey himself, from Shrek to Fiona's dad to Fiona herself to even Puss in Boots. And before they went to the factory, at least in one of the funniest moments where Shrek tells Donkey, think about one of the most saddest moments in your life. And then Donkey's like, they're trying to hit me like a piñata. And what is a piñata? Anyway, Donkey, I need you to cry. And then Puss to step on Donkey so far. He's like, you really gotta make me sick, man. And I just think it was pretty hilarious. And then once they went to the factory and they try to get all the potions where Puss gets the happily ever after, not gonna lie, the potion drink, as a kid, I find it refreshing. I'm like, does it taste like Kool-Aid, Capri Sun, or like an energy drink? Like, when I was a kid, I'm like, can I taste it? I remember I had like a Shrek action figures and I literally had the happily ever after figure. And even as a kid, I tried to like, okay, this is going to sound dirty. I actually sucked on it and tried to bite by saying, oh man, it doesn't even taste like the potion in the movie. But I'm like, hey, I don't know, someone can take an aspect of it. But during the moments where Shrek and Donkey drink the potion themselves, and I almost forgot to talk about the whole sequence where they're being chased by the Robin Hood guys in the factory. Like, not gonna lie, when they play that one song that goes down, and once when they're having a race just to like take all the magic potions, and then all of the factory workers turn into like doves and birds, and my mind's like, why am I thinking Spider-Man 3 because of the 2005? And I almost forgot, Shrek parodied the upside down Spider-Man kiss scene during Accidentally in Love. I'm like, well, Spider-Man 2 and Shrek 2 came out in 2004. They're both peak sequels, and the difference is Shrek 2 made more money than Spider-Man 2 by comparison. But later on, when it gets to the final act where Shrek becomes human, I like that when I rewatch the movie, there's a lot of dirtier jokes when Donkey becomes a horse where he's like, alright, all we need to do is change some clothes. And the girls in the farm are like, or it's like, damn, they really want to see that old ogre dick, even though he's no longer an ogre anymore, because, you know, Shrek was attractive to all these chicks. And I like that Shrek becomes like a true chap where he's like, sorry ladies, but I already have a true love. So that kind of proves that both Shrek and Fiona are loyal towards each other, even if they don't know they changed their appearances due to the happily ever after potion. And the best thing about it is, during the part where Shrek and Donkey make their changes, it definitely gets to the iconic song of changes, face the same. It's like such an iconic song. And during the moment where Fiona finds Donkey as a horse, and then Donkey's like, right now we're sexy. And I like the joke where Puss was like licking his pussy, you know what he means, his private parts, like what a cat does, where Fiona's like, Shrek, is that you? And the Puss like, for you baby, I might be. I just think that was pretty funny from Boost. But then, during the moment where the fairy godmother traps Shrek, and then Prince Charming pretends to be Shrek, even though Fiona is basically saying, I don't know if this feels right, and then fairy godmother tries to manipulate Shrek after by saying, like, she's a princess, you're an ogre, and then she's like, I love her, but if you love her, just let her go. It's like, not gonna lie, during this moment where Shrek walks away, and he goes to the bar where Captain Hook was like, people just ain't no good, and then they're at the bar, it's like, bro, why does this feel so realistic in real life, where either one, your girl's not with you, or you got dumped by a girl, or your relationship doesn't work out, you're just at the bar drinking with your boys. If you're drinking leche, like Puss in Boots or something like that. And I will admit, it's like, damn, Shrek 2 is honestly a much more real movie when you get to, like, I don't know, serious, committed, or married relationships. So, makes sense why Shrek 2 is kind of like, you know, universally beloved when it comes to that aspect. And speaking of which, I almost forgot to talk about the evil stepsister who is voiced by Larry King, which I did not know that was Larry King the whole time, where he's like, who's the guys? Hey, what the long face? Anyway, R.I.P. to Larry King, who's a comic legend. The first one, in my opinion, I understand, but people say the second movie. Yeah, I don't know why, bro. But either way, the prison breakout scene, hilarious when the fairy tale creatures decide to break Shrek, Donkey, and Puss out. And like I said, the ladies' underwear, I'm wearing ladies' underwear. You're joking about that. Well, I'm not, certainly I'm not. And then the funniest moment where Shrek had the idea of making Gingy a giant clone named Mumbo. I like that during the far, far away, like, Plaza LA area, he grabs a Starbucks coffee where I think it's called Far, Far Bucks. There it is, Mungo, to the castle. For some reason, I actually find that pretty refreshing when Mumbo takes it. And like what Dwayne mentions in the comments earlier by the E.T. reference, yeah, as a mega fan of E.T., I did appreciate the be good. No, he needs me. Let me go. And yes, like what most people said, it gave us the best cover of I Need a Hero. So no matter if any animated movie, adaptation, whatever it wants to do, like, come on, you're never going to top Shrek 2. But the stakes when Shrek, Mumbo, and all the fairy tale creatures are trying to break into the castle, and the fact that Fiona's dancing with Prince Charming as the fairy godmother singing the best song, like, it feels like the Avengers Infinity War for 2000s kids was back in the day, because it's more like the will they succeed, won't they succeed when they fight over the magic wand. Like, the magic wand was like the Infinity Gauntlet in the final act of Shrek 2. All the fairy tale creatures do their best. It was funny when the fairy godmother slapped Pinocchio. He's like, "I'm a real boy!" And then he comes back to a puppet. And then when the pig was like, "I can fly! I see London! I see France!" And then just put one of the pigs to the window. It was funny as heck. And then during the moment where Donkey and Puss got the wand, and when Prince Charming kissed Fiona, they thought that Fiona drank the potion with the tea. But then I feel like Fiona's dad had a redemption arc by saying, "You know what, I have a change of heart that Shrek is actually a good eligible husband for my daughter." And basically, as funny as it was that the dad turns into a frog, it's funny when the dad defended Shrek before the fairy godmother got slapped, and then the fairy godmother turns into Bubbles, where she goes, "Ha!" And then when she explodes to Bubbles, I thought her final words would be like, "Oh dear." And then boom, she dies into Bubbles, Thanos way. And then the joke where they thought that dad dies until the third one, they're like, "Is he? Yeah." And then Gingy was like, "It croaked." And then it was kind of nice that Fiona's mom, who's voiced by Mary Poppins herself, Julie Andrews, still accepts, her husband as a frog. It's like, hey, if my daughter can accept Shrek, an ogre, to be her husband, I can accept you being a frog, so it can be like Princess and the Frog. And like we said, the ending, it's pretty wholesome, man, where Fiona and Shrek, he's like, hey, we could be humans forever, but it's like, no, I want to fall in love with the ogre that I first fell in love with. And like what Puss in Boots says, "You're going to make me cry." And I like Donkey's reaction by saying, "No, I was a sexy stallion, man, I don't want to be a horse." So I like that Shrek kind of like cheers Donkey up. Like, it's really great character development throughout all the characters throughout the film. And like what Gabriel says, the best cover of Viva Viva Loca. And it's funny that we never see the dragon throughout the whole movie, but Donkey's like, "I don't know, she got pretty moves. That's why I decided to move in with you guys." But now we understand Dragon was pregnant when Donkey and Dragon decided to make love to each other. And once when the Dronkies show up in the post-credit scene, I like that Donkey joke. "I gotta go get a job." It's like, yeah, it's an inside joke of unemployed dads need to get a job once you have kids, because, you need to have a job to put food on the table to feed the amount of kids you have. And then outside of the movie, Far, Far Away Idol, guess what? I own the soundtrack of Far, Far Away Idol, from "Burn, Baby, Burn, Hooked on a Feeling, That's What I Like About You, These Boots Are Made for Walking My Way." Like, all these licensed songs. And yeah, can't forget Prince Charming's "I'm Too Sexy for My Shirt." Like, all of these licensed songs, if you would have asked me, did I listen to it on the radio? Maybe, it depends on my parents, but no. I discovered these songs because of Shrek, so if it weren't for Shrek 2, or even the first one, I'll be like, I don't know this artist, I don't know who David Bowie is, I never heard of Burn, Baby, Burn, but Far, Far Away Idol, where they randomly just put Simon Cowell as one of the judges, and like I said, I did not know who Simon Cowell was, but other than that, Shrek 2 has a habit for celebrity guest stars, and the story is great, the comedy is great, even jokes that still may age well and don't age well. So I ramble too much about Shrek 2, but come on, it's pretty easy at this point. It is 100% NS tier as one of the best, not just best Shrek movies, but best DreamWorks animated sequels of all time. But now, as much as I glaze over Shrek 2, there's a notorious DreamWorks movie that a lot of people seem to hate, and it was after the success of Finding Nemo, and Will Smith was a part of it. It's none other than Shark Tale. Anyway, I ramble about Shrek 2. Does anyone want to ramble about Shark Tale in the meantime?
You got it. Good. You guys can go first.
Lesnar, please speak, because I need a break. Lesnar?
Okay, I guess I'll go.
All right.
Shark Tale. Listen, when I was a kid, I was obsessed with sharks, so I think that's what intrigued me to watch it. And I love it. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not like actually peak, but it's peak because of how funny and stupid it can be. Freaking Will Smith, he did pretty good in this movie. He was pretty funny. And
freaking yeah, we all wanted to hit that the fish with the big lips. No,
the Angelina Jolie fish. Yeah, I want her in my high C.
Yeah, yeah, she does look like her. I wanted what's the pink fish name? His girlfriend?
I know she's voiced by Renee Zellweger, but what's her character's name? Like, I know it's Renee Zellweger because, oh yeah, that's Jim Carrey's ex-girlfriend. What's her name? What's her character's name? It's, Angie. Yeah, Angie.
I always preferred her. Angie, she the GOAT.
Yeah, that's why I her.
Freaking, I mean, the fact that you got Jack Black as a shark.
Before
I mean, that's all I could ask for, really. That's peak on its own. I love I think what I love the most about the movie is like the dynamic between excuse me. Will Smith's character, Jack Black, their chemistry in the movie was funny.
Yeah,
something you wouldn't expect, but it worked, even though it was just voice acting, but still, it worked, and it was funny to watch, you know, seeing a fish, like, oh my gosh, a shark, evil, she's gonna kill me, and then he's like, no dude, I'm actually really chill, and then they team up, and then the whole scene where he's like, trying to make, Oscar, you know, Oscar the Shark Slayer, and then they're like pretending to fight, and then when Jack Black's character freaking gets hit, or gets thrown at the billboard, and then ah!
Curse you, Shark Slayer!
Yeah, I love that scene. And then, like I said, like the family dynamic with
his dad,
the sharks, you know, the dad,
who's voiced by Robert De Niro.
Yeah, their chemistry was just funny to watch. And then them at the restaurant, you're a good person. Oh man!
Can't forget about Mark Scorsese's character Sykes, the bufferfish.
Yeah, for sure. He's one of the best parts of the movie. Also the jellyfish, the two Jamaican jellyfish.
Yeah, the Jamaican guys.
I don't know. They look Jamaican.
They are.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a funny movie. It's fun. It's not peak, and not like a movie to take seriously. It's just a movie you put on to turn off your brain and have fun and laugh. And that's what I love about it. And, you know, the whole theme of sharks and fish, and they all get along, and not all the sharks are bad. Which I think is a good message in terms of, like, don't judge a book by its cover. But also because sharks in real life, not all sharks. This is kind of... Well, I wouldn't put all the blame on Jaws, but most of it is because of Jaws that people are afraid of sharks and think sharks are like these evil creatures. But that's not always the case unless they're hungry and you're in the middle of the ocean looking like a seal. I don't know. But most of the time, sharks aren't even like evil. They're not as vicious. Most of them are chill. It's only when they smell blood or when they're hungry.
Ooh,
that's when they get vicious. That's good. So I like the message of, you know, don't judge a book by its cover, and not all sharks are bad, which is true. Not all sharks are freaking man-eating creatures like in Jaws. But I don't know. To me, it's a fun movie. I love going back to that movie. That's like a movie that's... And we'll get to this later. It's like B-movie. It's a stupid movie, but it's so rewatchable, and I can't stop watching it. For me, at least.
So wait, where will you rank it?
I guess that's all I gotta say. I don't know.
Where will you rank it?
I would probably put it, oof. Oh. Would it? Would it be stupid to put it A rank?
Oh, like, guess what, Gabriel? You're not the only one. I think I see someone in the chat, like, puts it on an A or B tier, but I guess for you can put it on A tier.
I think I'll put it A rank. I don't care, bro. I love that movie.
I'm honestly, well, I don't know if Lester wants to speak next, but I'm going to spoil mine. I think I'm going to be on the same page as him. I think I'll be B just for that, but I don't know. Like, before I start rambling, Lester, do you want to talk about Shark Tale?
I can talk a little bit about this movie. Okay. Shark Tale. It's one of those movies that I watched on Cartoon Network. Uh, yeah. I mean, if any fans of the movie out there, like, cool. I think this movie. I think it's kind of funny for what it is. I only remember only a couple parts. Uh, yeah, the baddie fish. Ha 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 ha. Um, shoot, I do. Of course, Jack Black is my goat. Love him. Will Smith. He did do a pretty good job on it, on playing the character. Now anything else I do remember kinda, but I freaking but it's something that I do remember, but I don't know. I don't know I don't know how to really describe it, to be honest. I don't really got much to say from this movie, but I would mostly put it on a maybe a B tier, maybe.
Okay, so pretty much me, Lester, Dwayne, because even Dwayne's like, nah, that's too high, put it on B.
I don't give a fuck! I love that movie. I love it. I love it. I love it. Because it's stupid. It's a stupid movie, and I love stupid movies.
And also sharks, because, Gabriel loved sharks when he was a kid.
Yeah, I'm biased. Sharks, so get a grip.
Well, anyway, even though I already spoiled my ranking, but I'm just going to get to my thoughts. So, I know this movie put DreamWorks into a bad name, but honestly, I feel like Shark Tale is one of those DreamWorks movies that is yeah, people hated it back then, but then years later on, people have some appreciation towards to it. And I think the funniest thing is mostly the majority of the memes because, bro, let's not forget, I know this is not related to the movie, Oscar the Shark Slayer slapped Marty the Zebra at the Oscars because, Gloria, yeah, they do can't wait to see it. And then the Shark Slayer comes in, oh, sugar iced tea. Anyway, I thought that was too funny from the memes around that time from Shark Tale and Madagascar. But either way, Shark Tale. So of course, it was a no-brainer that they make the fishes to look like the actors. Oscar clearly looks a lot like Will Smith. And I remember watching this movie in preschool, and I remember there was this one kid that was a huge meat glaze of Will Smith, but saying, "Oh yeah, I like Will Smith. He was funny in the movie Men in Black." And technically, I was like, well, I remember during the promos of Shark Tale, one of the High C Juices has Angelina Jolie's character, which I think her name was Lola in the movie, and it's wow, no wonder she was the Jessica Rabbit fish. And around that time, I honestly wanted to get the drinks because I just want to taste the fish of Angelina Jolie as a fruit punch. And I almost forgot, this is the first DreamWorks movie that both Jack Black and Angelina Jolie did before they did Kung Fu Panda together, so how ironic. But as I continue on with the voice cast, I mean, look, outside of Will Smith, because even though, yeah, you can arguably say, yeah, it's just the actor just phoning it in, just get for a paycheck, but y'all, they're just being funny with their A game. Will Smith was pretty funny. I mentioned him numerous times where he does his take of does this, and the times where he often screams from the shark where they try to eat him, where he goes because he always does that scream during the episodes of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where he goes I don't know, bro. That was pretty funny. And yeah, like what Gabriel said, between the fishes of Angelina Jolie's Lola and Renee Zellweger's Angie, I mean, yeah, I will be honest, Oscar was pretty real of seeing how dedicated Angie was, that she actually gives a pearl to Oscar over a promise, but then he just spent it on just, for a race for the seahorses on that bet. But either way, it's so funny that you got Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, which those two guys are mostly known for making tons of movies together. They're often a lot more serious dark noir action movies for adults, and now they both agree in this movie. The one meme of the character Sykes where he goes up to his face up close. I'm bro, that's the meme material when the pufferfish comes in, and then when his voice comes in, and he's yo, 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 what up, dog's there's no way I'm seeing this white filmmaker trying to pretend to be a black person because he's hanging out with Will Smith. That's so uncanny. So I guess Martin Scorsese says Marvel's not cinema, but Shark Tale is cinema. And even the moment where Robert De Niro was playing the dad of Jack Black's character Lenny, it's so funny that he tries to convince him to the shark wants to be carnivorous, but then he wants to be different. And when the shrimp starts talking, once again, it's like we get required out. Oh, they're trying to eat us. True story. And then when Lenny decided to bring the sharks free, you're a good person. It's like, I don't know. That quote just kind of like gets stuck into my brain. And even the moment where, quote unquote, the brother of Lenny dies, I don't know why, but I just think Jack Black, the way he did, is like, oh, Frankie, no. And it's like, I know we're supposed to be sad, but I just can't help but to laugh at it because it's just how the way Jack Black's character is overreacting when his brother dies. And then, obviously, this movie's meant to, like, go to the trope by saying, yeah, opposites attract, just like what Shrek and Donkey does. Like, what? An ogre and a donkey can't be friends together. A fish and a shark cannot be, like, friends with each other. So, I don't know, bro. But either way, the one thing that is quite, pretty common for most of these Dreamworks movies, and I guess because of Shrek, they always have this one trope where the main character is often a prick to other people, but then gets to redeem himself becoming less of a prick. But also, I think Shark Tale is technically the first Dreamworks movie that has this trope of a main character basically creates a lie, and that lie is, oh yeah, I'm this better version of myself. This is my persona, where I'm not a loser failure. And then later in the act, it becomes a twist by saying, oh yeah, I'm not the persona, I'm not a shark slayer. And I think because of Shark Tale, this became the norm in like other Dreamworks movies, including the great ones and the bad ones I will get to. So either way, even though as much as the voice cast is very much capitalized after the success of Shrek, and the movie, it's stupid, it's so bad that it's good. So like I said, it's not peak, it's not great, but like what Dwayne says, the Car Wash song, bro. Every time I think of Car Wash, I just think of that movie. I'm at the car wash, yeah. So either way, even though it's kind of like DreamWorks' attempt of like having their own Finding Nemo, but obviously Finding Nemo is a much better movie than Shark Tale, but as a comedy for like a fish out of water, and hey, it's the guy from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and there's the guy from School of Rock, and you got all these celebrities from adult movies, kids movies all at once, so I would say Shark Tale would be on B tier just for guilty pleasure reasons, so yeah, that's where I would rank that. So, before we move on to Madagascar, let me read the comments so far. Some are stupid in my opinion, but some are pretty interesting. Never watched Shark Tale. Good distinction for my part. F tier because it's honestly the worst DreamWorks film, but it's better than Megamind Doom Syndicate. Oh yeah, you're probably wondering why I decided to not You're probably wondering why I did not put Megamind 2. Not because the movie's stupid, because it's not a movie produced by DreamWorks, so I didn't include it. Shark Tale could have been a movie focused about Jack Black's character, but no, every 2000 movie has to be a Will Smith movie, because bro, I mean, ever since Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Men in Black, Wild Wild West, bro was like dominating Hollywood around that time. I'm thinking that DreamWorks did not bring Patrick Stewart for it, because that wouldn't make any sense to have a old man voicing a British guy. But yeah, on the topic of Madagascar, another banger hit, another nostalgia class for Madagascar. Anyone wants to talk about the first OG Madagascar back in 2005, 20 years ago from now?
Lesnar?
Yeah, Gabriel, Lesnar, anyone?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's the original Madagascar. We're going to talk about that now.
Oh, okay. Alright. Yes. Madagascar. I like to move it. Move. Fuck.
Move it.
Shoot. Where do I begin with this movie? Like, just the beginning, dude. I love this movie a lot. Like, once again, the comedy is goated. Like, what, get Jalen in here? He loves glazing Madagascar. He thinks How to Train Your Dragon is overrated. Alright, bro.
No.
Should we get Jalen in here? I think we should.
Over Madagascar. Or no, wait. What am I saying? He prefers Madagascar over How to Train Your Dragon?
Apparently he does.
I might cry.
Say what?
Let's talk to him later about it, bro. Anyway, frick. Madagascar, dude. I like the characters. Yeah, they're typical zoo animals, dude. But they're the best squad. The cast definitely goated. And Shrek, alright, bro.
Get out of here.
He's gonna have to tell us why. But anyway, Alex the lion. I aside from him showing off and basically in the entire movie itself, I like how he kind of develops his character throughout the entire through the other ones. Marty, it's Chris Rock. He's gonna be funny either way. The voice itself. Yeah. Gloria, oh my gosh. Yeah, dude, she's a hippo, dude. And,
Would you? Would you?
Yeah.
Yes, you would.
Wait, what?
Hit it. Hit that Glory booty.
Oh. I mean, shoot, bro. She's a freaking hippo, bro.
But she got cake, though.
I mean, Melman would hit, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's the perfect depiction of a skinny boy and a fat girl relationship, so that's kind of funny to think about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And the Penguins. I love the Penguins. Where do I start with that? Skipper's the GOAT. Private's my GOAT. Kowalski, Kowalski, Rico, everyone's goated, bro. Like, no, and why do you think they got their own show and movie? We'll get to those later. Man, I love their dynamic. I love the dialogue. I love the jokes, the comedy, and everything. Like, what I'm saying is obviously just the most basic shit, but like, still, the Lemurs, King Julian. Oh man, that dude is hilarious. Like, Sacha is the best actor to be casted in this role, and let's see the other ones. Friggin' Mort. Oh man, that little fuzzball. And Maurice, bro, all of them. I love this movie, man. Like, and I love how it's like for Alex, basically, at first he's like the show off, like lion dude that's like he calls himself the king of the zoo or whatever, and then later he goes like feral and tries to eat his own best friend until like he gets confronted, and then like he chills out, and then like freaking learn each other's values until like they get stuck into the wild Disney.
Wild?
Yeah. And also freaking What a Wonderful World.
What a wonderful world.
I see trees and sun.
You're biting my butt.
Red roses too. I see 'em blue for me and you.
And the freaking baby animals die when that sequence is happening.
Oh, if I had to rank this movie, oh man, shoot. I want to rank it at least A, because I just love it so much.
That's a pretty valid one.
Yeah, A.
Hey, Tutor. So I guess that's all for your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm rambling at this point. I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, but before we move on with either me or Gamer, I'm just gonna read the comments. Alright, gotta go to bed. Good night, guys. No, Dwayne. Put the Puss in Boots comment. Bye, guys. I just think
Puss in Boots' fat cousin.
Yeah,
Bye,
Puss in Boots' overweight cousin. Bye, guys. Garfield. That's funny. But yeah, y'all don't take the chat seriously. Like, we're not ending it. It's just an inside joke that you guys don't know. But anyway, Gabriel, do you want to go next, or do you want me to talk about Madagascar?
I could talk about it.
Alright, go ahead.
We'll get to it. I don't know. I'm just gonna say I don't know where I'm gonna rank this, but
Yeah, let's just put A for him.
freaking love it. I love this movie. I think it's kind of a shame where, I guess where it ended off, like where that franchise is now, or where it ended. I don't know. It didn't really feel satisfying, I guess. I don't know. But that's for later. For the first movie, I think it's just fun. I don't know. It's a lot of fun. I think the cast has great chemistry.
Used to be.
That, yeah, good point.
Of course.
Freaking Alex the Lion, man. He's the GOAT.
And what I like about the first movie a lot is how they get to know each other and how they become a team and work together and how different they are. And I don't know, I love that kind of thing where like at first the group is like, dude, what's wrong with you? You're weird. Da, 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 da. And then later on they become friends and a family. So it's got that kind of chemistry, and I really like it. And it's comedic. Got good comedians involved.
A lot of them.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is about the animation. Even though it looks older, I honestly kind of like that. Like the style of animation that they went for, or what it looked like back then compared to the other films. The other films definitely improved the animation, that's for sure. Yep. It looks better.
Oh yeah.
But I really like the first movies, like old looking style. I don't know.
Back in 2005.
I just really liked it. Freaking Marty walking down the street.
And then him staring at that. Also, that scene where he's staring at a woman with a zebra outfit. I'm like, yeah, Marty, I see you playing.
Yeah.
I see it.
I love that scene. I just love overall like how they escape from the zoo, and explore the city and all over the world.
To New York.
Yeah, and. Like Lesnar said, you know, the penguins, they're the goats, and they're so so lovable that like I don't know, like they obviously we got the Penguins movie and then the show, like we know they could stand alone by themselves without the main cast, but that's what's so great about them. They work well with the main characters and then by themselves, and they're just great characters. They're just like the main four. They all have great chemistry, and then the Penguins, all four of them have great chemistry. It's like it's too good. And then you go to King Julian, and I'm forgetting names. Maurice. Yeah, Maurice. Both M's, by the way. But yeah, like their chemistry, they're like funny, dynamic, and Mort with his stupid foot fetish. It's so stupid, but it's just funny. I love Mort. Everybody loves Mort. Give him a movie now.
Give me banana.
You know what?
Maurice is real. He's a real one. He really is.
Yeah, he is.
The entertainer.
He must be getting paid good if he's still putting up with King Julian.
Yeah.
And King Julian obviously is, I mean, bro, he's just, you gotta love the guy. He made lemurs popular.
Yeah, he is the main reason.
Well, ring-tailed lemurs.
Ringtail, is that my code name?
Ringtail. Skipper's nickname for him in the show.
Yeah, that's it. Ringtail,
Yeah.
Is that my code name?
Ringtail. Oh my gosh. His accent, the way he acts, his laugh. And then, like, how crazy he acts in, like, the most stupid situations. I love this guy, man. And then that scene, are there any live people? No, only dead ones. And then obviously the iconic song, I like to move it, but his version, which is oddly better than the original song.
Yeah, from real.
I like the original song, but the King Julian version is somehow just more elite. It is the best version of that song. Just for a simple scene where they're all freaking partying in the jungle. I love it, man. That song will forever be the theme song of Madagascar.
This franchise, for sure. It always, it's funny that all the movies, except for Pigs of Madagascar, I guess, all three movies end with that song in particular.
Exactly, it's the theme song. And I love the part, the freaking part where they, like, crashed on the beach, and then, Melman, San Diego.
This time I'm 40% sure.
Sandy.
What sound does a snake make?
What's the name of the scorpion SpongeBob? Sandy?
Yeah. I love that scene where they crash on the beach and then they're all like freaking out and stuff. Oh, sugar honey iced tea.
Oh, sugar honey iced tea.
Dude, I didn't get that when I was a kid. I don't think any of us did. But
we know why he said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's family friendly. We gotta keep it PG.
No, dude, say the word.
I don't know. Just I love the adventure they go on. They're dynamic. All the different dynamics and teams and groups of people. It's just a lot of fun. It's such a fun movie. Like, it's a sit down. You don't know what to watch. You want to eat a snack. You want to eat pizza or something. That's like a good movie to put on just to have a good time.
Literally.
Where I would put this, that's hard. Because it's personally my favorite Madagascar movie. I'm probably sure most people prefer the second, and I understand that.
Or third for some of those that like it.
I don't know. The first one just has a certain charm to it and a vibe that I just freaking love, and it's just a lot of fun. I think I'll put it on. Oh, this is hard. This is freaking hard.
Because for Lesnar, he puts A.
At this point, I'm gonna put all the Madagascar films in A.
Yeah.
Man, it's not as good as the ones we mentioned in S, but it's really good at the same time. I guess I'll put it A. I'd have to put it A.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna go spoil and ramble like why it's on A2. Like, even though, sure, yeah, El Dorado might be like a much better animated movie, but I just feel like I'm more entertained by Madagascar. And yeah, funny, it's been 20 years since the original film came out. But before I get to my ramble, let me just read the comments real quick. 2005 was a great year for Dreamworks because they released two of my favorite movies, Madagascar and Wallace and Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Yeah, which I am going to talk about both of those movies. I wouldn't say it's the best year, though, because there's other Dreamworks movies that has, like, more active years. Let me read this other one. I think Madagascar is a perfect trilogy, so is How to Train Your Dragon. Shrek didn't stay as a trilogy. We don't want Shrek 3 movies are the best trilogy. Do you know that the original working title of Madagascar is called The Wildlife of the Island, the original back in 2001? I believe so when I was looking behind the scenes that it originally wasn't going to be called the original title. It reminds me of Madagascar 2 was originally going to be called Great Escape for some reason and not Escape to Africa. So let me just read this other one. It's crazy that the Disney would rip off Madagascar. Yeah, The Wild, and nobody talks about The Wild after that. I used to like that when I was a kid, but I'm like, yeah, DreamWorks obviously copies Disney, and now Disney does the same. But the difference is at least Madagascar got sequels, while The Wild did not from Disney. The Will.I.Am version I'd like to movie. The second movie, I mean, I'll talk about the second movie. We have time for it, but that's honestly my favorite cover of the song. And then last comment, the Oshogranesti was changed to Wednesday in the Latino dub, which is Marcelo, so Marty said the S word in multiple languages in different regions. Because, you know, in dub, you could just get away with making your own improvised joke with it. So let me drink some aqua so I can speak. Muchas gracias, Aquafina. So Madagascar, peak comedy. And the reason why it's peak comedy, because it's just like Shrek. It's one of those movies that you just don't expect, like, wait, a movie that has talking zoo animals and talking wild animals, that seems like one of the most dumbest movies I've ever heard. But then, just like Shrek, the majority of these comedy actors from Ben Stiller, Chris Rock, Jada Pinkett Smith, David Schwimmer, I'm like, I don't know any of these people, but now as I got older, I'm like, yeah, I know Chris Rock from this movie, I know I feel like this was the first Ben Stiller movie before I seen him in Night at the Museum, and then Jada Pinkett Smith, the wife of Will Smith, yada yada yada, David Schwimmer, oh my gosh, it's Ross from Friends. Yeah, most people will know him from that. Well, either way, about the movie itself, I remember I watched this movie a lot when I was a kid. I watched it on DVD. I always find the opening sequence where Marty's just like being Tarzan, the penguins are flying, and then Alex just jump scares. Surprise! Ah! I always thought that was funny to me as a kid, including the moment where it's kind of funny. Like, once again, it's that same DreamWorks trope with Shrek and Donkey. It's like, wow, so you're having a lion and a zebra being friends with each other, but in real life, lions eat zebras. But since they're zoo animals and they kind of act like roommates in a way, so I kind of like find that dynamic pretty funny. And even as a kid, I always wanted to see Alex and Marty cross over with Shrek and Donkey because they kind of similarities. But at least the difference between Shrek and Donkey, Shrek was annoyed by Donkey, but Alex and Marty were like, yeah, we're best bros for life. And like we said, I mean, DreamWorks has a habit for having not just comedic star talent to voice these characters, but their licensed songs from Buggy Wonderland. I like the fact that the 4 characters, like Alex is definitely the more show-off celebrity star fame. Marty's just more like the underdog but secretly talented zebra where he does the water spitting and the fizzing. Not gonna lie, as a kid, I even do the same thing where he kind of like spits throughout his teeth. I'm like, not gonna lie, that was kind of fun to do as a kid. And then for Gloria Melman, I like that Melman. Okay, he's basically Ross in giraffe form. But the funniest thing is, he's so obsessed about doctor medications because, he aspires to become a doctor that during the scene where he has a cone on his head, and then during the moments where Alex gets steak, which, by the way, this movie got my introduction of loving steak. It's like, man, steak is good, but the movie, like, especially in the original Madagascar film, it looks so good to munch on. And he gets to Marty's, and then Gloria's obviously a big fat hippo. Smash her pass. Obviously smash because she has a big booty. But anyway, jokes aside, I do like the fact that Hans Zimmer's, yes, the Hans Zimmer, does the score for this movie where it goes dun 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 dun, which I think Madagascar 2 made a whole reference to Ain't Nothing in the Universe and You're My Friend, but I'll talk about the sequel later on. But back to the original film, it does have funny moments where, before I get to talk about the side characters, but during the moment where Marty has this big birthday wish where he wants to go to the wild, and then basically Melman chokes on the birthday blowing thing, and then when they wish him a happy birthday, where Melman's like, oh yeah, that's my thermometer, motherfucker, and Marty almost said the cuss word, and then when they made the joke about the, you look like a monkey, and you smell like one too, the British chimpanzees, Phil and Mason, I say, get up there, you stupid monkey. And yeah, like what the boy said, the penguins, bro, Skipper's too iconic, and all the 4 characters, just like the main animal cast have great chemistry, but the penguins together, just smile away, boys, smile away. Kowalski, pause record, and then got the split book cast. But what should I do, Skipper? Private, I just want you to be cute and cuddly. Rico, take another one. Like I said, they're just so funny that no wonder they got their own spin-off show and movie. And even the moments when they're on the boat where they slap the captain and shut him up, moo moo, and then slap him over, and then after that he slaps hard by saying, that is the reason, give me results, and then Private just like, I don't know, pushes the button, it's like, I did it, Skipper, and then when they miss the boat, that's the least of all the main animals just going out of the crates, and yeah, during the New York sequences, and yeah, I almost forgot, when Alex was singing Frank Sinatra's New York, New York, I didn't know it was a song based on Frank Sinatra where Alex and Marty's like, come on, to the words, New York, New York, and then they disrupt the whole zoo animals, and the funniest moment once when Marty escaped to aspire to, like, be a part of the wild, I like that Alex drives the phone, he's like, hello, give me missing animals, we already lost zebra, and then the humans were like, hello, hello, wait a second, they can't call the people, and then Alex just removes the telephone, just gets out of the side. That was just so random, but too funny. And then when they break out, like what Gabriel said, the Bee Gees, when Marty was looking at that one chick that goes, down, 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 no, you can't blame Barney for that. And then wacky shenanigans happened where they went to the subway train, scared a dude, and then they went to Grand Central Station, and then the freaking nanny woman beats up Alex, and then the funniest moment when all the zoo animals got break loose, the penguins and the monkeys, where they got break loose into the Grand Central Station. We've been running out, boys. And then once when the monkeys were like being held with guns, he literally tells the British deaf monkey, if you have any pool, fake it now. And then during the moment where Alex got tased by the door, it gets to one of the most acid trip sequences where he goes, I love you guys. I love you so much. Who can take the sunlight? When they play the Candyman moment, like every time a Gloria does the firework and smashes to the screen, as a kid I'm like, is this like 3D or am I high on crack? And then I just pretend to get hit with the TV. And then when they went to Madagascar, to the island, it's like what Gabriel said, the funniest moments is when Alex tries to break Mel, where he goes, giraffe on a stick, and then after that Gloria comes in, kicks Alex, and then Marty actually got free of swimming on dolphins, and then funny comedy moments where it goes, do 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 do, Marty, Alex, Marty, oh sugar honey iced tea, As a kid, obviously I did not know what he meant by sugar iced tea, but if you put the first letters of that cuss word, yeah, you know what he meant. And then, when we get to the lemurs, I mean, come on. King Julian is the GOAT. He say hello to the New York Giants. So, King Julian and the lemurs themselves. And like what Gabriel said, basically this movie, I mean, it's literally titled after the island Madagascar, and that island in real life is surrounded by a bunch of lemurs that even Morgan Freeman made a whole documentary knocking it by saying, lemurs of Madagascar, they all need to have a place in the circle of life. And ringtails are popular because of King Julian, and the funniest thing is the Fusas where they come in, where the lemurs freak out by saying, the Fusa! The Dorado monkey, the Fusa! It's so funny that they decided to like shout that like 2-3 times throughout the entire movie, including the moment where Alex actually reunites with Gloria, Melman, and Marty, and then when Marty comes in, and the funniest moment where Alex just goes, "Hi there," and then Marty basically acts like that one child that basically gets a
Hi there,
and then Marty just cries every he goes, ooh. It's just so hilarious of how they do their comedic timing, and then it does get more trippier when Alex and Marty decide to like debate with each other. It's kind of like Shrek and Donkey in a way where, you know, it's kind of like in real life where you have that one best friend that you were super close with, and then he's like, oh, I have the better shades, and then Marty just make his own club with the roof. And the moment where Alex decided to make a whole Statue of Liberty made out of bamboo, and the funniest thing is when Melman accidentally burned it down, Alex was like, you maniac! You burned it up! Darn you! Darn you to heck! So obviously he does want to say hell, but guess what? When Alex was trying to do an SOS sign man out of bamboo, it just went from help to hell. So I'm like, even though Alex never said the word, but literally the letters behind him literally says it when the P falls down to an L where it says hell. And when Alex says, like, darn you to heck, I thought the Lady Liberty was going to talk by saying, oh, sorry, I just got burned. I don't know, as a kid, I was just thinking, like, oh, I thought I was going to talk in return for Alex. But either way, the one moment where Alex is kind of like daydreaming, having steak all around, it's like, bro, the steak looks so delicious in real life. And then when he's like licking his butt, because, yeah, it just gets to the moment where the lemurs get very sicko by saying, hey, this lion is a carnivore and you guys are herbivores. Don't you think this lion's going to eat you? And once when Alex is being loose to the wild, he kind of just went out of character. And it's kind of funny that kind of leads up where Alex kind of like wants to live up to like being the king of New York City, but being the king of the jungle, like what a real lion should be. And during the moment where he does like a pure aura lion roar, and then once when he bites Marty, he goes, excuse me, you're biting my butt. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. And then it's kind of funny that Alex just kind of lost himself where he kind of sees everyone's sick. Do I look like a big giant and juicy me of you? Yeah. You see, that's why I told them, oh, what's he say? Oh, yeah. He's gone savage. Run for your lives. And then during the moment where a coconut literally just falls to his head, thanks to King Julian and Maurice, is the fact that Alex is kind of like having an existential crisis, just like, what's the matter with me? I'm a monster. And then like what the boys talk about, like, I see trees of green, red roses too, where Alex is like having the moments where he's getting hit through the mountains, and then Marty, Melman, and Gloria are wondering like the wild's a lot more dangerous as it is, where animals do die because, you know, that's the circle of life. Including when the dog was trying to like be saved from the critters and the alligator just eats him. That was cruel but funny. But every time I think of What a Wonderful World, I just immediately think of the original movie. But I like that, even though despite it's a comedy, at least there's like some character developments, more specifically to both Alex and Marty themselves, where it's like, Alex, you can't bite me, like, I'm your best friend. And I like when the Fusas start chasing him, Alex kind of like plays the tactic by saying like, yeah, let me just become a wild animal, not just to be like, you know, because I'm a lion, just to fool these Fusas. And then the moment where Gloria, Melman, and Marty trying to act along. And the funniest moment, this is a funny meme on YouTube where Gloria just sat on the Fusas like, you want some of this? And then some dude's like, that should have been me! And it's like, bro, I feel like this meme honestly like spawns a lot of funny moments with the jokes. And last but not least, once when the penguins and the lemurs decide to team up at the end and they try to feed Alex like sushi, I like when Rico decided to dice the sushi and he goes, fight! And every time as a kid I'm like, so is that what fish looks like? And then it's like, yeah, the kitty likes the fishy. And during the moment where Alex, Marty, Gloria, and Melman assume that they were going to go to New York, I like that Private tells Skip by saying, Skip, should we tell him that the boat's not working? Nah, just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. So, even though this movie does have like some character arc developments between Alex and Marty, including the other characters in later sequels, I will say this. It's not, S tier because it doesn't have that like big emotional turkey or mature topics like other DreamWorks movies. But as a comedy, for what it is, for a bunch of random zoo animals that went to the wild, it's so darn entertaining to watch. So easily A tier for me when it comes to Madagascar. So yeah, anyone else in the chats? Yeah, they're just calling the movie. Pills or drugs. Oh, okay, I see. Anyway, we're done talking about Madagascar for now because once when we talk about franchise movies, there's more to talk about. And now for the next movie, Wallace and Gromit. Anybody have any words about Wallace and Gromit? The Curse of the Were-Rabbit?
Wallace and Gromit for me, it's nostalgia. It's mostly nostalgic for me, to be honest.
All right, go ahead.
I don't remember many plots, but I just watched the movie yesterday, just because they put on the TV. But yeah, it's nostalgic. I don't really remember much in that film.
That's it. It's like,
and I also don't know what.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, exactly.
So, in other words, you kind of see it, but you don't at the same time.
Yeah, I kind of remember just a little bit, but like I was a kid, so it's like those movies where you're at a daycare and they put on the TV and you know.
Same here too.
Yeah. So yeah, just I don't know where to rank it. Wherever y'all rank it, then that.
I don't have too much to say about it, but I do have little, unless Gabriel says something about Wallace and Gromit, Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
I don't really. I know I watched it. I just don't really remember.
Alright, so I guess you're on the haven't seen it yet.
You could put it there.
Well,
I know I have seen it. I can't remember enough to say anything.
Alright,
you could put it
so
there.
I'm going to be honest. I don't have a lot to say about it compared to Madagascar Shrek, but here's what I'll say. So technically this is the only movie, if I'm not counting the shorts, this is like the only big movie installment of Wallace and Gromit. I have not seen the new one since this is the only one by Dreamworks, but I remember I saw a promo of this movie when I got Madagascar on DVD, which the DVD for Madagascar speak. Well, on to Wallace and Gromit. So I'm aware that's basically just a parody of the werewolf story, but said Wallace turns into a giant were-rabbit. And I do like Gromit. I think Gromit's the GOAT because, I love dogs, and he kind of reminds me of Snoopy in a way, but Snoopy never had a voice, so I like Gromit, like whatever he does just to help Wallace and the rabbits, which I think that was pretty nice. And Wallace, typical British guy, like, Gromit, old pal, trying to use my inventions. I love me, my crackers and cheese. So yeah, I think Wallace and Gromit are a nice dynamic duo together, which, obviously, I was born and raised in America. I don't know much about the cultural impact that they were super popular in the bloody UK with all of the Wallace and Gromit shows from Allman Studios. So, either way, yeah, I guess because of the movie I was aware that they were pretty popular because, it's the same country and company that makes this, but I wasn't aware that DreamWorks is going to make a film about it. So I will say this, I think this movie surprisingly has dark themes, including when the villain wants to kill Wallace in the were-rabbit form. And since it's made by a British armament studio, of course we expect a lot of British type of jokes, a lot of slapstick humor, including like adorable cute animals that you see straight from Shaun the Sheep. So like I said, I don't have anything much to say about it. I think it's probably might go on the C tier list because I wouldn't say it's like, great or anything, but I just think it's a pretty decent watch for like if you want to know the style of Artman. I think the lead characters are nice and the Rare Rabbit stuff's pretty goofy, but I can't say it's like, on the rewatch value when it comes to like, other movies. And even though this is technically the second Artman movie, there's another Artman movie I want to talk about for Dreamworks, which would be the third and final one, but just talk about Wallace and Gromit, I think it's an okay movie. I think it's pretty fine, but yeah, that's all I can really say about it. But then when it comes to Over the Hedge, if we have a certain someone, and I'm referring to Trevin, if he was here, he would have glazed the heck out of Over the Hedge. So does any of you guys have to talk about Over the Hedge?
I don't really have to say too much, because to be honest with you, I've only seen it one time, but I did really enjoy it. That movie is a lot of fun. It's funny. It's got an art style that just makes the characters even funnier. The voice acting, the delivery, and I don't know. It's just a fun, funny movie. I love when you're getting chased by the dog or whatever, going through the fences. Yeah. And then pest control.
By Sandman, Thomas Hayden Church as Dwayne, the Terminator.
I didn't think he could play a character that funny, but he made it funny. He did a good job.
Who would have thought Sandman would be funny?
The villains, I know
She's
it's intentional.
Karen.
Like they're supposed to be, yeah, like it's pretty much a Karen. Like she's annoying.
Don't forget the
but
bear.
That's like, yeah, the bear was funny. The Karen though, she was annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say. I remember watching it. The first time I watched it was like in a clinic or like a hospital or something.
Oh yeah.
And it was I don't know. It was just I couldn't get my eyes off of it. It was just a very funny movie. It's one of the best DreamWorks movies, to be honest. I feel like it doesn't get talked. I mean,
nowadays I only see memes about the
underrated.
turtle when he's like chewing on the thingamajig.
Yeah.
But other than that, it doesn't really get talked about much. It's a shame because it's a goated movie, and I think, I think I'll put it. If we're gonna keep Madagascar at A, I'm gonna keep it at A.
So I'm guessing you're gonna put Over the Hedge on A tier.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty high. I was debating either A or B, but Lesnar, what about you?
Honestly, everything that Gabe said, just like Gabe, I've only seen the movie like once.
All right, well,
I remember a few things, but honestly, I do agree with him. A tier.
All right, so nothing much from you. So I'm just saying, if Trevor was here, he would have glazed the heck out of it. He would have easily put this on the S tier. But for me, I want to put it on S tier. I was originally going to go A and B, but let me just go ahead. So I think I saw this movie once in preschool, and then I rewatched it again in 8th grade. Yes, in 8th grade. I watched it when I used to have friends during the moments where RJ, the raccoon, and I think the turtle's name is Vern, I think it could be one. I don't know, like the turtle where they're both being chased by the stupid dog by the fence. And I think the funniest thing is like whenever they're getting chased, one of my foreign friends by saying, "Hey, it's Scooby-Poo," and then the other guy was like, "Jacob, shut up, it's not funny." So I got pretty obscure memories of watching that movie with other people around my age, both preschool and 8th grade. So either way, I'm just gonna put like Over the Hedge. It's not a great DreamWorks movie by any chance. I was originally going to put it on B tier, but I just think in terms of, like, it's basically just a low-budget Madagascar. Like, as always, you got your big A-list cast. You got freaking Bruce Willis, John McClane for the Die Hard movies, which, funny enough, Jim Carrey was actually considered to voice the raccoon before Bruce Willis was cast. And I believe this was the movie that got me introduced to knowing who Steve Carell was. And yes, someone put in the comments right now where Steve Carell voices Hammy the squirrel, who was, obviously the Marin Horniers, and obviously Groove and Despicable Me. But I believe this was his first voiceover role before those movies were mentioned. And I think Hammy was probably my favorite character in the movie because, Steve just made the character like so fast, more witty by saying, "I like the cookie. I'm a rabbit squirrel. I want me some cookies." And let's not forget the slow motion scene, which, when by the ending when the bear, Dwayne the Verminator, and the Karen chick were like all in slow motion, Hammy used the Quicksilver moment, which, by the way, I believe Hammy is the one that started the whole slow motion sequence before Quicksilver did it, the Flash did, and even before Sonic the Hedgehog as well. So Hammy did it first, thanks to Over the Hedge. And before I get to talk about Dwayne, for a small side character, and I guess I gotta give props to Trevin by saying, like, bro, I never would expect Sandman from Spider-Man 3, Thomas St. Church, just to pull off a funny performance out of this Verminator character where he goes, "Stand down, sister, possum, porcupine, no, reptile." And then during the moments where he tries to, like, take down the animals, "Buenos dias, reptile." And then the funniest moments when him and the Karen chick and the bear were like over the hedge, and once when Hammy did the slow motion things where the memes where his face goes, "The D Pelter Turbo, prepare for a lot of stinging," and then boom, they just explode, and the Karen gets arrested, and then he's like, "Get her," and then bro still gets away with it when he gets arrested. But you want to know what's peak about Over the Hedge? The songs from Ben Folds. Like at the very beginning when RJ was trying to struggle with getting food and family, where the song goes, "It's not the first, might be the last, 'cause I've always got a family of me." Like, that song was peak, but the song during the sequence where RJ and the furry forest animals, still animals, where it goes, you don't stop the pain in the West One, never stops, da 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 da. And I forgot what's the name of the song in the end credits where it goes, ba na bow 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 bow, ba na bow 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 bow. It's like, yeah, I think the songs for Ben Folds in this movie's pretty fire. And yeah, I mean, Wanda Sykes is a talking skunk way before she become Sid the Sloth, grandma on Ice Age 4. She was pretty funny where this random cat falls in love with the skunk where she goes, no, Stella, don't get away from me, Stella! And the Verminator decides to catch the cat, which I thought that was pretty funny. And the turtle, who's voiced by Gary Shandling, rest in peace to that guy, it was quite funny where he tries to like make the distraction to save Hammy from the Cookie Scout girls, and then when you see like Vern's butt cheeks, and then the girl's like, ew, wow, nasty, yeah! So, I will say this, like, Over the Hedge is not like top tier DreamWorks movies, but since, you know, the boys are going along with A tier, and even though it's basically low budget Madagascar, but except it's like furry local animal creatures and not just zoo wild animals, so I will say this, I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't say it's like it's better than El Dorado or Madagascar, but I say like in terms of like for the comedy and some of like the meme-worthy material, I say we'll go for an A tier. But now, just like we talked about the lasting of the 2D animated movies, this is the last, well, not the last Aardman movie, but the last DreamWorks produced Aardman movie, which is none other than Flushed Away. Does anyone have any words on the final DreamWorks Aardman movie, Flushed Away? Flushed Away.
To me, this movie feels like a fever dream. Like I remember watching it when I was young, but then I also I can't explain it. It just feels like a fever dream. But I liked it. I mean, I liked that particular like animation and art style and whatever with the clay and how they made these films and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
Hugh Jackman, that's the goat.
I thought it was like an interesting concept. Like people would look at that and be like, well, that's gross. Going to the sewers and down a toilet.
Can't forget the Finding Nemo.
This guy is a rat.
Can't forget the Finding Nemo joke. Can you help me find my dad?
Oh yeah. And then like when he's in the sewer, like I just kind of like the way they designed it, the way they designed the atmosphere, all the locations and different places and characters and how gross some of it would look, and then it was just a very adventurous movie, and I don't know, it's kind of weird, simple, but it works, and it's almost like an American version of like a Studio Ghibli film. It kind of has that sort of vibe to it, like it's random, and it's its own universe in a freaking sewer. But I don't know. It's like there's something about it that's just attracting and likable about the movie. I would put the movie. Personally, I would put it either between B or C.
So either between B or C. Because I know, I guess in
I
your
don't think it's that bad. I think I'll probably put it B for the highest.
Mm-hmm.
Put it at B.
So you would go with B tier. And let me guess, Lester, another one of those movies that you haven't seen as well.
No, I've seen the movie.
Okay, so if you have seen it, then tell your thoughts on it.
I mean, well, just like Gabe, it's also a favorite dream for me as well. But I will say the animation, the cast, like, and like how, you know, rats, toilet humor, haha.
Pretty much. It's in the title, Flushed Away.
Yeah, and also the Aardman Studios too. That, like, I think they can cook, dude.
They can.
Like their animation is very unique, and it's really neat to look at. But for the movie in general, I do remember just not a lot, but I do remember a couple things. Although I don't know if it's in the name. Then like obviously the like flushed away part, and then like how the rat, Hugh Jackman rat, he he visits the place, and yeah. So if I were to rank this movie, screw it, B tier.
All right, B tier. Honestly, the same things for me too. So before I get to my thoughts about, which I don't have too much, but I do have some good things about Flush Away. So let me read this one comment. I watched Flush Away at a TV on vacation. Let's say it was worth it. Yeah, I think because around preschool, which, yeah, I watched the majority of these underrated Dreamworks movies because of preschool, which my introduction to Flush Away was not just because of the McDonald's toys or the trailer. I think it was like during the Madagascar DVD promos where I actually get to see a scene where Hugh Jackman's rat character, which if I can remember his name, I think his name is Rodney, not to be confused with the robots, in a way. Yeah, Roddy, that's his name. So basically, during the moment where he's basically an adopted rat from this family, and he's playing Billy Idol's "Dance with Myself," which no brainer. That was my introduction to that song and my introduction to Billy Idol. And during the moment where he's having this small little utopia where he's pretending all these random dolls are like his friends and colleagues, and I did not know he was voiced by Hugh Jackman. So during the scene where he's trying to like find an outfit between the Wolverine outfit and the mouse, I'm like, all right, DreamWorks, I see what you're doing, because Hugh Jackman played Wolverine, and many years later he decided to become Wolverine and the yellow suit in Deadpool and Wolverine. How ironic! Ryan Reynolds is also in 2 DreamWorks movies. But anyway, back on topic. So I like that in the very beginning. You have this very, there are some DreamWorks Easter eggs, kind of like what Pixar does, where there's random Easter eggs for some sort of movies, which I think I saw an Alex the Lion plush in one of the scenes. I think I saw the Dragon plush from Shrek 1 or 2, and then literally you see a couple of DreamWorks movies when Roddy was kind of like having this date with this one Barbie doll chick, and then the one thing that really caught me off guard is like this fat rat that basically kind of like storms his house, which, pretty much it plays like to the trope of, this fat person that's taking over my place. I mean, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I can relate to that in real life with a fat person that stormed my house. So, yeah, either way. So, I can understand how Roddy feels. But then when he gets flushed away, just like in the title, I like when he goes down to the sewers. There's like this random goldfish, and then he randomly says, "Can you help me find my dad?" It's like, okay, I see what Armin Dreamers are doing, is just throwing shade at Finding Nemo, since they literally had a similar scene where Nemo literally just went down to the tube. And then, when it gets to the sewer stuff, I mean, even though, yes, we should usually be disgusted about it, because, that's where all the rats and the frogs belong, I actually really like the characters. Like, you got my baby, my darling, Kate Winslet. If you don't know who she is, she's Rose from Titanic, Clementine from Eternal Sunshine, which, Jim Carrey's girlfriend in that movie. But then she voiced this other rat named Rita, who's also British. I'm like, well, at least the chick doesn't have to use, like, an accent to make fun of it. They play off really good dynamic throughout the adventure, and the fact that they had to... It's funny that the main character is voiced by Wolverine, but the main villain is voiced by Magneto in the original X-Men movie. So, when he gets to the Toad, he's voiced by Magneto himself, so I kind of like that quote-unquote X-Men parallel, including the other characters, like the other villains like Whitey and Spike. I'm like, hey, that's Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Hey, that's Gollum for Lord of the Rings. I mean, they're both British actors, so they have to be in this British company. The only non-British actor in that movie is Hugh Jackman, because, he's an Australian, mate. So, either way, I just thought that was, pretty ironic when it comes to the voice casting. I feel like, in terms of all of the Aardman Dreamworks movies, I think Flush Away is probably, the most entertaining one compared to Wallace and Gromit, or even Chicken Run, even though I haven't seen Chicken Run that much. So, other than that, I remember watching it preschool. I wouldn't say, it's my favorite DreamWorks movie ever, but I say it's my favorite Aardman movie from DreamWorks, despite it is the last one that they made. So, Flush Away would be easily B tier for me. So, outside of talking about some good movies, oh boy, I'm seeing people in the comments right now. The one third movie that killed the Shrek franchise, and for me, it was the first Shrek movie I saw in theaters when I was 5 years old in kindergarten, so I was like, little did I know, this became one of the most hated ones. So, does anyone have any nice things or mean things to say about Shrek the Third? Anybody? Shrek the Third.
Do you want to go first?
Me? I want to say, because I don't think Leslie's going to say anything about it. But if I would, definitely I would, because, look.
Yeah, you can go
I'll
first.
say this. But first, I need some aqua, because I'm going to be speaking a lot about it.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay, so Shrek the Third. I will
Sorry, I'm
agree.
reading right now.
I will agree. It is the weakest Shrek movie of them all, but I don't think it's the bad movie, and I don't think it's the worst Dreamworks movie, but definitely not the best Shrek movie by comparison. And personally, it is. Why so? Like, if the first movie, like the first two movies are great, if I'm saying Shrek the Third's not that bad, I'm still saying it's weak. Why is it weak by comparison? Because I feel like the comedy charm. There are still some funny moments, but they're not. They just don't hit as much compared to the first two movies. I feel like the one thing that is still pretty funny that Gabriel mentioned from Shrek 2 is when randomly out of nowhere, when Shrek doesn't like living the royalty life, living in the castle, during the moment where Shrek was being like curious of like being a father to raise multiple babies, and then someone comes in, well, somebody better be dying, and then next scene, I'm dying, from Fiona's dad. I'm like, wow, spoke too soon, Shrek. And even the moment where Shrek wakes up with Fiona, and then Donkey decides to wake him up, where Shrek's like, alright, let's get started. And then when Donkey blows up blanket sheets, come on, lazy bone, time to get moving. And then Donkey literally sees Shrek's dick where he goes, you gotta really yourself a pair of jammies. So I'm like, hey, Shrek's pretty real once you decide to go under bed naked with your wife, so you can't blame Shrek for that. That was a slight funny moment. But here's what makes Shrek the Third a bit downgraded is making Prince Charming the main villain. Like, don't get me wrong, he was fine in Shrek 2, but without the dynamic, without his fairy godmother, him being a villain is just laughable to look at. Like, the very beginning is like, yeah, prepare Val Beast, I was supposed to get Princess Fiona, and then bro cries because mom is dead, thanks to Shrek, and then out of nowhere, he goes to the exact same bar that Fiona's dad went to when he was alive, and then he decided to hire like every single villain of like having revenge, from Captain Hook to the stepsisters, the evil queen. The one thing that is so caught me off guard is Shrek the Third has a Rumpelstiltskin, but then Shrek 4 you have a completely different Rumpelstiltskin where, that one looks more like Shane Dawson. So I would say this, I don't think Shrek the Third is technically canon. There's like two Rumpelstiltskins, kind of like you have multiple King Neptunes or Old Man Jenkins and SpongeBob, so that really caught me off guard. And I feel like one of the biggest weaknesses of why Shrek the Third doesn't work is the whole plot of, Shrek does not want to be king after when Fiona's dead dies, so might as well just get King Arthur. I get it, because like in the fairy tale. But Artie, or Arthur, whatever you want to call him, is basically voiced by NSYNC singer Justin Timberlake, which obviously, I love the bro's music, and obviously, this ain't his first DreamWorks movie where he did the Trolls movies, but honestly, the story about, Shrek, Donkey, Puss has to go all the way to a different island just to get Fiona's cousin. And the funniest thing is, Fiona didn't even barely interact with her own cousin. It's like, wow, that actually just went off out of nowhere. And yeah, I get the point that Artie, Arthur, whatever you want to call him, is supposedly like a dork, a dweeb, a Hiccup archetype before Hiccup even existed, where he's being picked on by the kids, where other classmates don't want to dig on him, and basically Shrek's trying to encourage like the loser segment out of it. But I will admit, that bro was being such a brat. Like, literally during the moment where Shrek is on the boat, where the Viking's voiced by Seth Rogen, where he goes, there goes my head. And then he accidentally, trying to, makes the boat by saying, I don't want anything about being king. Now I just changed my mind about everything. So, I found Artie pretty annoying in Shrek the Third. But however, the whole anxiety where Shrek becomes a dad, I understand the pressure where Shrek's like, crap, I just clapped Fiona's cheek and now I'm going to be having babies. And then, I feel like this is one of those scenes you either love it or you hate it, where Shrek has this one nightmare where he has babies, and then obviously there's multiple babies that comes off, which honestly, that sounds disturbing for that nightmare that Shrek and Fiona pump way too much. And then this leads to one of the funniest moments. Like, it was creepy when I was younger, but it was funny where Shrek wakes up, Donkey, wake up! And then it's just baby ogres on Donkey's face and Puss's face, and then Donkey just going, da! I don't know, bro. I just thought that was pretty...
That scene used to scare me as a kid.
It's scary, but kind of... But it's not even as scary when it comes to, other Spanish dub by saying, Papi, Torisa, if you look at other dub scenes. But yeah, like I said, back to the moments where I find Artie pretty annoying. And, okay, I'll give Shrek the Third a compliment. They played a freaking Ramones song. Shrek and Ramones have one thing in common. Rock and roll, radio. Let's go. It's during the scene where Shrek, Donkey, and Puss went to the high school moment. It's like, bro, Ramones is my favorite punk rock band, so now Spider-Man, Sonic, Scooby-Doo, and Shrek has a connection to Ramones. Goated. And go watch Rock and Roll High School. It's a good 1979 movie, a love letter to Ramones. But anyway, off topic. Let me get back to the Fiona subplot. I will be honest, it was quite a shame that Fiona has to be pushed to the sideline, but I understand the fact that she's pregnant, and as always, all the princesses, I was always going to call them Disney princesses, from Cinderella, Snow White, Rapunzel, they're all voiced by, popular comedic actresses, from Amy Poehler, Amy Sendris, Maya Rudolph, and all these other popular female comedian artists. And not going to lie, I would like to smash you in Sleeping Beauty or Snow White or one of those chicks, just saying. But then it was kind of weird that they make Rapunzel like one of the villains to be charmed by Prince Charming and then just double-cross Fiona, so that really caught me off guard. And the fact that all the ladies literally got arrested just that quick, it's like, man, that's such a waste for Fiona for her arc. And then also for the side characters, even though I love them more in Shrek 2, but I will admit, the scenes get pretty random when Prince Charming, Captain Hood, tries to interrogate Gingy, where he goes, Lassie Cookie, start talking. And then Gingy just has like a weird, like, we just went to like Gingy's life cycle from being tortured by Lord Farquaad, getting a girlfriend, then Gingy just gets like high and crack in some way, and then Prince Charming decided to like try to make sure Pinocchio's telling the truth or telling a lie because his nose grows, and then the pigs out of nowhere says, enough, Shrek is gonna be the next year! Oh! So I feel like the side characters still shine in the set, like in this movie, but obviously they're just like caught in the captive. But even though as much as I would say Artie's annoying, you want to know which one new character is funny? Merlin. When Artie decides to like bunch of men, and then when Merlin decides to grab the lights, I knew I should get that light quarantine. Go green out though. And then during the moment where he gets like distracted by himself and just be like, I'm a buzzing bee, buzz, buzz, buzz. And clearly the moment where Captain Hook decided to barge in the fireplace and basically just beat the crap out of Merlin when he's playing on the piano. But I will admit, there's like one scene that could have been emotional where Shrek is talking to Artie about his dad almost tried to eat him, and basically Shrek has like fatherhood, daddy issues, and I think that would have like connected to like Shrek's arc of becoming a dad. But when Arthur comes in the way, it kind of like distracts the whole anxiety to become a parent, where it just, it just comes off out of nowhere. It's like, I feel like both of those stories of Shrek becoming a dad, but then this Artie king try to like become the king while Prince Charming wants to be king, but Shrek doesn't want to be king. I just feel like it has this messy plot all over the place. And funny, since this movie came out the same year when Spider-Man 3 came out, it is kind of like the Spider-Man 3 of the Shrek franchise, but except, not as, hate to say it, not as endearing as Spider-Man 3 by comparison. But as always, Shrek the Third still has some banger songs, like 2 songs from the Eels, like Losing Streak at the end credits, you hear my losing streak is done, and Donkey singing, Cats in the Cradle and Silver Spoon, Little Boy Blue, the Man in the Moon. And during the moment where the princesses are trying to break out when Puss and Donkey swap voices, I do like the song that goes, ah, and the other song that goes, na 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 na, the days on the way. They play that song in Sonic 2 with the freaking wedding subplot. When they played that song in Sonic 2, I'm like, hey, that's the song from Shrek the Third. But I will admit, the whole point of Donkey and Puss switching voices, I need some Aquafina. When Donkey and Puss switch voices, I will admit, I thought it was like Antonio or Eddie Murphy just kind of like switching voices all of a sudden, but, I think it was funny at first, but then it just kind of got a little bit too repetitive. Even though I will admit it was kind of funny when Donkey and Puss decided to switch tails from Merlin's magic spell. But then when Artie, Shrek, and Prince Charming interrogate with each other, I can understand that Shrek is trying his best to save Prince Charming's life and keep them locked and captive, and it becomes a really depressing moment where Shrek couldn't be with Fiona, and the villains are trying to make this play where Prince Charming just wants to kill Shrek in front of the whole kingdom. Like, of course Prince Charming's motives is understanding, but it's still stupid of how the way that he wants to kill Shrek in front of a live performance. The only thing that carries it is when Shrek is kind of like roasting Charming on stage, where he's like, prepare, foul beast, your time is done! Oh, can you kill me? And then sing? Oh, that's a really nice outfit. Oh, thank you. Does that call come in men's sizes? It's kind of like Shrek is like being sad comedy just to roast him. And, as cool as it was to see the characters showing up in the final act, the one thing that really sucks about it is it was so short. Like, it didn't become as epic as Shrek 2, so I understand that it's a huge downgrade Shrek the Third where all the characters line up, but they didn't really get to fight that much. They only just get the team up, and then they easily get defeated, or in this case, easily get surrounded by the villains, and the only character that'll make everyone stop is Artie. He interrupts the show and tells everyone in the villain by saying, everybody stop, the reason why y'all become villains is because y'all get treated like a villain. And obviously, it's kind of like the whole thematic thing, Shrek 1, Shrek 2, by saying, like, well, it's not about the judging book by his car. It's like, hey, is it ever too late to make the change? So every single villain redeemed themselves, every single one except for Prince Charming, including the moment where Shrek, quote-unquote, did the sacrifice. As a kid, I'm like, no, they killed Shrek. The franchise is dead. But then Shrek is like, you might as well work on your aim. And it goes to the meme where he looks at Fiona and Artie. But I will admit, the way how Prince Charming dies, it's nearly as funny as his mother's death when Dragon puts the tower down, he just goes, Mummy? And then boom, he dies. Just out of nowhere. And then out of nowhere, the crown goes to Artie, and then he's become king. Hooray, I guess. And then, until now, the whole plot of him becoming a dad, that doesn't become present till like the very end. And that's why some people are like, well, no wonder people are like, wow, Shred the Dirt's not that important because they didn't really focus on that plot. Excuse me, mucus and talking too much. So yeah, Shrek the Third is not the best movie, but I wouldn't say it's that bad. If I had to give it a ranking, I would say C tier. Like, I think it's fine for what it is, but easily not as cool as necessary as the first two movies. But not a bad movie, but still the weakest one in my opinion. One of y'all gotta talk, because I need to rest my voice.
I mean, not much I can say. I think pretty much took the words out of my mouth. I think it is a little bit overhated, but it's also, I do think it is the weakest out of the four. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to, I don't know, not much I could say. I would probably agree with D rank. It's not terrible, it's not as bad as people. The weakest, it's not greatest. There are probably worse Dreamworks movies, but I don't know. D rank.
So wait, what will you rank it?
I said C.
C? What about you, Lesnar?
Basically,
Same thing, I guess.
everything that y'all said. Yeah.
Alright, we can take a break from Shrek. Let's move on to B. Let's just move on to B movie, shall we? And Gabriel, I want you to take the honors for B movie.
Wait, stop!
Wait, stop!
Yeah, B movie. Another one of those movies that is just stupid, but I love it because of how stupid it is, and it's super rewatchable. I don't know, man. It should. Realistically, it's kind of a bad movie, but there's just so many moments in it that are so dumb and funny. Just can't help but love it. Guilty pleasure. And the jokes in this movie, Patrick Warburton, I think, was just my favorite part of the movie.
As Ken, and that's his character's name.
Yeah.
Ken from Street Fighter.
And then,
Dude, Sully's in the movie.
John Goodman.
John Goodman. Yeah, John Goodman. That court scene was so funny. Oh, I'm here! And then he's panicking after getting stuck. My butt hips! It's the way!
No, Gabriel, say the line. Good friends, how good do you?
Good friends, how good
do
you live
together?
Gee, oh, little
bed bugs.
That court scene was just so funny. Him and the freaking baby stroller thing. That made it even funnier.
Because his bee stung through his butt cheeks.
The whole idea of a bee and then a human woman getting together is really stupid and weird, and the fact that she chose a bee over her own boyfriend or husband or whatever.
Talking bees, no yogurt night, emotional
It
roller
doesn't.
coaster.
It's so stupid when you really think about it. It's so bad.
She left me for a
But
bee.
when you look at like just the stupidity of the stupidity and the humor of it, you look at it as just like a parody or like that it's meant to be stupid, not take it seriously, then like I think good time. I think the movie's a fun movie. The scene where he's like dreaming about
Sugar,
yeah, on the plane where she crashes.
Just out of nowhere on the
That
cliff.
scene was funny.
Vanessa!
It was hot when she smacked the mosquito. No!
Yeah, hear me out, hear me out.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame Barry. I would be the same.
It's Vanessa, it's Renee Zellweger. Can't say none of that.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't even, like, explain the plot. It's just so random at this point. I don't even get it to this day. It's just... It's a stupid movie, but it's so freaking good in a guilty pleasure way. And, there's so many... It's so quotable and so watchable, you know, because... you like jazz, and in the beginning of the movie where it's like, what do you say? He's like, that's our cousin or something.
Yeah, that's
like
our she's our cousin. We're all cousins.
yeah, like stupid jokes like that. Just makes the movie better. I don't know.
Jerry
And then
Seinfeld.
Ken, like I said, the whole scene where they were fighting in the bathroom.
Oh,
the water!
I got issues! Those dirty yellow wings!
I know it's got an aftertaste.
It tastes-
I like it!
Yeah, I don't even like honey! I don't eat it! Made by man!
Artificial flavor made by man!
I know it has an aftertaste! I like it!
I know it's got an aftertaste! I like it! And then,
He was right in the movie.
table, that's usually where I sit. Right there.
And then the rubber ducky. Oh!
Yeah. Oh!
What about nothing as much?
What did he say when he shot the flames?
I hope you like the smell of flames!
Yeah.
And, let's not forget Chris Rock voicing Mosquito in there. This old man being
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was funny.
Uh-huh. Chris Rock voicing a random mosquito.
That was funny. Oh, also when when Barry was going in to get the honey or whatever, and then he was sore fighting that guy.
Uh-huh. I thought we were friends. We're about to fight the bee. Honey farms, they come from honey farms.
Honey farms, they come from honey farms. I remember doing that, like, as a level in the video game.
Oh, yeah. I remember the video game. I loved it.
Yeah. I also like the beehive.
Yeah.
And like their city, the way it looks.
They make honey
I
look
think that
delicious.
looked really cool.
They honestly
Yeah,
do.
exactly. It looked super like satisfying and comfortable to be in a beehive.
Mm-hmm.
And then freaking what's his face, the general, where he's like sending them out to fly.
Mm-hmm.
You sky freaks, I love it!
I love it! And then the other cadets are like chewing something. I think they're chewing honey, I think.
Yeah. Are you bee enough?
Don't forget about Winnie the Pooh's cameo.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. The Winnie the Pooh cameo. That was so random, but I freaking love that they did it when it's a whole movie about honey. They didn't have to shoot him though.
Yeah.
It was still funny though.
Gabriel, I thought as a kid, you assumed I said, sorry Piglet, I'm sorry friend that your Pooh died. Obviously he gets tranquilized. But yeah, that was before Pooh was public domain, so I'm surprised that Disney did not sue Dreamworks around that time before he became public domain.
Yeah. It was random, but That's
was
the whole
funny.
movie in general.
And the voice he made.
Deal with the lawsuits.
Yeah. Freaking Ken. Why is Ogre Night so difficult?
That bee is living my life!
And then, I forget what he says, entirely when he's at the tennis court, and he said, I believe you're about to eat it! He's so over-exaggerated and
Over
funny,
everything.
I don't get it, but
Very
it's
Joe
hilarious.
Swanson-like.
Yeah, I just love when he plays characters like that.
So say good morning!
I don't know, I can't really... I'm just mentioning all the funny stuff that I like, because the plot is... There's almost no plot, to be honest. It's just everywhere.
There barely is.
Thinking bee, thinking bee.
Thinking bee.
Yeah. I don't know, it's such a stupid, random movie, but I love it. Realistically, I would probably... okay. I'm gonna take back one of my rankings. I'm gonna put Shark Tale at B, and I'm gonna put B movie at C.
Wait. Come again? What do you say about Shark Tale and B movie?
Shark Tale at B, and B movie at C.
I thought you were literally gonna put B movie on B just for the sake of the haha. It's funny.
That would make sense, but realistically, it is a bad movie, but it's so bad that it's good.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, I'm saying it's bad, but it's not, like, I don't hate it. It's just the truth. It's a bad movie.
Yeah, even Jerry Seinfeld apologized in the college community by saying, I'm sorry, I made a B movie where he falls in love with the woman. It's like, yeah, what were you and Dreamworks thinking, Jerry?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know.
Realistically, it would have been so ironic.
I love it, I enjoy it, but it should be a D tier.
It would have been so ironic. It's like, yeah, B movie for B tier just because how stupid it is.
Probably lower, if we're being honest, but I don't hate it.
I'm honestly surprised you would put it lower than Shark Tale, which that is crazy, man.
I know B movie's more popular and stuff compared to Shark Tale, but I think Shark Tale at least has a plot, has a to it, even though it's silly and stupid.
Yeah, but it's not like too weird.
Yeah, but B movie is just weird and stupid. But it's an enjoyable stupid.
Well, that seems fair. Lesnar, a guy anything to say about B movie?
First of all, I want to know who at DreamWorks thought up this idea, this crazy ass idea of a bee voiced by Jerry Seinfeld going to the world and falling for a human chick, and the chick goes to the bee. She's for the streets, by the way. She makes Jerry Seinfeld bee over Patrick Warburton. Who does that? Yeah. You can't even. No.
Look, I was gonna say,
yeah.
you could get away with it with Donkey and a dragon, but a bee and a human, how would that physically work? She might as well squish that bee. Okay, I'll take that back for what I just said.
I mean, yeah. To be honest, this movie, I don't even know if I can even say it has a plot, because all I remember is just a bunch of scenes, like things happening. It's just a movie with things happening. Like, that's all it is, to be honest. It's a movie about bees, and they go to court. They go to court too.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Just to sue the human company of enslaving bees. It's like, is this like Jerry Seinfeld's social commentary to free the bees for some reason?
What? And the humans are testifying the bees at court. Dude, what? You're gonna release this on my year, by the way.
Yeah, 2007. I was 6 years old when this movie came out in theaters.
Yeah, like, frick. Is it my favorite movie? Heck no. But I will say, it's funny. Patrick Warburton made it better. Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld with his quotes, you like jazz and dog and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him dog!
Yeah. Freaking B movie I'd see because it's just random, dude. Like, can I? Hold on, B movie. Let me look up the plot real quick because like, fresh out of college. And, oh yeah, B's go to college. That's great.
Of course, that's why. That's why Barry and Matthew Broderick's character Adam was literally wearing those graduation hats for a reason in the movie.
Oh, I forgot about that. It's been like a couple years since I've seen it.
No wonder. You're like, oh, let me look at the plot. It's like, bro, you've seen the movie before. You know what happens.
I know, but I need to remind myself because, like, I don't know.
It's simple.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all.
It's simple. B enjoys B life and then graduates out of B college, and then after that explores the world, sees a human chick that saved his life over her crazy Patrick Warburton boyfriend, and then, oh, she's a florist. Oh, the fact that, oh, they need to sue the honey company just because they've been enslaving bees with this smoke gun. And yeah, that's pretty much the plot of the movie. No.
Let's make a Snakes the movie, man. The main snake is voiced by some comedian that no one cares about anymore. I don't know.
That's the trope that Dreamworks would have done. So yeah, it's so weird that Steven Spielberg actually approved this movie of Jerry Seinfeld like wearing a bee outfit. I remember during the marketing, Jerry Seinfeld was like wearing like a bee outfit, and then he's like talking to Steven Spielberg saying like, "How do you make ET with chicken wires?" And then they're like, "Yeah, let's make this movie animated." So I think the marketing of the movie's a bit more funnier than the movie itself, which that would have been an interesting mockumentary type of film. But yeah, look, memes aside from you like jazz, and Patrick Warburton's Ken is easily the best character in the movie, more funny, more interesting than the main character himself. Like, gotta eat it! I don't like honey, I don't eat it! Because, you know, Patrick Warburton is a legend from his voice, and Emperor's New Groove, Family Guy, or just any animated role, or just live action role that he's great. He is so funny in anything he does. And then for John Goodman's role, it's like what Gabriel did of the, "Do you live together?" Like, basically, there are some funny moments to quote of just for the jokes of, "What is your relationship to that woman? And those aren't your real parents." And during the part where Matthew Broderick's bee just stung his butt cheeks, I literally thought, as a kid, I thought he was going to turn into a bee. Kind of like a Pinocchio where a boy turns into a donkey. But, you know, thankfully that didn't happen. But the funniest thing about the B court segment is the fact that this bro was literally on a baby stroller. And this one joke, I'm surprised they let this joke slide by saying, "We have to blame this to the white man." And I'm like, damn, this movie's PG rated, right? And then the other safe jokes that were like kind of on the nose were Barry decides to sue another lawyer where it's like, why would you use a bear on a honey jar to make it ferocious? Because bears are lovable creatures. Yogi Bear, Fozzie Bear, oh, Build a Bear. And then they just bring in this bear from over the hedge and just put them in. And for some reason, he doesn't even attack people. I'm like, what is even the plot of this movie? Like, don't get me wrong, it has some great talent about it. And even though it's so stupid that this is the same studio that made a movie where a Jerry Seinfeld talking bee that wants to, you know, fly and bang around Renee Zellweger's character's Vanessa, which once again, just like with Chell and El Dorado, Fiona and Shrek, another hear me out character, Vanessa for B-movie, and the fact that she's voiced by one of Jim Carrey's ex-girlfriends, I'm like, yeah, I like Renee and I like Vanessa, so I don't blame you. But still, the concept of a bee falling in love with a woman is pretty weird. Like, I'll let a donkey and dragon slide because that takes place in a fairy tale universe, but for this, even people assume that Vanessa's even crazy. It's like, yeah, this Flores definitely needs to go to therapy of falling in love with a talking bee. But either way, it's so funny, like, once when they started suing the company, the ecosystem dies, and then they tranquilize Pooh for some reason by saying, oh yeah, we're gonna kill the bear. And then Pooh's like, this is why I make Winnie the Pooh blood and honey. And then boom, he dies out of nowhere. And then they still parade floats just to get flowers, and then they dump more flowers in an airport for some reason. I mean, I will give this movie credit for, like, introducing me to the song, Here Comes the Sun, do-do-do-do. Even though it's not sung by the Beatles, but it is a cover of the song. I mean, it was my introduction of knowing who the Beatles were because of that film. And yeah, even though Chris Rock is not in the movie that much, but his scene with the mosquito was pretty funny, where he just goes, yeah, you trying to get a smack on the balls of black and fly. And even the moment where Barry and the water bug were just hanging on to, like, the car stem, you hear these two adults by saying, do you hear that? It sounds like Tiny screaming. Turn on the radio. And then all the freaking bugs died except for Barry and the mosquito. And then he becomes a lawyer at the end for this random cow. I'm like, okay, that was so random. And then What's even more random is when Barry gets stuck inside a car engine, then he just scares a family, and then the mother in the car was like, okay, it probably won't hurt you when you move, freeze, and then this old lady's like, he blinked, and then she just Febreze the whole car drive. Is like, I get that this movie's trying to be as wacky as Madagascar or Over the Hedge, but once again, it's so inconsistent in terms of the story. And yeah, of course, sunshine, rainbows, conquers all, and we got the flowers, bees us the honey, but it's so funny that fans demanded a B-movie sequel, but then Jerry Seinfeld was like, no, it's going to ruin the cult classic of what I've done with this film. Even though Jerry Seinfeld made a joke by saying, like, I'm sorry that I disappoint you guys in college in making a movie about talking bee. It's like, well, Jerry, you just need a paycheck because every comedian in Hollywood needs to be a leading voice in an animated movie because, you know, you're not a real comedian if you're not hired to be in a big budget animated movie, whether it's Disney, DreamWorks, Sony, or Blue Sky, yada, yada, yada. It's part of the Hollywood trope. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny from most of the out-of-context moments, but as a story, yeah, it's just all over the place. So, I say it's on C tier. A little better than Shrek the Third, but still, weird, weird, weird. Did B-movie bring back the bear from Over the Hedge? Yeah, it's the exact same bear, but except he doesn't talk. But I know y'all are blowing up in the live chat about this certain movie, and I don't know who should speak first about it. I don't know if I should go, Gabriel should go, or Lester would go. This was the birth of one of my favorite franchises of all time in DreamWorks, as none other than my homie Kung Fu Panda.
You know what? I just finished this movie last night, so I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say it.
All right, go ahead, Lesnar.
Dude, oh my gosh, this movie is fire. It's goated. Jack Black again never disappoints, bro. He brings it to any role, especially in an animated role. I love Poe. I love the Furious Five. I love Shifu. I love Oogway. Oogway's the GOAT. Rest in peace to the GOAT. Oh my gosh. Man, when Poe defeated Tai Lung, that's his name, Tai Lung, and oh my bro, like that's how you know, like when Uwe said there are no mistakes.
There are no accidents.
Yeah, no accidents. Yeah, bro, and he was right. Poe defeated that, bro. Like that part is when, oh man. I love that. I love it, man. Like, oh my gosh, bro. Like everything about it. Like even though before the Furious Five, like they did not have. Okay, like they were kind of mean to him at first. They did not have to do my mans like that. So, but yeah. So if I were to have to rank this movie, Daniel, I think you would agree with me on this.
Come on, it's pretty easy to place it.
It's an S tier movie.
100%. So yeah, see, Lesnar approves it to his recent watch. So yeah, it's a great movie. So thanks to Lesnar.
Yeah, because I rewatched it. It's been a while since I've seen it, like back on TV. So yeah.
Congratulations, you did your homework on one of the best franchises from DreamWorks. So yeah, that's for Lesnar's review. Gabriel, do you want to go, or do you think I should go next?
I shall speak.
Kung Fu Panda I was obsessed with that movie. Came out. That was my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I went and got the toys from, was it McDonald's or Burger King?
McDonald's. It was McDonald's.
McDonald's, yeah. I got so many of the toys from McDonald's, and that's all I would play with was just those McDonald's toys, and then I would like rewatch the movie a billion times and like recreate the scenes with the toys and good stuff like that. I had the video game. That crap was hard for me, especially the fight with Tai Lung and Shifu.
Mm-hmm.
But so much about this movie, it's so freaking good. The soundtrack, the songs, the cast, everyone was like they fit so well with the characters. And Jack Black, you couldn't get anyone better like that. He is Poe. Jack Black is Poe. That is him.
Perfect embodiment.
And Poe is Jack Black. Like, that's how perfect it is. And it's just I love underdog stories, and this is one of the best underdog stories. especially for animated films. Just him like having a dream and wanting to be like the Furious Five, and having the toys and like working with his dad. Like he has all these dreams, and then he realizes, oh, I freaking make noodles, and his dad is like basically just telling him what he wants him to be like and do with his life, and then Poe's like, but I want to learn kung fu and be like them, and you know, in the weirdest way possible, he finds himself at the palace and getting acknowledged by freaking Oogway by doing the stupidest thing ever. I love kung fu. I don't know. The way everything builds up from him, like just being this underdog and somebody that nobody knows about, and then over time he accidentally meets up with Furious Five and then Shifu and then Oogway, and then Oogway was so wise that he knew, he saw something in Poe immediately. And I think, like, you don't really understand, but that's what's so cool about Oogway is you don't understand where he gets his wisdom from, what his mentality is like, but he just knows what to say and what to do. And Oogway is just the GOAT. Kind of unfortunate he already passed away in the first movie, but the way they did it was a good send-off message to Shifu. I'm sorry. The amount of memes with his death. Let's continue your journey without me.
Believe.
And then Shifu, what? The memes, man, I can't. But that was a beautiful send-off for Oogway. And his, I think Lesnar mentioned it earlier before the stream about his quote about the present is a gift.
Yeah.
Quote he did. Yeah.
Yesterday's history, tomorrow's mystery, and the present is a gift.
Today.
Yep.
That's why it's called.
Today is
stuff
the gift.
like
That's why it's
that,
called the
bro.
present.
Just so much wisdom and stuff you could apply into real life. It's not even just with Oogway, like with Poe and his story.
It's more
that
like
you
the
continue
past
to
is
see.
history.
Yeah, that you continue to see later on in the other film.
By tomorrow
Especially-
means the future.
Yeah, and especially in the second film. But in this one, I don't know, it's just like this relatable underdog story, you know. Everyone sees Panda, who's an idiot and got no chance of being the Dragon Warrior. But then because of Oogway, Shifu was like, alright, I trust Oogway. He gave me this responsibility, so I'm going to do it and see where this goes. And
look where that led.
Yeah, then things progressed, and even the Furious Five were like, this guy's in it. This is stupid.
This is stupid.
And like him trying to fit in and get along with Furious Five, and then freaking Tigress getting all pissed off at him for everything. Seth Rogen is Mantis. Freaking, that's something you wouldn't expect, but it somehow worked.
It was our introduction to Seth Rogen before Monster vs.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah, that and Bob from Monster vs. Alien, but we'll get to that. I love the Furious Five and how, like, they're all, like, you don't expect them to be super strong and be, like, the strongest warriors around. But, like, you see the way they fight and the way they come up and stuff like that, and it's like, what the heck? How is a mantis snake doing all that? A monkey, I understand.
And the bird.
Tiger, I understand.
Yeah.
But a freaking and a crane? Like, bro, that's so unexpected, but it's cool. And I love the training scene where he's in the gym and he punches the punching bag and he gets hit. Back. Yeah. I love that training montage.
My tenders.
And the chemistry. I used to say that a lot when I was a kid, just because of that movie. My tenders.
Ooh. Because with messed up.
But yeah, that movie was my obsession. I can't get over it. Can't. As for Tai Lung, Tai Lung is
great villain.
My favorite villain of the whole franchise. He's got aura, bro. He's badass. I like his story, like him being a student of Shifu, and then there's betrayal, and then he gets stronger and trains on his own, yada yada. Tries to prove himself because he wants to be the Dragon Warrior, but he's not worthy because of his mentality and his attitude and that.
Freaking Oogway saw that he had darkness in him, so that's
yeah, exactly. And then, you know, even still, like, he doesn't understand what Oogway meant. He doesn't understand why they see that in it, but he's so blinded by, I guess, jealousy or hatred, anger, that all he cares about is getting his own way of becoming Dragon Warrior. And I think it's a really interesting story. For a villain, I think, like, one that you could put yourself in his shoes and understand why he would be the way he is and what he's trying to do, instead of like, this guy's an a-hole, I hate him. You kind of empathize with him a little bit, but yeah, he's got iconic quotes. Our battle will be legendary. And then that fight scene on the bridge, that was so freaking good.
Yes. Oh man,
the action,
that was so
music,
freaking good.
Everything.
Yes, dude.
And also the end credits song, Jack Black is the GOAT!
Also,
yeah.
This may not age well, but the CeeLo Green cover of Kung Fu Fighting.
Yeah. The prison scene, those freaking rhinos, even the ducks are so funny. It was just funny seeing them all like freaking get their butts kicked and fall
all in slow motion
during that scene where everything's getting destroyed in the prison, and seeing him escape and jumping around. Oh my gosh, it was so cool. That is so cool. That scene never gets old. Never. I don't know. Tai Lung is just such a cool villain. And you know, later you get to the fight with Po and Tai Lung, and that's like the huge build-up that you have been waiting for, because, you know, you think, oh, well, Tai Lung is super strong and fought a whole army by himself. How is Po gonna beat him? And that's the exciting part, is you see how Po finds his own unique way to fight Tai Lung with his freaking fatness, his belly, his butt, his freaking creative way, like the bowls when he was switching around with the bowls.
Oh yeah,
and confusing Tai Lung. Like just his creative way to fight Tai Lung and keep the scroll away from him. And when he sat on his face, ooh.
Yeah, the scroll
what you
was
gonna
blank.
do, big guy? Sit on me?
And then he did sit on him. It's funny because the scroll was blank too, because there was
there's nothing.
A whole lot of nothing. All that for a drop of mid.
Yeah. Freaking when Po opened the scroll for the first time.
It's blank.
It's blank. Yeah, that whole fight scene. the scroll is giving him power. No. That whole fight scene was just fun and somehow badass because of just how creative Po fights and how different he is. And that's what makes him a good Dragon Warrior. He's his own unique fighter, with a good heart. And the iconic "What's your finger hold?"
Yeah. I'm that panda.
That's still iconic. Still freaking iconic. Just a simple little pinky douche and just gone.
And also the scene with the dumplings too, like friggin'
Yeah.
Shifu trying to.
Yeah,
I know
the
what you're talking about.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are free.
Where he's on the
Yeah, you are free
mountain
to
and
eat.
stuff.
Am I?
Yeah,
Are you? Aw.
Then I am your master.
Okay. Don't cry.
Yes.
Yeah, there's just so much about the movie. The story, the music, the characters. They're all so well developed later on in the movie. Such a great underdog story. And then, like Lesnar said, the end credit song. That, I would always play the music video on the
DVD?
DVD or whatever.
Yeah, the DVD.
I would always watch it over and over again. That song still never gets old.
Yeah, it never does.
But yeah, this is easily an S rank movie.
Yeah,
Easily.
couldn't said it better than myself, Gabriel and Lesnar too. So, let me just put it up in S tier. Sorry, Shrek 2, but you are easily defeated by the Dragon Warrior. So
Yup.
yeah. So yeah, let me get to mine since I was like the biggest Kung Fu Panda dork, nerd, whatever you want to call me. Like, I'll say this, my introduction to this movie, I forgot which Dreamworks movie was it, but there was a promo that shows Jack Black and a dojo just going, hey, I'm Jack Black here. Oh yeah, me, baby, the Panda Master. Get ready for the year of the Panda. Kung Fu Panda! Around that time, they were playing Kung Fu Fighting, and literally, they were just talking about the plot of the story. In my mind, like, first of all, that was my introduction to Jack Black from the very start. I did not watch School of Rock. I didn't watch Nacho Libre before Kung Fu Panda, so Kung Fu Panda was my introduction of knowing not just Jack Black, but all the actors: Angelina Jolie, Jackie Chan, Dustin Hoffman, Lucy Liu, Seth Rogen, Ian McShane, James Hong, and the list goes on and on. But either way, I remember my kid brain was so hyped for this movie. Like, I don't know why. It was meant to be something new for DreamWorks, but around that time, I just feel like Jack Black, even if I never saw any of his movies, I was like, this guy's pretty cool. He's pretty funny. And like what I said about Donkey and Shrek, and when I was talking about the Shrek movies, I talked about what is my Mount Rushmore favorite comedy actors, and I mentioned Jim Carrey, Rob Williams, Eddie Murphy, and Jack Black on that Mount Rushmore because, bro, he's just awesome, man. And he's really awesome in this role. And as a kid, I was so hyped for the movie that I just wanted everything. I asked my mom and my grandmother to get the newspaper around to the movie. I want to see the TV promos. Even my kindergarten teacher was so nice by saying, we're going to watch Kung Fu Panda because Daniel likes it. It's like, see, you guys love me, man. And I just feel like, am I just being glazed by all my teacher and classmates that we all decided to watch Kung Fu Panda? Even the Hubba Bubba commercial. I even got like almost all of the McDonald's toys of Kung Fu Panda. I got Po, the Furious Five, Shifu. I didn't get Tai Lung. Gabriel had Tai Lung, but I didn't, sadly. And even outside the McDonald's toys, I had the minifigures. And even when I rewatched the movie with Gabriel in the theater, I brought the toys with me because I'm like, I love this movie so much. So now you're probably thinking, why do I love Kung Fu Panda so much? Around this era, Kung Fu Panda feels different than any of the DreamWorks movies. And yes, people will say Karate Kid was like their inspiration to, like, you know, be more disciplined, be more martial arts. Kung Fu Panda is my Karate Kid. It's my Mulan. And heck, even I was a chubby kid in my childhood days, so I can relate with myself as Po. And even though I'm not fat now, but personality-wise, I am a lot like Po. In terms of the style of humor, the random noises, he fanboys over his merchandise, and the fact that he lives with his dad and he's thinking that he could be capable of something that most people will look down on him, but he aspires to do, but he's lacking the skill, lacking the commitment, and dedication, and discipline for it. It's like, bro, even though he's just a panda being voiced by Jack Black, it's like, bro, you and I are not so different from each other, even as a kid, even like still now, by saying, yeah, Po's my homie. Po is like my brother from another mother, even though he's a freaking fat panda, like learning how to kung fu. And I bet for people's adults' mind by saying, wait, what? Jack Black voiced a panda doing kung fu? That sounds like another dumb idea. But guess what? Just like Shrek, just like Madagascar, these unexpected ideas that DreamWorks cooks, and then boom, you just made yourself a masterpiece, man. Like, you got Po, who, like, the beginning intro from the 2D animation style from my GOAT, Hans Zimmer. Obviously, I love his score in Lion King, but I think my second favorite score from Hans Zimmer's is the Kung Fu Panda score, where it goes da-na-na-na, 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 da-na-na-na. Like, bro, like, even though this was my introduction to both Kung Fu culture, Asian culture, Chinese culture, and I did say this movie is my Karate Kid growing up. But bro, the 2D animations where Poe has his narration, enough talk, let's fight, shakabooey! Man, I was in awe of the art style, and I remember in the theater, people were laughing at his funny moments where he tries to, like, name the Furious Five, where he goes, monkey, crane, tigress, and then his neighbor just gets embarrassed of that. And I will give credit for this movie for making me being so addicted to ramen noodles as a kid. I don't care if they're the most healthiest or the most accurate depiction of ramen noodles. Every time I watch this movie, Mama, Papa, I want to eat ramen noodles because Kung Fu Panda made me to. So every time I make ramen noodles, I'm immediately going to think Kung Fu Panda, man. And the one thing that is so relatable to me, like, even now as a young adult, where Poe aspires his bigger dreams of what he wants to be, but he's stuck into his low life where he's just nothing but just a casual nobody, just nothing but a big fat panda to the villages of China with all these pigs, rabbits, and gooses all over around. And man, the Jade Palace in the Valley of Peace is just one of the best set pieces for a Dreamworks movie, where you got all the side characters from the Furious Five training in the Jade Palace, and then you got the whole tournament segment where Shifu and Oogway are trying to present, like, who's the Dragon Warrior. And the funniest thing moments where Dreamworks took inspiration from real life China, where they're mostly known for a lot of stairs, and of course the running fat panda joke by saying, stairs. And then it gets to wacky shenanigans that Poe wants to be a part of that world. He kind of has that, like, that Little Mermaid syndrome where he wants to be part of, like, he's meant for something more that he could be the other ones. And it goes to this relatable topic, because even though Poe's, like, goose dad Ping wants him to become a noodle chef just like he was, I mean, he made a joke about it comes because from my father to my grandfather to a friend named Elamacha. But then, once when Ping comes to the noodle shop and Poe tries to, try to see the Valley show with his wacky fun shenanigans, I like that Poe just admits by saying, I lied, Dad, I don't want to be a noodle chef. I love Kung Fu! When I was a kid, I thought he said, I love tofu! Because you get it? Chinese food. And even though Oogway is obviously wise and Nolan talks about the Dragon Scroll, and then Shifu gets pretty curious of who will be the Dragon Warrior, I like that Oogway just utters, I don't know. Because I like that Oogway, he kind of reminds me of Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid meets Rafiki from The Lion King and Igor from Avatar: Last Airbender. Like, these super elderly, wise mentor figures, but also has, like, a unique sense of humor, but has very deep, meaningful quotes that just makes you just think about your mind and your life. And then when Poe just accidentally went to the firework in the Valley of Peace, like, Tigress, I could tell Tigress was trying so hard to, like, be the Dragon Warrior, but then Poe comes in the way. Kind of reminds me of Hiccup and How to Train Your Dragon, which, when I talk about dragons, Poe and Hiccup have very similar arcs, and dare I say it, both of the main characters are very relatable to me in real life. But as we're talking about Poe, he was like, no, you don't understand, this is some mistake. No, it's him. I found him, everyone. I found the Dragon Warrior. What? But then when it gets to the iconic Chinese music, I like that Shifu was like, what? The floppy fat panda cannot do kung fu? That was just an accident. And what Oogway says, there are no accidents. But yeah, it was a great way where Poe gets to, like, an unexpected moment that he sort of got his wish come true, but it's not exactly how he wants to be. And, you know, the typical fanboy he is, kind of like me, like, glazes over these paintings, weapons, including, like, the ghost faces. But then Shifu, like, Oogway sees potential in Poe, but Shifu and the Furious Five underestimate Poe by saying, yeah, there's no way that this guy is going to be the Dragon Warrior. Like, look at him. He's just a big fat joke. There's no way we're going to take him seriously. And even though we didn't get to know anything about Tai Lung yet, but his introduction is just amazing, where he got the Goose Messenger, Zhang, that's his name, and then the Rhino Chief of the security prison surveillance. The way that Tai Lung just becomes like so silent in prison, then when the goose's feather goes in the wind, you see Tai Lung's snow leopard eyes, and then just taking the tail in, and then like what Garrett says, the prison breakout scene, like, Tai Lung did not even flinch or say a word. He did not miss, he did not dodge. He is a straight up badass, like, get out the way. And even though it was fun to see the rhinos go in slow motion, that even the chief rhino, he thought he would defeat Tai Lung for good, but from the dynamites to the boulders to all the arrows, and then when the goose like, can we run now? Yes. And then when the rhinos all get defeated, it's like, bro, Tai Lung was so OP, like Dragon Ball level OP right there. And even when he tells when he strangles the Goose Messenger, where he's like, tell them the real Dragon Warrior is coming home. It's like, bro, like, without any dialogue at the beginning till that scene, that's how you introduce a villain in a strong first impression. And then obviously the whole idea where Shifu wants to convince that Tai Lung's coming around, and then Oogway basically understands that Po is being like the outcast. Like, obviously Po is being a jokester and a goofball, trying to, like, you know, be with the punching bag, but he fails most of the time by saying, come on, like a monkey, like a snake, when you hit it, and then he gets hit by all the obstacle course, my tenders, which once again I can relate to Po in a way. Like, I wasn't perfect, I easily get my body limb, and basically it's like what Shifu said, bloody knuckles and broken bones. So basically that's what Po's like, trying to see, like, karate and kung fu is not a game. Like, it's basically serious business where you can literally hurt yourself. And the saddest thing about Po being, like, in the same place with the Furious Five is he look up to them like he's his heroes, but they become his biggest critic, especially Tigress. Like, basically, even though whether or not if he does or doesn't have a, like, crush on Tigress, I mean, come on, it's Angelina Jolie, she's down bad though. But I feel like she was the biggest critic of them all in the Furious Five members. I feel like everyone else, like Crane, Monkey, and Mantis, were, like, okay with it, but I feel like Viper, who's voiced by Lucy Liu, is probably, like, the only nicest one that's ever been so kind to Po. She even apologizes to Po by saying, I'm sorry, I thought you were wetty, when they were just trying to, like, train during the tournament where the Furious Five have to, like, train Po, learn how to do Kung Fu. And I like the fact that throughout those moments, that's where Tigress honestly feels, like, she does feel jealous that it should have been me that I would have got, like, the Dragon Scroll and become the Dragon Warrior. Similar like Astra in How to Train Your Dragon. But during the moment where she actually confesses that she understands it'll be, like, so hard to live up to once when she explains the origin of why Tai Lung is a villain. Like, Shifu adopted Tai Lung like he's like a son to him, but Oogway see darkness in him. Like, the way that Tai Lung, he's not using self-discipline, he's not using it just for the sake of good. He sees violence, some brutality when Tai Lung gets a fight, and he wants neediness just to be, like, you know, have validation just to get the scroll. And Shifu, it's like what Tiger says, Shifu had to destroy him for what he created because he always sees Tai Lung as a son. But then when Tigers of the Furious Five comes in the way, they know they can never live up to that, since Shifu's so dramatized. Like, the first student that I train end up just becoming, like, a failure at the end that we have to lock him up, and Oogway says that he's not meant to be the Dragon Warrior. But then when Tai Lung was announced to be announced, like, it comes back to the moment where Shifu just takes down Po so harshly, even the Furious Five treat Po so harshly. It's like the fact that Po just feels like quitting because he feels like a nobody. And yeah, what Po says and what Po does, it gets real. I mean, outside of eating peaches, as Jack Black jokes, but what Oogway says, quit, don't quit, do those, don't do those. You are too concerned what will be. Yesterday's history. Tomorrow's a mystery. But today is a gift. That's why it's called the presents. And then once when he has his time where he passed away, like, even though it was funny but both sad at the same time, how Oogway, quote unquote, has, I know the meme, my time has come, and then basically he goes to the afterlife, you must believe, master, and then it gets to one of the most iconic scores where Oogway sends, na 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 na, like, the score is just too darn good. And even the moments where Shifu actually listens to Oogway's advice, and even though Shifu can't train Po the way he does, and then basically, after when Oogway passed away, Po serves noodle soup, and then he becomes a jokester, makes fun. Shifu's like, oh, you just gotta do your class and brush your teeth. Master, you have ears like mine. And then after when Pooh runs away, and after when Shifu stops him, Po's like, yeah, whenever you say I can't be something, or whenever you just hit a brick in my head, not only it hurts, just because it just sucks for who I am, but you can change me. You're the greatest kung fu teacher of all of China, but I can't change you. Oh, come on. Tai Lung is on his way right now, so how can you change this? It's the Dragon Warrior! How? I don't know! Like, it's just great voice acting from both Jack Black and Dustin Hoffman, and for what Po struggles, it's like, well, if I can't do anything better than what I'm capable of, and if I'm just going to stick to being me, then there's no way I can progress in life. And once again, it's such a damn relatable topic from a freaking Panda voiced by Jack Black. And then when Shifu discovers that, you know, Po loves eating food, right? So he understands, like, the one way that I could teach Po is, like, not in the way I would teach my other Furious 5 students, but I could teach the way of how the Panda is so obsessed with food. And yeah, during the iconic moments where it's like, do you want to learn Kung Fu? Yeah, then I am your master. And then, literally, around the moments where Shifu uses the dumpling as Po's bait throughout the training montage, not only it's funny, but also it's great character progression between both the student and the teacher. And the score, whenever Po gets to that montage where it goes, da-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na, like the art style and the colors, and during when Po does the kick pose, da-na-na-na-na, like, not gonna lie, when I listen to the soundtrack of Kung Fu Panda, whenever I want to, like, punch a kick, like, to me, I just want to feel like I'm grinding and working out. Like, yeah, the soundtrack Kung Fu Panda just wants to masculate myself up a bit. And including the moments where, you know, Po thought he was done with his training, and then Shifu's like, "You are free to eat." Am I? Are you? But since Shifu, like, despite he's a small red panda, which I did not know he was species, but during the dumpling moments, it's humorous, but also great character growth when Po got the dumpling and puts the dumpling away where he's like, "I'm not angry. I'm not hungry, master." It's like, bro, that's like I said, great character growth between both the characters. And the bridge fight with Tai Lung and Tigress, where Tai Lung was like, "You think I'm a fool? None of you are the Dragon Warrior. None of you." Po, so that is his name. Po. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. The score, and it's quite impossible that Mantis has to carry the bridge on himself, but then Monkey, Crane, Mantis, and Tigress takes out Tai Lung. They all thought they defeated him, but then Tai Lung uses Strafe just to take all of them down. Shifu taught you well, but he didn't teach you anything. And then the Furious Five were so scared by saying, "We're outmatched. We thought we could stop him, but only the Dragon Warrior can." And then I like the moment of the reveal of the Dragon Scroll where Po freaks out, where he goes, "Ah!" It's blank. But then Shifu and everyone in the Valley of Peace got so confused by saying, "Wait, if the scroll's not being written, then what is that supposed to mean? Was Po, like, training was all meant for nothing?" But then when Po meets his father noodle dad, Ping, I think this, like, for what Ping tells Po, it perfectly sets up the message in Po's arc at the end of the movie, where it's like, "You know, son, my secret ingredient soup is nothing." Nothing? Yeah, I just made that up. It's all inside you all along. And then when Po grabs the scroll, he understands the moral. There is no secret ingredient. So I'm like, so wait, there's no secret ingredient for when it comes to prophecy. It was inside of me all along. I just now know how to utilize it. And man, when Shifu and Tai Lung had their conversation with the lightning in the sky, not only it was cool in the theater, but how personal it felt for Tai Lung and Shifu have their argument. It's like, "I've been locked up in prison at 20 years for more other things. I was the Dragon Warrior." But when Oogway says otherwise, "What did you do? What did you do?" "Nothing. You were never meant to be the Dragon Warrior. That was not my fault. Now it's your fault to be my destiny. I try to make you proud, Shifu. Tell me! Tell me!" It's like, bro, no offense to the Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi scene, but I honestly, this is just a big hot take. Whether if Gabriel and Dwayne agrees or disagree, I arguably feel like that conflict feels a bit more personal of the line deliveries than Anakin and Obi-Wan. That's saying a lot for me, but it felt very personal because, you know, Shifu trained Tai Lung like a son, and he feels sorry that he feels disappointed, but then Tai Lung almost empathizes, but he could care less because he's too cold-hearted, so bloodlust and very thirst for revenge. "I don't want your apology, I want your scroll." But then when he literally kills, like, almost attempts to kill Shifu, but when Po sets up and basically be like, "Buddy, I am the Dragon Warrior," and then Tai Lung just comes up and just be like everyone else, "He's a panda. You're a panda. What are you going to do, big guy? Tell me? Don't tempt me. You want it? Come and get it." And then in usual comedy fashion, even people like me, people in my kindergarten class always laugh wherever he goes slow motion, where his butt cheeks go down the stairs, where it goes, "Oh." I was expecting a fart joke to happen, but surprisingly that didn't happen. And I like that during the moment where Po hits rock bottom in the Valley of Peace, where everyone evacuates, and it's just Po and Tai Lung throughout the fight. And he used the techniques for what Shifu did during the dumpling sequence with the bamboo, and Po just utilized, like, Po learns best from Shifu, but he learns from what makes best to be himself. Like, the secret ingredient has been self all along. Even when Tai Lung knocks down Po, and then he gets confused by saying, like, "What? The scroll's nothing," and the Po's like, "It's alright, I don't get it either. It's not, like, there is no secret ingredient, it's just you." I will admit, it was kind of funny that Po just looks at the scroll and it's just his face. And then when Tai Lung thinks that he could just, like, you know, make Po unconscious, but since, you know, he's fat, he just couldn't take it seriously where he goes that. But I will admit, from that one final punch, and then when Po goes slow motion where he goes, "Ooh," and crashes Tai Lung through the walls, and the music goes, "Na na 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 na." Like, to me, as a kid, I'm like, look, even though it's stupid just to root for a fictional panda, but to me, my younger self was like, "Yeah, that's my boy Po!" Like, basically, once again, it's another, like, well, I see myself as this character, and him just having this arc of being a fat loser and now becoming this underdog rebel hero of taking down one of the most powerful villains in the great history of China. And around that time, and yeah, someone put up this comment by saying, like, what's your favorite character? Honestly, Po is my favorite Dreamworks character, next to Hiccup and, of course, Shrek, etc., but Po's my number one favorite from that one moment, just using his fat gut. And then Tai Lung is like, "Impossible! You can't defeat me! You're just a big, fat panda!" I'm not a big fat panda. I'm the big fat panda. The whooshy finger hole? Shifu, you're bluffing. You're bluffing. Shifu haven't tell you that. No, but I figured it out. Skadoosh. And then boom, Tai Lung just goes to the afterlife realm. Everyone feels proud of him, the Valley of Peace. His noodle shops, like, his noodle father basically didn't believe that he was a Kung Fu master. The Furious Five underestimated him, but then Shifu came along, and then basically Shifu feels proud that Po actually learned his achievement, that his training was not meant for nothing. And during the moment, we all thought Shifu died, but the funniest moment is, no, Shifu, don't die, please! I'm not dying, you idiot! I mean, Dragon Warrior. That was too funny. But then when Shifu and Po is like resting, I like that Po just kind of like, breaks up like, hey, Master, you want to have something to eat? Yeah. And then the end credits, man. The music from CeeLo Green and Jack Black's cover, Everybody Loves Kung Fu Fighting. Like, don't get me wrong, the original song by Carl Douglas is great, but hearing Jack Black's covers with CeeLo Green, well, he's a little bit frightening, It's like, bro, nostalgia overload in 2010. And after that, I was obsessed with this movie. I want to see the sequels. I want to see the TV shows, the video games, merchandise. I'm like, this movie became the birth of, like I said, as a kid, I knew I was going to love this movie, but I didn't expect it to love it that much once when I watched it. And if we have time for the sequels, I can't wait to talk about the second one in this stream or another stream. We'll just depend on the time. But that being said, me and Gabriel Lesser said enough about Kung Fu Panda 1. It is S tier, and it's hands down top 5 favorite DreamWorks movies of all time, and it's no question. Po's my homie. He's my, as I said, Po's my ninja, my Dragon Warrior, bro. But yeah, S tier for Kung Fu Panda. Woo! Anyway, outside of Kung Fu Panda, we're going back to the like a move it mood. We're going to be talking about Madagascar Escape to Africa. Anyone wants to talk about Madagascar 2 Escape to Africa?
Welcome to Africa.
Gabriel, Lesnar, and one of you guys.
This Madagascar 2 is, I think it's just as good as the first movie. Like, to me, they're both equally as good. I do think the second one has more of a deeper plot, story, because of Alex's parents and stuff like that, but overall, they're both very entertaining. I think it's just equally as funny. The first movie, like, they're both really funny. I love the humor with the penguin.
I like the
especially on the plane,
man. Spiritual, like you kiss it. I said kiss it.
I said kiss it. The scenes with the grandma where she got hit by the car thingy. Chasing Alex, and then I love the wholesome moments with Alex
and his parents.
And then what's the villain's name?
Makunga.
Oh, Alec Baldwin voices him.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin. He voices Makunga.
Yeah. He's he's kind of a likable villain just because he's funny. He looks funny, and the way he talks is just funny.
I mean, it's Alec Baldwin. Bro's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think it was his first.
You, sir.
I think it was his first DreamWorks movie before Rise of the Guardians and Boss Baby. So technically, this was his first DreamWorks movie.
Yeah, but he did pretty good. He was a good villain, trying to destroy the heritage or like relationship with Alex and parents or whatever, just because he wanted to be king.
Lion King.
And then the stuff with Mort and the shark and
The shark tries to eat him.
Yeah, and then the shark dies in the freaking volcano.
I'm surprised it survived that long throughout the chase.
Yeah.
Just to get cooked in lava.
Yep. I don't know, there's a lot of funny scenes, and then there's a lot of good scenes. Most of the like heart of the movie was Alex and his parents, and then a lot of the other things were just kind of, well, also with Gloria and Bellman and shit, because
unexpected in my, like, first it was very unexpected, like, oh, those two
yeah, it didn't really make sense if you think about it, for them to be a thing, but I don't know. It was alright, the way they kind of built their relationship and trying to get them together. Even though they didn't have to, but I guess they just needed a plot for them. Also Marty with his other zebra amigos.
All voiced by Chris Rock.
Yep. And then, with the relationship between Marty and Alex, French. There's a few emotional or like heartfelt moments like that make the movie better.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the stupid scenes playing with chimpanzees and
So darn ugly.
yeah, so darn ugly.
Yeah, alright, he's so darn ugly.
Moto, can't forget about him.
I like him chunky.
That whole sequence is stupid, but
Voiced
it was
by
funny.
Will I Am.
I don't know. It's equally as good as the first, in my opinion. I slightly prefer the first more, but the second one is pretty good, just as funny and entertaining. I would still keep it at A rank.
Okay, so you did say earlier about Madagascar 2 on an A tier, so that seems fair enough. What about you, Lesnar?
I agree, to be honest. A lot more, because the last one was fun and had comedy. I mean, this one, it also does have comedy and it's fun. But, like, this one has more of, like, representation and more of a story. Because, like, Alex's parents and his past, we get to learn. And also, when they just go to Africa and they get to know each other as, like, just the same species of each other. And, like, of course, can't forget about the homie King Julian all over the place. And the penguins, man. The plane scene, hilarious as hell. And oh my gosh, the grandma too. My gosh, bro.
That bad kitty.
Yeah, that bad kitty. Like, everything in this movie is honestly, like, really funny, and some of them is iconic too. Like, especially Alec Baldwin villain.
Yeah, Makunga.
Yeah. Honestly, I think he's pretty funny.
He is. Wait,
Yeah,
what was the one funny moment where he's randomly caught for he goes, "Hurry, Zuba! I feel parched."
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'll put this movie in A tier, bro. It's a good movie.
Okay.
Also follows up the premiere of the Nickelodeon show.
Oh yeah, I think this movie did came out when Penguins of Madagascar also came out because, like, alright, the Madagascar movie was successful, let's make a spin-off show.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
That's how good it is.
I thought you were gonna talk about Moto or, like, Will I Am's cover if I like to move it as well.
Oh yeah, Moto is he's a character. He's the character that oh my gosh. Apparently he has very awkward whole game, like very awkward game, because like the entire time he keeps repeating the same pickup lines. It's like, brother,
yeah,
you nervous?
Because I get it. He's thirsty for Hippo's big fat booty, and we get it. Like, even Glory was aware of it by saying, "Anyways, where were we?" She's like, "I'm huge." Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And of course, I like to move it. That cover, honestly,
the best one.
Like, it's a really, yeah. Like, I even got it in my playlist.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm here. But yeah, it's honestly a really great movie. Great music too.
So when it comes to, like, the A tiers, I'm gonna agree with both of the boys, and before I talk about the movie, I'm gonna talk about the Will I Am song. It's kind of funny that I bet Dreamworks was like, "Hey yo, Will, can you do like 2 songs for us?" Like, the first song is, "I've been around the world in a pouring rain, take me to a place where they know my name. This is my home, cause I've been traveling, I'm traveling forever, I got my find home." That song slaps with nostalgia since 2008, and man, like I said, it gives you nostalgia, and also it's pretty good for, Alex the Lion from the beginning of the movie to the very end where he reunites with his dad. So I honestly like that. It's great character growth for both Alex and his dad, too. And also his cover of I Like to Move It. Like, my favorite, this has always been a running inside joke that nobody knows, but whenever I hear a Australian song that goes, I came from the land down under, I always think of this one lyric from will.i.am's I Like to Move It. Move a little dance, do a little dance, act to my pants and act to my pants. Like, I don't know, that just got stuck into my brain as a kid. And then outside of the song, it's like, Ayo Will, you want to voice a character named Motomoto? Wait, who's Motomoto? Oh, he's this big hunky hippo where he goes, talk a little bit more like this. Big, you're not girl, you huge. Like, I bet that bro literally just got a big paycheck just to do 2 songs and just voice a character in Madagascar 2. I feel like they just did that on purpose just to get will.i.am for Black Eyed Peas. And this was before bro voiced Pedro in the Rio movies. I want to
Oh, that's right.
Get girl, take her to the floor, show her. Yeah, that's like, hey yo, that's Lesnar real life.
Show how you roll. Drop it low.
But yeah, outside of Rio, let me just get back to Madagascar 2. So outside of will.i.am songs, which I really do like them, here's a hot take. I honestly like this more than the first movie, and here's the main reason why. It takes place in Africa. I mean, even though I'm not black, but as a kid, thanks to Lion King and Ace Ventura 2, for some reason, I always get nostalgic whenever there's African culture, African music, the African lines, and I think that's the main reason why I love going to Animal Kingdom. And I think thanks to Madagascar 2, I literally look up Swahili language. I mean, Lion King goes more in depth with it, but Madagascar 2 in particular on DVD teaches like how to say hello, which is jumbo, gunai is uske mweno, and mama and baba. Baba means father in Swahili, which I think that's pretty funny. So I get to learn a little bit more of African culture just because of the Madagascar 2 on DVD. Anyway, let me just read this comment. I know you're going to sleep, but if you're Princess Madagascar later soon, also, yeah, bro, I know. But hey, good to know that you come to the chat. But anyway, back to Madagascar 2. So, yeah, I do love the African inhabitants, and the plane scene. Man, the plane scene is just hilarious to watch. Because, yeah, they parody the Twilight Zone where Alex is like, ah, Gremlin! And then the funniest part where Skipper's like, cover up, doll. This might get hairy. Attention, this is your captain speed. The good news is we'll be landing immediately. Bad news is a crash landing. And then just gets...
Crash landing.
It's funny that Gloria has been sleeping throughout the entire plane flight while Alex, Marty Melman, and the lemurs and the penguins, and I think even the monkeys were just playing chess. But then it was so funny, like out of nowhere, where King Joey's like, "You see, Maurice, it tastes like pizza. I can fly. And then that one moment where, okay, I didn't get this joke because I was so young when I saw this movie in theaters, but during the moment where Alex and Marty making this one secret by saying, "Marty, I'm gonna say you're the best friend. Thanks, buddy. You're the best ever. I need to tell you something. Tell you what. I broke your iPod. What? The birds were so small. It made me mad. The horror. I'm sorry." And then Melman out of nowhere, "I love you, Gloria. I always have.
I've always have."
And then Gloria snores, and then all the bros by saying, "Bro, what you just said? Do you really have to say that right now? We're about to die." And then Melman, being the typical beta dork he is, "I like a good beach, or a good book, or the beach." I think it was pretty funny that I see the voice cast try to like rehearse the lines, and honestly, it's much more funnier compared to like the final cut. And what the penguin says when they're laying on the plate, "Now smooch like you kiss it. I said kiss it." And then switch to the monkeys, "I believe that's checkmate." And then when the plane goes diving in like a complete nosedive from the parachute, and then just go straight to this. And then when the penguins start flapping each other, I was like, no, we're just lost in the wild again. And I like the moment where Skipper and Alex are having their arguments by saying like, well, we should probably say 6 to 9 months. 69 months? No, 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months.
And then Skipper and Alex were kind of like debating like who should be the leader. And then Alex was like, "Do I look like I could be in charge of all this? Alright, then I'll remain in charge." And oh, I almost forgot about, I really like the origin story of like, we got to get to know where Alex is from. Like, okay, Dreamworks often has a habit for this main protagonist of, hey, I want this character to be more masculine, but then he's not. And Hiccup, Poe, and Alex kind of has that syndrome where it's like, Alex's dad wants him to become more of a fighter, but then Alex is more of an entertainer. Bro, it's literally me! Anyway, jokes aside, yeah, it's kind of pretty obvious that his dad wants him to become something, and then Makunga, I honestly thought Makunga was like the uncle to Alex, but no, he's technically a rival, because I literally thought I was going to be playing off with Lion King with Mufasa and Scar, which they kind of did that with Makunga's arc later in the movie, but then it's not entirely like, oh, Zumba dies, or Alex's mom dies. But either way, I did not know Alex's dad, Zuba, is voiced by Bernie Mac, which sadly I didn't know he passed away the same year when this movie was out. So when it showed the tree, I'm like, oh, okay. So he passed away around that time. And now I guess that kind of explains why they didn't bring up the parents in the third movie, which I thought that was weird. But honestly, that's what I like about the second movie. We get to know Alex's origin, even Marty, Melman, Gloria. Like, the main characters fleshed out a bit more. Like, to me, DreamWorks has a habit for making good sequels, for the most part. But when they can make a good sequel, it is really, really good. And most of the time, I feel like Pixar should definitely take notes from DreamWorks if it's not Toy Story or Inside Out. But either way, I like the moment where they go to Africa, and then Mel's like, San Diego, this time I'm 40% sure. And even though Alex, Melman, and Gloria, and Marty has their history with Madagascar themselves, but when they go to Africa, they feel like they belong somewhere. Marty clicks in with the other zebras, Melman clicks in with the other giraffes that, you know, they feel like they need a doctor. Oh, we put them in a dying hole, and they die. And it comes to this random giraffe coughing. And then the funniest thing is, it's like, we get to Motomoto doing his, so you know, you nice girl, you huge, I like a big, I like a chunky. And then during the moments where Alex's dad assumed that he was like a stoic alpha lion, but then Alex puts out his entertaining dancing skills, trying to impress the lion pride. But then when Makunga brings like this tough lying, and then Alex decided to like be part of things, I like that Alex's parents are trying to like recapture and trying to like make sure Alex remember his childhood days, from his rattle to the paint and even his foofy. Like, out of nowhere, he still becomes child by saying, foofy, give me my foofy, 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 my foofy. I mean, not gonna lie, I'm kind of the same thing, but I'm like, no, don't get rid of my childhood stuff. I love it. I mean, look at me, I still have my Shrek. Look at me, I still have my Shrek DVD that I still have as a kid, so that doesn't tell like I've completely grown up from my childhood stuff. But either way, almost forgot the nanny, the grandmother, the old lady. She is much more unhinged in this movie. Like, this woman is probably like part animal, because the fact that she literally beat down Alex, pinched his nipple in a boulder. Even the penguins try to run her over, and even when the penguins are trying to like distract the tourists, one of my favorite lines from Madagascar too, I would give him the kiss of life, and just give private CPR. And then once when they try to ran over the grandma, is she dead? No. And then they just bump her in, and she still has like strong bones. It's like, damn, this woman that, like, in my mind, in the words of Patrick Starr, that is one tough elderly person. Because literally, even the moment in the final act where she grabs like a shotgun to try to kill Alex and the dad, even when she's trying to attack them in the dam, it's like, that's a crazy woman, man. But not as crazy as the villain in Madagascar 3. But either way, it's just very wild. Huh, no pun intended. But I like the moment where, of course, it's the DreamWorks lie trope where Alex just lies that he's not like a real king to his parents, but then his mom is trying his best to encourage the good of him, but his dad is just very disappointed, kind of like what Hiccup's dad was, kind of like what Shifu was to Poe. It's a DreamWorks character trademark for that. But then Alex decided to move on. Marty feels like he doesn't fit in just because he's not unique compared to the other zebras. Melman and Gloria's relationship are breaking apart because Melman knows that Gloria is. I like that in that segment, the main characters are having their downfalls. Alex, Marty, Melman, Gloria, and everyone literally split up at the most convenient time. The ones that are living their best part of their lives are the lemurs. Like, King Julian think he is a ruler. The penguins and the monkeys are just crafting the plane because they hire more chimps. Like, the funny thing where Skipper Mace is like, I like to kiss you, monkey man. Alright, but he's so darn ugly. And then Skipper just gets disgusted. Like, I feel like the lemurs, the penguins, and the monkeys are living the best lives while the main characters are going to all their downfalls in their own separate ways. Like, for an instance, where Melman feels like he's being dumped and he has no chance of being with Gloria again, but then when Motomos was about to make the move, I saw this one meme where Melman is the perfect equivalent of a green flag by saying, listen, Motomoto, you better treat this woman like queen. I'll give her flowers every day. 6 months ago, she has the most amazing laugh. And literally all the female hippos...
Saw that video too?
Yeah, all the female hippos come up by saying, oh, that was beautiful. Anyways, where were we? I'm huge. So basically, Gloria understands, like, the best guy that happens to be a giraffe for some reason was the better match than some random hunky hippo. Kind of relevant in real life, where it's like, hey, the right guy was there with you all along. You decided to become a dumb, stupid hoe for the streets, or for Africa's soil streets, just to be with another hippo. So I kind of like that arc. And that's because King Julian is the one that encouraged Melman in the first place, which why King Julian is the GOAT. If it weren't for King Julian, Melman would still be in a downfall in the dying hole. And same goes when Alex is trying to, like, get to the real Marty. Like, Melman and Gloria sees the value for each other for their relationship, and then Alex and Marty sees the value in their friendship. So once again, like Madagascar at the core is a comedy, but there's some great character growth with the main cast, and I really like that. Like for instance, the moment where Alex and Marty are being hunted, but then his dad tries to defend him when the tourists did not even know who he was, or the moment where Melman like King Julian says they need a sacrifice in order to bring the watering hole back, because Makunga says like, oh yeah, I would banish Alec to the watering hole for 1,000 years of life. It's so funny that a random dive fish was like screaming, going, ah! And Makunga thinks it's all Alex's fault. Then Alex is like, yeah, I'm the one that left the reserve and survived. And then people's like when Makunga wants to be the ruler of the Lion Pride, I'm like, bro, this is basically copying the Lion King, except the dad does not die in the movie, and Makunga does not kill anyone. It's just that Makunga's kind of like, the big bully. So, in a way, they kind of like copy off Lion King, but, not as deep as Lion King. But during the moment where Melman was about to make his quote-unquote sacrifice, I remember the Madagascar 2 video game where he dances with Motomoto freaking dies where he goes, ah. I don't know, I thought that was funny. And then outside of like the Moto, it's like when Gloria was having the chance to save Melman's life because she's like, there's no other person I'd rather be around the world. But then when Marty, Melman, Gloria actually redeemed themselves, and then even Alex's dad, Zumba, got redemption. Like once when the tourists were about to kill his dad, Alex does his trademark for what he's known for, and then it goes back to the song, I've been around the world in a pouring rain, and then his dad's like, oh. So even though my son is not like the tough lion that I wanted to be, but using his skills of being himself, and it's a nice father-son bonding moment. It's like, Dad, what are you doing? I'm dancing with my son, I think. I will admit, that kind of hit too close to home, where me and my dad are completely different people, but once when I show my rage and his range, we kind of bond together, even if we're not the same person. So I kind of like that between both Alex and Zumba, so I'm like, healthy relationships of father-son moments. It's not as like, as deep as Simba and Mufasa, but at least Alex and his dad are still alive. And I like that everyone in the final act worked together, from the monkeys. And the penguin's funny as always. Her name is Roma, she was a nanas. And then Alex and Zumba telling the monkeys and telling Marty to save themselves. And thanks to the dam, the water hole got back to Africa. And then Makunga got beat up by the old lady. And now everyone feels welcome. So in other words, Madagascar 2, I will say this, it has a much stronger ending than the first one. Like the first movie, yeah, Alex redeemed himself, but I feel like everyone got their redemption in the second movie. So that's why, in my personal opinion, I think I like the second movie a lot more, because of like, I feel like the second movie is probably the most emotional one out of the three, if you look more deeper of what the main characters are struggling with, and the side characters just do what they do best for the comedy. So yeah, in my personal opinion, I think Madagascar 2 is better than the first movie. So yeah, 8's here for sure. So, do we have time to talk about Monsters vs. Aliens?
Dude, it's I don't know.
Gabriel, Lesnar, want to talk about Monsters vs. Aliens?
Chat.
Wait, what?
Gabe? Oh.
What? Okay. Monsters vs. Aliens.
Yep.
That was another test with. I thought it was just super entertaining, super funny. Seth Rogen as Bob is just iconic. What's his face? His missing link?
Yeah, the missing link, who's voiced by Will Arnett.
Will Arnett, yeah. He did. Mm-hmm. He did really good. Those are probably my favorite characters, really. We all wanted to smash. No.
Yes. Hear me out. Susan, especially when she's in giant Morgan mode.
In the giant form.
Yes.
Please. Okay, let's
Stop on me, woman! Stop on me!
And then Paul Rudd was the husband, right?
Paul Rudd was, well, not technically husband, because, they didn't make the vows, but he was the boyfriend / fiancé. So, yeah, that was Paul Rudd.
I guess you could say, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know who Paul Rudd was when I watched it, so that's interesting. I think it was cool. I mean, to have all these... I mean, she wasn't really a monster. She was just, like, she just had superpowers, basically, which is just a giant forever. I mean, honestly, I would freak out, or not freak out, but I would be like, what the heck? Am I dreaming? If I saw, like, a giant woman, but I wouldn't, like, be super scared, because she's just a regular woman, but giant. And she's hot, so I wouldn't. No.
Mm-hmm. But still, would.
But it was cool, and I love what's his name, the sergeant or general dude?
General Monger.
Insectosaurus.
Yeah, Insectosaurus.
Yeah, Insectosaurus is the goat, actually.
He's lovable.
Yeah, and I love the scene where they're like going through the backstory of all the monsters in the black and white form.
Kinda. Oh yeah, I like that.
I thought that was cool. The president is funny. I'm a brave
president.
I'm a brave president. And then him playing the keyboard. That was so random, but I don't care. I love the president in this movie. I also like the robots, like the way those robots look. They look cool in a way. I don't know, and I love the bridge scene. Bob, help! Sorry, I was just staring at this bird over there.
I don't feel so good.
And then when they first met, I love that. I love that scene where they're in the prison and they first met each other.
Who's in? Oh, I just scared myself, that is.
I just scared myself.
Look at his boobies. We need to have a talk.
Yeah, we need to have a talk. Love that line.
I always love the scene where like Missy Link was doing the dance and then he snaps his arm.
Yeah, where he goes, ha, ha, ninja, ha, ow!
Ha, ha, ninja, ha, ow! Also the scene where they're in the bus and what's his face? The cockroach?
Dr. Cockroach.
Yeah. When they're like boosting in the bus. And then also when he's inside the robot and he's getting crushed.
Yeah, like an actual bug.
And he doesn't die because he's a cockroach, and cockroaches don't die for some reason.
I don't know. It's a fun movie. The plot is simple, but it's not a bad plot either. Like I think it's just a simple, fun movie to watch, have a good time with. Fun characters, great cast. To be honest, the soundtrack isn't really that memorable, but I'm in it for the characters. I think the characters are the highlight, just because all of them are funny.
Also the villain, Galaxar.
Yeah. Galaxar out.
Well, you like to have a gun? Yes, I would.
That final fight was kind of cool, too. Would you like a gun?
Yes, I would.
Hey, guys, look. And,
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
I also, I mean, it's not the movie, but I love the shorts, like the Halloween specials and stuff. And Bob is just, he's like the highlight of these movies.
Easily.
I also remember the DVD, and it was in 3D also.
Yeah, it was
like
Bob's Big
3D
Break.
glasses.
It was Bob's Big Break.
Yeah. And then in the menu where the guy's hitting toy thing.
Oh, the ball?
The ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he's like hitting it back and forth.
Yeah,
I would leave that on loop for so long, just staring at it with my 3D glasses.
And that's
until I hit play.
But that's why this movie exists, because Dreamworks wants to push so hard by saying, watch this movie in 3D, and they did that on purpose.
Yeah, back in that era, 3D was huge. Now they stopped doing that. Now it's just 4D. But, Monsters vs. Aliens, I would put it at B.
Okay, that seems appropriate.
Yeah, I would put it at B. I think it's a solid movie.
Alright, B tier for you.
I love it.
That seems fair. Lesnar, what about you?
I agree with the B tier, to be honest.
What do you guys see? You don't have much to say about it?
It's... Monsters vs. Aliens is one of those movies where, like, they would put on at school in the classroom and I would watch it. I do remember a little, like, just some of it. Turn on, man. I'm sorry. I do remember, like, I do remember some of it because, like, it was back then and I was young, so either that or, like I said, might need to rewatch it. But honestly, yeah, most of the stuff that Gabe said, I agree with, because, like, most of the stuff you said, it kind of jogged my memory. So, yeah, I still think it's B tier.
Alright, B tier for you. Then, let me just get to my ranking when it comes to this. So, yeah.
Yeah. Also, by the way, can this be like the last movie we talk about? Because it's 11 here.
I was going to say, do you guys want to stop at How to Train Your Dragon or stop Monsters vs. Aliens? A part of me is like, I want to get straight to, like, I think we can go to at least maybe 2 or 3 more movies, because I'm thinking like maybe Shrek 4 could be a good ending, or Megamind, or I don't know. What do you guys think?
Hey man, we can start back up with How to Train Your Dragon.
Gabriel, what about you?
But what did Lesnar say?
Repeat what you just said, Lesnar.
I said because like it's starting to get a little late, so I thought why don't we just end off with Monsters vs. Aliens and we can start back up with How to Train Your Dragon.
Well, that's what he said. Here's what I said. It's either one, end off with either How to Train Your Dragon or Shrek Forever After. At least one of those two for me, at least. Like, personally, I'm like, well, I do want to say things about the beginning of this new franchise and the end of the Shrek franchise. If you guys want, like, I don't know, save part 2 for, like, Megamind or Shrek or Kung Fu Panda 2, I don't know. You guys, like, think about it. But that's what Lesnar said. I don't know. What would you think, Gabriel? Because the next movies after Monsters vs. Aliens is How to Train Your Dragon, Shrek 4, and Megamind. Basically, the 2010 movies after Monsters vs. Aliens.
When did Monsters vs. Aliens come out?
It came out in 2009, which I went to Puerto Rico around that time. So it was the only DreamWorks movie in 2010. Then you got the 3 2010 movies: new franchise, How to Train Your Dragon, final Shrek movie around that time, and then Megamind.
I was like 7 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I was in 2nd grade. I remember getting the McDonald's toys. I think it was McDonald's for that movie.
Me too.
But probably, I mean, it's your stream. I'll probably have to go because it's getting.
Personally, for me, if I had to stop, I'd probably want to stop around Shrek 4 so we could wrap up the Shrek franchise. And I want to talk about at least the first Dragons movie before I see the new version.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about Shrek 4, to be honest. Dragon, or How to Train Your Dragon, probably a little bit.
So,
I could, just to make it quick, you can talk about the movies. I'll just give my quick analysis and place my rank in the.
Sure.
Alright.
So I'm just going to get to my quick ramble about Monsters vs. Aliens, and then we'll just get to... Because like I said, I personally want to go to the 2010 movies. Don't know about Megamind, though, because I have a feeling you probably might be involved with that. But I feel like Shrek 4 is like, well, it's the end of the franchise. But anyway, without wasting any more time, I'm just going to get straight to Monsters vs. Aliens. So this movie, I would agree with the boys. It's definitely a B-tier movie because, look, I'm not going to say it's better than the Madagascar movies or Shrek or Kung Fu Panda. But for what it is from... what has it become? And then I honestly think it's like a pretty fun movie. And personally, I mostly would have assumed that Monsters vs. Aliens would be like a franchise because you literally got like your own team with Ginormica, Missing Link, Dr. Cockroach, the Insectosaurus, and Bob, which he is easily my favorite Seth Rogen voiceover role where he goes, "Hi there! You see when people look and be like, look out! Here it comes! Susan! Oh, I just scared myself. That is scary.
I just scared myself. That is scary.
Yeah, turns out you don't really need one to have a brain. Look at his boobies. We need to have a talk." Like, honestly, Bob has the best lines throughout the entire movie. Like, I literally just quote one, "I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea." And then that one time where he gets sad about the Invisible Man getting cried, he goes, "No!" It's so funny whenever Seth Rogen goes a bit over the top. Even like what Garrett said, Missing Link, because, you know, it's Will Arnett, a.k.a. Lego Batman, BoJack Horseman, and whenever he goes, "Ow!" it's honestly pretty funny, including the moment where he's trying to, like, pick up the chicks at the pool, where he goes, "Chlorine, chlorine, chlorine in my eyes, ah!" And then Bob uses 3D powers, like, what are they running away from? So I think the voice cast is pretty good. And I think it was my introduction knowing who Reese Witherspoon was outside of that one Johnny Cash movie. But yeah, Susan, I smash. Whether she's in human form or basically ginormica form, she's pretty good. So I definitely like the whole Avengers aspect of it. But the movie being titled Monsters vs. Aliens, like, even though they face a giant alien robot, the saddest thing of why I don't rank this much higher, because the title is kind of a bit misleading, where they don't get to really fight the aliens until, like, the very final act. Like, Galaxar is a pretty funny alien where he goes, "Who dares to wake me? Oh, this coffee is very hot. Silence, Susan." Because, you know, it's Dwight Schultz from The Office. So I feel like they could have been, like, a bit more, like, action sequences where we see the monsters take down the aliens, even though, sadly, they took down Insectosaurus from that alien raid. It's like, no, bro, don't go. And I like that missing link got so emotional by saying, we're going to take this alien down. And once when General Moringer, who's one of the best side characters, was like, all right, monsters, I'm going to be skydiving in. If I don't come back, that means I'm dead or late. And then when he goes down with the lieutenant, where he goes, come on, lieutenant, we're about to go down for a ride. You can let go of me now. And then the Insectosaurus wakes up just to turn to a butterfly. That was like a nice, great, like, twist ending for what they could have done. And then Paul Rudd's character, he's a jerk, just be like, yeah, my girlfriend's a monster, I'm not going to live that life anymore. And then at the end, it's like, yeah, we can go on a date with Paris, and then she's like, nah, goodbye, Derek. And I like that Bob is so stupid that he doesn't even know by, Derek, we are so done. She is everything I deserve. I'm happy now, Derek, without you. And then he brings his Jello girlfriend, because remember, Bob has, like, this date with a quote-unquote Jello at the table with Susan's parents, which I thought that was funny. And then at the very end, where basically when they went to Paris, and then basically he's so stupid where he's like, wait, you dated Derek too? That two-timing jerk! Because, you know, Bob is not that, you know, smart. But I definitely say, like, the action sequences are cool and fun, and it's cool that the other character shows a bit more of their powers, like Missing Link swims, for the most part. Dr. Cockroach climbs on things. Bob is a Jello mode. But like I said, I kind of wish they would have shown, like, this would have easily become a franchise if they would have made a sequels, and then we'll see them actually fight actual aliens. And the only closest thing we ever got to that is 2 Halloween specials and a TV show on Nickelodeon, but that's about it. So I feel like it could have been more, but for what it is, pretty nice, pretty fun. So either way, like I said, I don't want to end the stream yet without talking about Dragons and Shrek 4 at the least, and then we could do a part 2 whenever. So y'all want to stick around for How to Train Your Dragon and Shrek 4?
Yeah, I'll say my rank, but let you, say your opinion.
Yeah, I'll say mine too. I'll be quick with mine.
Alright, so, because I was going to say, it's better off to start, like, end with Shrek 4 and do part 2 with Megamind and Kung Fu Panda 2, because, like I said, Gary, I know you have a lot to say for Megamind, so we probably might have to save that for part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel, going great to stream. And yeah, I'm aware that people want to go to sleep at this moment, but I just want to wrap up with, like, the 2 big Dreamworks movies. So I'm going to talk about the original How to Train Your Dragon before I go see the live-action remake in about the next 2 days in 2025. But either way, the original How to Train Your Dragon was a surprise for me. Like, it feels like Kung Fu Panda, where I'm like, I know I'm going to like this movie, but I didn't expect to love it that much on my first watching. So, of course, the remake's out, but we're not talking about the remake. We're going to be talking about the original animated movie. Is the fact that I know this movie was based on a children's book, like, once when, you know, it's just nothing but fictional tales. Toothless looks nothing like the book itself. But for this, How to Train Your Dragon, I was expecting it to be like this, like, bootleg knockoff of Game of Thrones or Top Gun, but for kids. But then, when it gets to the main character Hiccup, which, you know, the voice from Jay Baruchel is too damn iconic, where he talks like this, well, this is Bert. We have mosquitoes, we have dragons, like, I just have to kill it. I'm a Viking. I'm a Viking! Da-da-da, we're dead. Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile. Once again, just like Poe and Kung Fu Panda, but except physically, I'm more like Hiccup than Poe because I'm not fat and chubby. But the one thing I could relate to Hiccup when I was younger in school, I was definitely mostly picked on as the kid that isn't really as capable to do a lot more tough going stuff like doing sports or just being picked on by the other kids, and not even his own parent, like his own father, would see like the potential of them, even that his dad wants to see him be more like a true Viking by saying, you are anything, Hiccup, but being a dragon killer is what you're not. But either way, it's kind of like a nice introduction for Hiccup's underdog story, and throughout his monologue, like not just in this movie, but he usually does that in the sequels too. But for this one, it's kind of cool that we get to see the Isle of Berk, which you can tell is inspired by Scotland, Ireland, Norway, basically just beautiful UK stuff. And the interesting thing about the dragons is, even though they're not exactly like the books, but you can easily tell that they're definitely inspired, like, from what they could design. Like, it's basically Dragon Pokemon, that's what you could say. Like, I could easily name all of them, from the Night Fury, the Monstrous Nightmare, the Deadly Natter, the Grunkle Grunkle, the Terrible Terror, the Zippleback. Like, it's basically kind of like knowing your dragon knowledge, kind of like how you know your dinosaur knowledge in the Jurassic movies. And basically, since the Night Fury, aka Toothless, was like the last of his kind, basically Hiccup just did the impossible of not just taking down the last Night Fury throughout the Isle of Berk. Is the fact that people are just so disappointed. Like, no matter how aspiring Hiccup wants to be to impress his dad, to impress Gobber, which Gobber's the go, he is so funny whenever he says, like, you see, Hiccup, it's not about, like, what you are, it's something of what your father cannot understand inside you. That's what he cannot stand, boy. Like, you can tell that Gobber's a bit more easier compared to Hiccup's dad, Stoic, but still, he's still, like, you know, being like this uncle mentor. But then you got the other young Vikings, which Astrid, which, once again, another hear me out character, because, yeah, she's fine. But outside of that, Astrid, the other Vikings, who are voiced, as always, popular comedic actors from Jonah Hill, McLovin, TJ Miller, which, you know, TJ Miller does not age well, and freaking Kristen Wiig as the young Vikings. And even though it's so akin to hear their voices out of these Vikings, but they do suit like the teenagers voicing these young Vikings, but they still, except for Fish Legs, the fat Viking, most of them still underestimate Hiccup because he was technically the loser of the group. So then when Hiccup decided, like, find more of his inventory skills, discover his purpose, but then when he unexpectedly meets up with Toothless, like, he has the chance to finally kill a dragon, to not just prove to his dad, to his crush, to his friends, to all the people of Berk that he is capable of being one. Like, I could be just like you guys. But then Hiccup, like the softy he is inside, feels empathy for Toothless. And even Toothless himself could have had the opportunity to kill Hiccup, but then he has to struggle to, like, fly up to the sky. Like, clearly, without the last fin of Toothless' tail, he has no escape. But then Hiccup has the chance by saying, wait, so how come this dragon didn't kill me and I didn't kill him? But then Toothless has the opportunity by saying he's stuck, even though he's a ferocious beast that could kill me and eat me, but I think this poor animal needs help, and even I need help for my type. And instead of just killing the dragon like what everyone wants and hopes him to be, Hiccup stands out from the crowd, which, yes, Toothless, he is adorable, man. I mean, it's made by the same filmmakers that gave you Lilo and Stitch, so no wonder Toothless has a very Stitch vibe, except he doesn't talk, and he has, like, not that much of an expressive personality or comedy, but Toothless still has a personality, a sense of humor zone just in his animal behavior. And Toothless, he's basically the combination of a salamander and a lizard, a horse, a cat, and a dog. And I feel like the dynamic between Hiccup and Toothless is easily the heart and soul of not just this movie, but for the entire franchise. Like, the first impression, obviously, they attack, but then they surprisingly did not threaten one each other after the first attack. And during the moment where Hiccup beats Toothless, and then that's where he knows that this dragon can actually put his teeth out, then put it in, put it out, that's where he comes up with the name. And it brings it to one of my favorite tracks from John Powell, which is the Forbidden Friendship track. And man, it gives me the tears every time I look back at it, because one, the original movie came out when I had my first dog, Tango. He was my Toothless back then, but now with this new version, now I'm doing it to Roxy. And during the moments where Hiccup is trying to bond with Toothless, eating the fish, doing trace traps, kind of like what a cat and a dog does, and then the iconic moment where he puts his hand on Toothless, like, bro, if you don't have this type of emotional bond with your pet or animal, then I don't understand that you won't get it. Like, I'm not expecting y'all to cry, but can you at least have a, I had this moment like this with my dog, cat, horse, or whatever animal I'm raising. So I feel like moments like that's like, yeah, that's like the integral part. That's the heart and soul of this movie and this franchise. But then I think when Toothless got to know to, like, not just getting along with Toothless and actually gets to help Toothless get to fly again, then, like what the title says, learning how to train, he learned some tactics of how to take down the other dragons without exactly killing them. And all the young Vikings and even the older Vikings with the Scottish accents were like, wow, we're impressed by Hiccup. We were just thinking like he's some beta loser, but now he's actually being good. He's actually living up to his father's name, to Stoic the Vast. And even Astrid herself, like Hiccup's crush, was being so, like, tough on him, so jealous of him, that she basically was not attracted to Hiccup, but now wants to get curious, like, what is Hiccup's secret tricks up his sleeves? And the one thing that really caught me off guard from this movie, including the rest of the franchise, is you're telling me that the older Vikings have strong Scottish accents, but the younger Vikings speak like your average American people. I mean, they're all cast by comedic actors, so I'm not that surprised. But for the older Vikings, they actually cast real Scottish people to voice the older Vikings. I don't know. Even the remake kind of did the same thing too. But either way, I like during the moment where Asteroid actually gets to expose the idea of like not telling Hiccup a thing, and even Toothless himself still gets a bit judged by saying, "Hey, this is my friend." And then during the moment where Asteroid wants to expose the truth, and it gets to the iconic moment of "da da da, we're dead." And during the moment where Toothless and Hiccup are trying to convince Asteroid to, like, you know, get to the fact, like, no, you cannot tell everyone about our secret. But then Toothless has become so ruthless, so reckless, just to scare Asteroid and just purposely just make her feel like, yeah, fear me, woman, just because you've been quite disrespectful to my best friend, Hiccup. And then it gets to that kind of quote of, "Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile." But then when Asteroid feels sorry about like, everything what she does, then Toothless actually listens. Then it gets to one of the most iconic tracks of the movie. It's called Romantic Flights, where the visuals look amazing, the sky is so good, including Toothless flying with Hiccup and Asteroid is quite magical. It's not a Disney movie, but it's still quite magical. And then when it gets to like the final act where Toothless, Hiccup, and Asteroid understands like why are the dragons flying away of capturing the sheep, which they're not feeding it to themselves, they're feeding it to the giant female dragon queen called the Red Death, which she was quite scary in the animated movie. But then they get to understand that, oh, so basically these dragons are not feeding for themselves. It's kind of like a beehive. Like, basically, they do all the work, and the Red Death dragon is basically the queen of the hive. And even though we don't get that much screen time with that monster until that scene in the final lap, but at least that dragon was smart enough to know that there is human scent when Toothless tried to kick them away. I will admit, it was kind of random when Asteroid randomly just kissed Hiccup out of nowhere, because, like, I hate you now, but now I love you since, you know, we have a nice flight together, and I kind of underestimate you that you actually are, like, you know, capable of being like the Viking that not everyone expects you to be. But now that you have a secret, what are you going to do about it? But then when Hiccup wants to expose the truth about his final essay that his dad come back home from his Viking trip, and when he tries to, like, the monstrous nightmare with his hook fang, and he tries to, like, tame it, then it gets to that comment by saying, "I need to show you all of this. This is not who I am, and this is what they're more for." But then his dad is so pissed and so blind by saying, "No, this is not what I meant, son. Stop the fight." But then, thanks to his dad's rage, Dragon gets upset. Toothless becomes a true G, defends Hiccup. He even tried to blast his own dad, but even Toothless has a heart and has empathy when Hiccup is trying to, like, "Don't stop, that's my dad." But, you know, all the Vikings could care less about the empathy and be like, "He's a night fairy, we should lock him up." But then it honestly feels bad because it kind of gets to that emotional trope of whenever you see the main animal, alien creature that gets abused by the government or human beings, and you just be like, "No, don't take down this animal creature that bonded with this boy that was a nobody." Kind of has that E.T. type of vibe in a way. But then during the iconic moment where the dad, Stoic, and Hiccup are just arguing by saying, "Why would you trade a dragon? They killed hundreds of us, and we killed thousands of them." You could tell the relationship between Hiccup and his dad is very distant from apart. Like, even his dad says something cruel by saying, "You're not the Viking I used to be. They're not my son." And then when he exits the door, even his own father feels heartbroken that, "I can't believe I'm saying this because he's my one and only son, but that being said, I'm disappointed in him." But then when the dragons move away, but then when Toothless got locked up, and then I like the moment where Asteroid tells Hiccup by saying, "Why you didn't kill the dragon? Like, I'm the first one to not kill a dragon." But then Asteroid reminds Hiccup by saying, "But you're the first one to train one." And then she's like, "You lost everything. You lost your father, you lost your privilege, you lost your tribe, and even your best friend. What are you going to do about it?" And the best takeaway that Hiccup says is, "Probably do something stupid." Well, that already happened. Probably something crazy. But the one thing that, even though it took weeks for Hiccup to, like, train Toothless, it's funny that the other Vikings, like, "Oh yeah, the other dragons, it'll take you, like, less than an hour just to learn how to train them." And then for some reason, they all got a way to properly fly on their own. But then, when the Vikings get to the final act, which is one of the most coolest action sequences in a Dreamworks movie ever, is during the moment when the Vikings could have, like, listened to Hiccup's advice by saying, "No, don't go to the main hive, it's a bad idea." But then, when the Queen Alpha Red Death just comes around, the Vikings die, and then the dragon, Stormfly, and all the other young Vikings try to distract Red Death. Another great character moment is when Hiccup was trying his best to save Toothless as he was stuck on the boat, but then when Hiccup was about to lose oxygen underwater, his dad understands the value of why Hiccup would train the dragons once when he saw Hiccup and the other Vikings on the dragon. And the one moment where the dad's like, "Hiccup, I'm sorry." And then Hiccup's like, "We're Vikings, Dad. It's an occupational hazard." And then we get to this epic Avengers Infinity War final moment where Hiccup and Toothless save Asteroid, and then all the dragons rest, where the Red Death follows Toothless and Hiccup. And for what Hiccup has trained Toothless throughout their flight moments, you get the iconic score. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's one of the best tracks and a DreamWorks animated movie, period, but also one of John Pallascore's best work that he's ever done, including the moment where technically Toothless and Hiccup outsmart the Red Death, and then the Red Death just basically just kills himself at the very end. And when Toothless and Hiccup were about to save each other, everyone thought Hiccup was dead, but then Toothless was so darn loyal to save Hiccup's life. And here was like the heartwarming moment where, not gonna lie, I kind of tear up, because Hiccup told Astrid at the beginning where it's like, once when I saw Toothless in pain, I see myself. And then you see the perils where Toothless lost one of his tail fins, and then at the very end, after the whole dragon fight scene, Hiccup lost his leg. It's like, they have one thing in common. That's why both of these are meant to be best friends for as long as they could. And then, in the end of the movie is pretty self-explanatory that Vikings and dragons can get along and coexist. But other than that, so the original How to Train Your Dragon, it's not just a nostalgia movie, and sure, it may not be as powerful compared to Kung Fu Panda when it comes to the themes, but the emotional integrity of Hiccup and Toothless, like having like opposites attract but having similarities at the end, Hiccup's relationship with his dad of trying to please him but also showing the unexpected capabilities that he has that what his dad didn't expect. Same goes for his crush, same goes for his friends. It's such a great underdog story, but also a great human boy and animal love story when it comes to the emotional bond. And overall, it's 100% an S tier in my opinion. And like I said, guys, I have not seen the remake. I won't be ranking the remake yet till I see the movie, but whatever it is, guys, I think the original would always be the superior one. So it's 100% an S tier for me. And like I said, the theme song, including the end credit song of na 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 na, Six Stones by Jonesy, the Iceland song, peak. It is 100% peak cinema. So that's all I have to say about the OG How to Train Your Dragon before we decided to supposedly close up. So yeah, that's all I have to say about Dragons 2010.
Yeah.
So what about you guys?
Yeah, what I like about How to Train Your Dragon is it's another underdog story, similar to Kung Fu Panda, except it's a different theme. It's totally different, but it worked so well. It's the main character also relatable and likable. Seeing how he later on tried to fit in and be as best as he could for his dad to be proud of him and just be the best version of himself, but it took time, and all the other Vikings, whoever else,
That was just a kid, bro. You can't do that.
and the whole story is about proving that wrong and proving that no matter how scrawny or small he had compared to all the other Vikings, compared to his dad, he still has that heart and bravery that most people wouldn't have. Towards the end of the movie, he helped defeat that queen dragon thing. Toothless lost a freaking leg for it, so he proved himself in the end.
Well, that happened.
And the relationship with, just his relationships in general, the Astrid, Dad, and Toothless. Never thought he'd be that close with a dragon, but I think they found something common with each other that got them close. Toothless was kind of he was a one-of-a-kind dragon, an outcast. People feared him. Hiccup was also an outcast, overlooked. I think they found a connection to that, even though it was a dragon, but still, How to Train Your Dragon. So it was still nice. I love that scene where he meets Toothless and names stuff.
It's wholesome.
Their first flight together.
Iconic, too iconic.
Yep. And then the music and so much about them. I think the side characters are also funny.
Jonah
I love the
Hill,
other
McLovin.
dragons. I think my favorite dragons are like Toothless and the red one.
Oh, okay. He's called the Monstrous Nightmare, but I think his name is Hook Fang, the one that goes on fire.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's the one that Jonah Hill's character rides.
I like Astrid's dragon also.
Oh yeah, Stormfly. I really like Stormfly, especially when she gets closely. When either Hiccup or Astrid does like the scratch thing. It's like, she actually looks pretty adorable when you do the scratch thing. What you do with your pet. So
those are my favorite dragon.
And they look really cool at Universally Epic Universe, especially Stormfly. I'm just saying.
Oh. But yeah, it's a lot of what you said and a lot of the connections and bonds that Hiccup had create how he proves himself wrong to other people and made his dad proud. It's just a really great underdog story that could inspire others, relate to. Story about dragon, but so it makes it cool. It's a fantasy universe. It's emotional, it's epic, funny, got it all. So, and I really love the final battle with that giant dragon.
So
I think
epic,
that
man.
giant dragon looked really cool. But yeah, I would put How to Train Your Dragon just one at S rank.
Yeah, it's easily. I mean, just like Kung Fu Panda, it is easily like one of those DreamWorks movies. Like, yeah, it's a new worthy addition, and it's a great story, and overall, it just deserves it. It deserves to be on the spot.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we could say about dragons. I mean, we have room for one more DreamWorks movie just to end off. Well, I know it's not technically the last Shrek movie, because I know we have the Puss in Boots spin-off, but we probably might save that for part 2, because I know there's a lot to say for both the Puss in Boots movies, but I do want to, and also, even though it's also not the last Shrek movie, because, Shrek 5's happening, but I do want to end this off we just talk about a brand new franchise. Let's talk about the semi-conclusion to the Shrek franchise, because, it was around the time, but not anymore, because around that time, it's like, we're done with Shrek, but let's make Puss in Boots the main star. But anyway, Leslie, you're back.
Yeah. I did. Just had to leave for a minute.
That's fine. I was going to say, before we talk about Shrek 4, because I want Shrek 4 to be the last DreamWorks movie to talk about for now, but before we move on to Shrek 4, have any thoughts on the original How to Train Your Dragon? Because me and Gabriel said great things about it, and we both agree that it's an S tier.
I also agree it's an S tier. Gosh dang. It's honestly, that movie is it's a really great movie. Also nostalgic for me too.
Very.
Although then again, I was really young, so I do remember just not a lot of scenes, but then I do remember a couple. Remember some of the clips from the movies, the Cartoon Network show, and and some of the other things. Yeah. But I like Toothless. I love Hiccup. I love Little Cass. I think that movie's up there. Because y'all love it, everyone loves it. Who doesn't love this franchise?
Yeah, unlike that Cameron kid that's like, I never care about the original. I'm like, okay, you can talk crap about the remake, but what? You never care about the original? And I'm like, you probably never have an emotional bond with an animal before, huh? Dog, cat, horse, goldfish, whatever. I bet that's the reason why he's...
Maybe not, but still, bro.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why the movie is so some of us do have an emotional attachment. It's like, Toothless reminds me of my dog, and I can relate to Hiccup, yada yada yada. So I'm like, that's why. I mean, in my personal opinion, outside of the fantasy stuff, the drag stuff, I just feel like Hiccup's arc and Toothless arc were the heart and soul of the movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's S tier for dragons, and I know most people are gonna be not in the chat, but I don't care. We have room for one more DreamWorks movie just to wrap it up, and whenever we do part 2, I think that's funny. Part 2 is just gonna start off with Megamind. But hey, it's funny because even though Dragons and Shrek 4 came out in 2010, so we pretty much talk about the 2000s era. Part 2 is gonna be the 2010 era of DreamWorks, and I guess 2020s if we could. So anyway, just to wrap this up with one more movie, does anyone want to talk about Shrek 4, or do you think I should take away with Shrek Forever After?
Okay. Screw it. I'll go first.
Yeah, you go.
Shrek 4. Shoot. Again, nostalgia, but then again, it's not the best per se. Like, this movie kind of felt like some sort of, how do I say this? Like like I was gonna say fancy movie, but not, like, that's not right. It felt like some sort of fan fiction or something. Because, like, you're like, I don't know what else to describe it, but more like, I know it ain't the best because, well, there are a lot of people say so, but like even though, because the whole freaking, like, it doesn't really feel. It feels like a whole crazy ass adventure, like that takes place in a whole different world, even though in reality it's just Shrek's screaming imagination. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about this movie besides, like, the other ogres and fat cousin, Puss in Boots' fat cousin. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Puss in Boots' overweight cousin. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Fiona, not knowing who anyone is, and damn, I guess Rumpelstiltskin, dude. Yeah, 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 man. I loved it when they had him in the cage and they killed his homeboy. They let him free out the cage. But yeah, where would I rank this movie? Does C tier count?
I mean, yeah, you could do that, because if you're saying that, obviously not as good as Shrek 1 and 2, but better than Shrek the Third.
Yeah, I kind of say that, yeah, okay. But then again, we gotta wait for Shrek 5 for next year, so.
I know, but we're saying it's the last Shrek movie for now in this tier list stream, since we're gonna save the Puss in Boots movie for the next one.
Yep.
So I guess it's C for you?
Yep.
Alright, so C tier for Lesnar and Gabriel. Do you want to go or do you want me to go? For Shrek Forever After.
I'll just quickly say that as a kid I really enjoyed it. And all the freaking commercials and advertisement for the movie. Excited for the movie
2010,
to come
baby.
out. Yeah. And I don't know, I didn't really think too much of it. It wasn't, like, as enjoyable, obviously, as the first two. But at the time, I was, I guess, too young to understand everything. I just watched it and then, like, moved on. So I didn't realize how not so great it was. But I see what they were going for. Like, it was just an alternate universe, character, personality swapped, everything, and Puss in Boots being fat, and
if you dare.
Fiona, and then freaking the other ogres, that fat Jeff dude, ogre dude.
Yeah, I
my
forgot what's
gosh.
his name, but he's the one that says, well, what's this funny, like, it's a chimichanga stage, trust me, y'all are gonna be hungry after this ambush, okay?
Give me my...
I think it's Cookie, that's his name, Cookie!
That's okay. I saw a meme, or well, Trevin sent this meme. It was a Deadpool emote where you put a chimichanga in the microwave from Fortnite, and it was a picture of that, and it was him on the, not Deadpool, the Cookie or whatever his name.
The Cookie?
And it was the line, "Give me my chimichanga," and instead of saying chimichanga, it was just an image of the emote from Fortnite. It just looked funny.
Hey, it still fits in that scenario for the character.
Yeah. And then them dancing and all that stuff, it was stupid. I don't know. I understand what they were trying to go for and trying to be creative and make it this whole fantasy, fit into the fantasy genre of, making spells and stuff and twisting everything with character different. You know, Rumpelstiltskin could have potentially been a better villain, but I don't know. I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball with the movie.
No pun intended, because that literally was his plan, a ball to rebuild.
Yeah. I don't know. He had potential to be a Shrek movies, but I don't know. They didn't do too much. He was just like, "Hey, I'm gonna ruin your life. How about that?" And
where you were never born.
Yeah. Him turning, or no. Him on the chair pulling up. That stupid meme.
Yeah,
and then, like Lester said, when he watched I think it was a goose.
Oh yeah, Fifi
that died. Yeah, he was in the cage and watched it die, and they all just laughed. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what this movie is. I get what they were trying to go for, but I feel like it wasn't enough to be I feel like that's something that could have been like a short or like a special or something. It could have been condensed to something shorter. Not really for a movie, but again, I understand they were trying to. It just wasn't executed great. In my opinion, I don't think it's as bad as Shrek the Third. I wouldn't, if somebody told me to rewatch Shrek Forever After, I wouldn't even be mad. I would just, oh, okay. Like, I don't know. The movie's just meh to me.
Shut up,
I would
Cracker.
probably put it.
That's what Donkey said to Gingy. But it's like, what are you talking about, Cracker? I'm like, hey, yo, Donkey being racist.
All right. I think I would put. Yeah, I'd probably C rank.
C rank? Okay, here's gonna be my hot take. I honestly would put it on a B because I'm like, come on, guys. In my mind, it's like putting it next to Shrek the Third. That feels wrong to me. So I honestly will put it on a B. Like, I'm not saying Shrek 4. You cry when King Harold dies. The third one or the fourth one, Zach? The third one is kind of like funny to look at, but the fourth one is not like, technically it. But anyway, let me talk about Shrek 4. So, obviously, not as great as the first two movies, which that's sad to say, but miles better than Shrek the Third. So, what makes Shrek 4 better than Shrek the Third? The funniest thing is, some fans are like, you don't really need to watch Shrek the Third just to go Shrek 4, which honestly, on rewatch, it is kind of true in a way. Like, you don't really need to understand about the Prince Charming thing, the King Artie stuff, which I didn't really like that in the third film. And it just goes straight forward to Shrek just having babies with Fiona. So you can easily skip Shrek the Third and just go straight to Shrek 4. And I will say this, like, basically, the plot of Shrek 4 isn't really that original if you guys think about it. It's basically, if you all see the movie It's a Wonderful Life, it's basically that, but with Shrek, where Shrek just wishes, like, oh, I wish how my life what it could have used to be. Like, basically, it's not just Wonderful Life. It has a random Groundhog Day effect where Shrek just rinse and repeat the same day again and again and again, from taking out the baby's diapers to taking mud relaxing. Shrek is becoming a tourist attraction from all these far, far away people, and Donkey annoying him. Puss in Boots repeating the exact same story. But either way, so yeah, I could tell that Shrek is quote-unquote, I mean, it did come off as out of nowhere, but I understand why Shrek is, like, so unhappy with his life. Like, he kind of wishes for things where it used to be, which, yeah, I'm going to be honest with them, that could be a relatable topic, but it's kind of, like, weird that it just happened, like, out of nowhere, where he got everything what he wanted, but pretty much that is Shrek's arc throughout the fourth movie. Like, he doesn't understand, like, despite the annoyance, despite disturbances, despite, like, so much things that, could bother his mind, and he wishes, like, Could it be back to the good old ogre days back in the first movie before he met Donkey, Fiona, Puss, and before he even had kids? So that's pretty much the quote-unquote point of Shrek's arc in this movie. But then, like I said, the one thing that really caught me off guard is like, wow, that happened quick out of nowhere. But I understand the struggle that, I feel like, you know, when Shrek has to celebrate his kids' birthdays, and it gets the iconic moment, which I'm surprised neither of you, both of you guys, did not talk about that. To the right! None of you guys didn't talk about that. But either way, the young little fat kid that just comes up and be like, to the right, Daddy, he's getting away. And then obviously when Shrek does the roar, I love you, Daddy. Like, this random fat kid is like, he has no name and no character development, but he just has the funny slide where he goes, do it. It's like, that's literally Palpatine's grandson right there. Do it. But yeah, that was the whole point where Shrek gets annoyed by Donkey, Puss in Boots. I will admit, there was a funny one with the pigs like, oh, what do? You ate the cake? You did have the cake when you share. But then obviously Shrek decided to lose his temper and kind of like lose his character out a bit where he smashes the cake. And then, I will admit, Shrek was becoming very toxic when he talks to Fiona by saying like, oh, when you decided to lock me in that tower, exactly. Like, Shrek basically just wants like all that to be gone. But then Rumpelstiltskin at the very beginning, which, yeah, I forgot to talk about Rumpelstiltskin. So, of course, he's not as great as Lord Farquaad or even Fairy Godmother by comparison, but I think he's a much better villain than Prince Charming by comparison. And the funniest thing is like, so Rumpelstiltskin in this movie is voiced by one of the directors of the movie, and that same director is going to direct Shrek 5, so who knew? But either way, it's so funny that I feel like Patton Oswalt could have easily voiced that role, like the voice of Remy, but instead they got to have this guy who worked on the movie by saying like, hey, can you give us like this evil, dark, like elfy voice that, you know, fits the character? And bro, it's so uncanny. I cannot think Rumpelstiltskin the same way because bro looks exactly like Shane Dawson, but thank goodness he does not have any scenes with Puss in Boots, because if y'all know Shane Dawson, then you know what I mean when he does the cats, you know? But yeah, outside of that, I'm like, well, Rumpelstiltskin is a decent villain. I mean, he can get annoying at times, but he can be funny, but, you know, he's Lord Farquaad. But the one thing that Rumpelstiltskin is very devious in, because, you know, as part of his plan to pretend, like, hey, help me, ogre, I could definitely, like, give you a ride. But I'm pretty surprised, like, how gullible Shrek is in this movie, where obviously he kind of accepted the deal by saying, alright, this little troll we man is trying to like make a deal out of me so I can have the life the way it was. But obviously the contract is a quote-unquote trap, because ever since when Rumpelstiltskin wanted to be king of Fiona's parents, of both Harold and Fiona's mom, and technically it's like, oh yeah, Shrek saved Princess Fiona, then Rumpelstiltskin's life is kind of quote-unquote went downhill, kind of like what Prince Charming was jealous for Shrek saving Fiona. So it's kind of funny when Shrek saved Fiona, every single Shrek villain is upset by saying, great, since Shrek rescued the princess in the first movie, all the villains are just so pissed by saying like, no, if Shrek didn't save Fiona, then none of this wouldn't happen. I would have ruled the kingdom and yada yada yada. That's like pretty much every motive for all these villains in the Shrek movie. So whoever's the villain for Shrek 5, whether they bring Farquaad back or not, I feel like it's going to rinse and repeat the same villain trope from all the Shrek movies. So either way, his laugh is pretty devious, right, guys? Aha, have a nice day. And then one thing that's kind of funny during the It's a Wonderful Life alternative universe, like, what if Shrek never existed? And it's kind of funny when everyone's afraid of Shrek. Like, it's a meme on the internet where it's like, yeah, when life goes well, when your relationship's broken, or whenever you just do things in life. And it plays this random song where it goes, such a feeling, do-do-do-do-do. Or Shrek is skateboarding, chilling as a wedding wife. Like, Shrek is, like, living the best time of his life. But then it's pretty much like Shrek does not read the contract carefully, where like, oh yeah, your swamp is gone, there's nothing but a disgusting rumble, you're not with Fiona, you're not with Donkey. It's like, basically, he made the deal with Rumpelstiltskin by saying, I'm just going to erase the day that you were born, so in other words, nobody knew you existed. In other words, It's a Wonderful Life. And I will admit, even though it's quite interesting to see alternative versions of the same characters that you know, like Donkey's becoming a slave, gee, matter if that's going to make any racial prejudice jokes in a way. But I will admit, it's kind of funny that Donkey's kind of like when the witch are like abusing Donkey with the whip, or he goes randomly to all these like latest songs where he goes, hit me with your best shot, why won't you hit me with your best shot, fire away. So basically Shrek has this Back to the Future Part 2 type of scenario, but like, holy crap, this future's ruined without me saving it. And then you see like Gingy being violent, Pinocchio's a slave, pigs are a slave. Yeah, mostly all the fairy tale creatures except for Gingy are all in slavery. But except, you know, the difference is Donkey's all washed up. Then Shrek got pissed that Rumpelstiltskin basically just took over his life. And I will admit, even though Mike Myers still does a good job, I could tell they kind of reuse his screams. Even Donkey's like screams are being reused. It's a common thing with animated movies. But once when Shrek saved Donkey's life throughout the witch, I like the one where Donkey's like, I don't know you either, where he talks to Rumpelstiltskin. But then when Shrek takes Donkey away, I like that they still kept the PG swearing where Donkey's like, help, I'm getting ass napped. And then basically, since, you know, these characters don't even know who Shrek is, but when Shrek is trying to quote unquote reconnect his friendship with Donkey, because just like in the original movie, which I kind of like this payoff, Donkey's the one that helped Shrek onto his journey with Fiona where no one else could. And I like the moment where Shrek is trying to like do what his Donkey would have done in his universe, where he goes, weather brings summer or fall, all you got to do is call. And then he's basically singing a cover of James Taylor, You Got a Friend, which is a really good song. But then I think for the very first time, Shrek has never shed a tear or even cry at all. But once when he got the plush of his daughter Felicia during the time where he was a dad, this is like the very first time. Like even Donkey points this out where he's like, I've never seen an ogre cry. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think we ever see, like, Shrek does get sad, but he never shed a tear in any of the movies. So that's kind of like a nice build-up for like a different rage where Shrek regretted the decision that he has made that made his life completely gone. Like he had, like I said, even though he was a prick at the beginning of the movie and he was unlikable, but like it or not, that was pretty much the point of his arc in the fourth movie. And I honestly like that a lot more than the whole King Royalty thing, the dad thing, than Shrek 3, because that really caught me off guard in Shrek the Third. So either way, I like that when Donkey tries to use like an origami and tells like, you should never do a contract with Rumpelstiltskin. And then Donkey just improvises out of nowhere. He goes, yeah, child lose bliss. And Shrek thinking like true love's kiss could be one way to break the curse, kind of like what the first two movies did. But then when Shrek goes to the tower, he understands like, since this is a timeline where Shrek didn't exist, Fiona took the tigress direction, the asteroid direction, where she learns how to defend herself. And yeah, when Shrek gets to the bait where Donkey gets trapped by the waffle hole, and then the other ogres are around, which they're voiced by celebrities. John Hamm voices the Giga Chad ogre, Jane Lynch voices the female ogre, and then the Cookie ogre is voiced by Craig Robertson. You know, more comedy talent in your Dreamworks movie as always. But then, during the moment where he sees Fiona, which once again, hear me out, her hair is pretty fine in the new one, even though she's more Astrid archetype in Shrek 4. But then, I like how Shrek is being so vulnerable, but yet being so nonsensical, where Fiona is a lot more stern. And he's like, who is this Scott guy that's simping over me? But then Shrek is thinking in his head by saying, like, you're the same woman I fall in love with. But it's like, Shrek, think about this, Shrek. You're in a different multiverse. Like, yes, that is your wife, but she's not your wife in this timeline because you don't exist, bro. But then, I will admit, like, I think the funniest change-up is definitely Puss in Boots when he comes fat. You know, Puss's overweight fat cousin. Oh, bye, guys. Like, instead of saying, fear me if you dare, it's feed me if you dare. Like, basically, I guess without, because Puss in Boots did not even met Shrek. Like, we'll talk about the Puss in Boots movie in the next stream for part 2, but it's so funny that Puss in that movie, since it's a prequel, never met Shrek, and Puss was still, you know, a fearless hero, but I guess without Shrek's involvement, Puss becomes fat for some reason. Like, bro turns himself into Garfield. Boots for cats, I have all the mic that I can drink and the mice that I can eat. And I'll eat it later. So yeah, Puss in Boots becomes like Thor in Avengers Endgame. He just becomes like a fat frat bro that doesn't do anything just to get physical again. So basically Puss just breaks out of his prime. And the one thing that is kind of funny but weird is the fact that Puss, like, we get that he's fat, but he's technically Fiona's cat, because you know when some girls decide to obese their cats, and trust me, y'all, I hang around girls' houses where they just fat their cats up to become Garfield, because, you know, they made the cats too cuddly, too soft, or they become lazy. So I know how that is. So that's what Fiona technically did to Puss in the timeline Shrek 4. And even during the time where the ogres are trying to get along with Donkey, I like the fact that Shrek is spoiling everything what happens for Donkey's future by saying, you're supposed to fall in love with a drunk and you make loves with mutant babies. Wait, I'm a daddy? I honestly like that. I think Donkey is still the most consistent character throughout all 4 movies. And look, even though Shrek 5 may not have the good impression, but it's good to know that Eddie Murphy's coming back. But still, bro still shines. Including when he has the eyeballs out of the nose where he goes, I see you! I just thought that was funny. But then I will admit, I feel like Rumpelstiltskin was not really much of an active villain compared to like what fairy godmother, or even Lord Farquaad in the middle. He's just bragging, and then just gets like the Piper, which I'm surprised that the Piper in the movie is actually the son of the author of the original Shrek book, which I honestly find that quite uncanny. And what's even more uncanny is you got Mabel Pines from Gravity Falls voicing the witch, because, you know, that chick was like in every animated project from Toy Story 3, Despicable Me 2, and even Shrek 4. But then when the Piper decided to use the ogres to like distract them in the way, and the moment where Fiona and the other ogres are trying to like make the trap, like Cookie the chef was like, what is it supposed to be? It's a chimichanga thing. We don't need that. Trust me, y'all are gonna be hungry after this ambush, okay? And then they try to do the foil thing where Puss is trying to like get Shrek's advice to like fall in love with Fiona. And during the part where Shrek and Fiona are trying to like learn to like have self-defense, the one thing that the third movie lacked, but it's so good that the fourth movie keep this integral like the first two movies, even though it's a different Fiona, is the relationship between Shrek or Fiona. Like, obviously Shrek knows Fiona in and out, even if it's not the same Fiona he knows. But learning when they're doing a training, even the funny parts where Puss is like staring at the distance where he goes, whoa. It goes to like this nice, romantic, wholesome song where it goes, I know plenty of people with eyes closed. And then when Shrek and Fiona does like the Into the Castle Shoelace, that's where the connection builds up. But then we gotta go back to war, y'all. And then when Shrek exposed the truth that he knows Fiona's curse and like everything he knows about him, like she sings so loud that birds explode, wishing on a star, and yada yada yada. And Fiona was slowly but surely falling in love with Shrek and thinking like, maybe you could have been my true love the whole time. And then out of nowhere, in typical Shrek fashion, the Piper makes the ogre dance to shake a groove thing, yeah, yeah. And I'm like, extremely goofy movie, because extremely goofy movie did the exact same thing. And the funniest thing is, once when they started dancing, of course Donkey, as always the character, I gotta go tutti frutti, I gotta shake my booty. And then you got the original gang all back together, Puss and Donkey saving Shrek and Fiona, and then Donkey just goes, Donkey and Pussy to the rescue, we here saving the day. So you can tell slowly but surely, Donkey and Puss are slowly getting back to like their prime selves in Shrek's main timeline. But then the disappointing aspect is when Fiona's being like, she's so like annoyed of Shrek trying to lecture her, like, please kiss me just to break the curse. But once when they kiss, Fiona did not felt the love. She just felt like, oh, I'm just doing it just because. If you were my true love, where were you when I needed you? And then Donkey Puss is like, bro, what just happened? It's like, yeah, she just doesn't love me just because of the mistake in the contract I signed. But the funniest thing is, once when Rumpelstiltskin announced that, oh, Shrek and Fiona are together, I gotta make this commercial by saying, if you kill this ogre in 24 hours, you can have the world of your dreams. And then you got Gingy trying to kill Shrek. And I like that Donkey's like, what are you talking about, cracker? And then, once when Gingy exposed, like, Rumpelstiltskin's deal for lifetime, Puss, as a fat cat he is, he just eats Gingy inside the coop by saying, I'm sorry, were you talking to him? And then, of course, just like the previous Shrek movie, Shrek decided to make a diversion and make a deal with Rumpelstiltskin. Like, the contract deal, he makes the ogres to go free, and then his sacrifice was to be locked up with Fiona. And then Rumpelstiltskin decided to bring his pretty ball for some reason, I guess. And I will admit, the finale of the final act is pretty epic to look back, because you got the same composer from all three movies. Obviously, it's not going to top the final act of the first two movies, but it is better than Shrek the Third's final act, because the third movie, they barely fight. But the fourth movie, this is a real action sequence where you got the dragon coming in, and then Donkey and Puss, like I said, slowly but surely going back to their original selves, where Donkey sings the song, oh, you got the newest call, and Puss, even though he's fat, he's still put on the boots, and the ogres disguise themselves in the ball. And I will admit, it gets very nostalgic at the end, where, okay, before we get to the nostalgia stuff, it was kind of funny where Donkey confronts with Dragon, where Shrek is like, Donkey, rule her, rule who, your wife, and then the iconic meme of Donkey's face, where he goes, and then it goes, hello, is it me you're looking for, I can see in your eyes, and then Dragon's like, oh yeah, I love you, baby, but I'm gonna eat you, and then Donkey's like, I'll call you with love. And then, here comes the nostalgic moment where Shrek and Fiona, and Puss was involved for some reason, where it plays the iconic fairy tale theme, or should I say the Shrek theme, where it goes, na 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 na. I'm like, bro, this kind of feels like the Avengers Endgame of Shrek, even though this movie is not as good as Endgame, but it kind of gives you like that cinematic feel by saying, the score from the original movies, like specifically the first one. And then Shrek and Fiona had their differences. Rumpelstiltskin being a Shane Dawson wannabe, going, boo, I'm a zesty guy. And then take down the goose. And then after that, it gets to the Wonderful Life segment where, oh yeah, Shrek doesn't make the contract for 24 hours. He could, just like Infinity War, he does not feel so good. But during the moment where, True Love's kiss is meant to break the curse, it goes back to that iconic theme, like in slow motion, where it goes, do, 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 when Shrek was quote unquote dying, and then slowly do, 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 and this is where grown men start crying when their favorite meme lords are about to fade away and not feel so good. But then when Shrek, I will admit, this was a very wholesome moment. Like, I didn't cry, but I felt like, oh, this is too wholesome to look at. Where Shrek was talking about Fiona by saying, we have kids, Fergus, Fargo, and Felicia, who is now voiced by Zendaya in Shrek 5. But then, here's the wholesome moment. He gives the plush to Fiona, and when it plays the music where he goes, you want to know what's the best part of today was? I get the chance to fall in love with you all over again. It's like, oh man, that kind of goes back to the first movie, and now, kind of back then, they didn't fall in love with each other, but then when Fiona make the kiss, boom, curse is broken, Shrek has his Groundhog Day moment, and then, just like the movie Wonderful Life, Shrek is grateful to be with his wife, be with his kids, and then does the ogre nose thing, and then when it plays the theme one last time, na 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 na, and then the wholesome moment where I feel like, even though it's not the best Shrek movie, but back then, this was a great way to end the franchise until Puss in Boots took the spotlight, is where the ending where Shrek is like, you know the day where I basically rescue on that tower? And then she's like, yeah, and then Shrek's like, you're the one who rescued me. It's like, damn. I mean, I mentioned this in Shrek 2, like, they were loyal towards each other in the second movie, but you know the fourth movie is a different timeline. But even at the very end, it shows their loyalty by saying, yeah, even though Shrek may save Fiona, but Fiona basically saved Shrek's life of finding love, but also finding a purpose to have family, have friends all over again. And speaking of which, somebody mentioned it in the comments, All-Star, like, I'm a Believer did not have Smash Mouth, but then you got my goats, Weezer singing I'm a Believer. Obviously, it's not going to be as great as Eddie Murphy's version, but, bro, I feel like that was my introduction, knowing who Weezer was before Yogi Bear of, you're my best friend and I love you. And to be fair, as a cover, I mean, Weezer has a habit for making covers of popular songs. I mean, Cars 2, you might think I'm crazy. But for Shrek 4, and I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Yeah, y'all got Weezered at the very end of Shrek 4. And then it just goes to the ending where everyone has their mud bath, Fiona kills the goose, and then it plays Stevie Wonder's For Once in My Life, dun 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 dun. It just obviously plays the credits of 1, 2, and even 3. So I will say this, Shrek 4, it doesn't have that much of the humor, that much of like the strong story impact, or the villain as compelling as the first two movies, but miles beyond better than Shrek the Third. And like I said, it doesn't age well now, it was a nice closure to the franchise. That's funny that both Shrek 4 and Toy Story 3 came out the same year, and back then, their studios were like, yeah, this is our last movie, we're not making any more Shrek movies and Toy Story movies. Well, look at us now, in 2026, we're getting Shrek 5 and Toy Story 5 in the same damn year. Why? Because money and nostalgia, baby. We gotta keep them going. But anyway, I'm rambling for so long. I mean, outside of Shrek 4, of course, yeah, I got the McDonald's toys, the Kid Cuisine stuff, the video games, the merchandise, yada, yada, yada. Great time to be a Shrek fan. Hopefully Shrek 5 can replicate that. So, in retrospect, I wouldn't put it on a C tier because I think it would be kind of wrong to place, like, why would I put Shrek 4 below Shark Tale? I'm like, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't do that. So, personally, for me, it's not an A tier. It's not as good as the first two movies. It's not as funny as the Madagascar movies. I would say Shrek 4 is B because around that time it was a solid closure, but not anymore. But I think for what it did to like somewhat revive and make the franchise to a comeback despite Shrek 3rd kind of like diss people away, I say it was a decent movie and a decent closure to Shrek 4. So yeah, overall, B tier for me. And that concludes Dreamworks Livestream Part 1. And I will say this, how many movies have we ranked so far? So I'm just going to ramble first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Well, those two movies don't count, but we pretty much just ranked 20 movies for Part 1. So I don't know when we'll do Part 2. It depends of me, Gabriel, and Leslie's schedule. But Part 2, we're going to start off with Megamind, a.k.a. the 2010 era of DreamWorks, but we pretty much wrap up the 2000s era. So overall, I know most of y'all are sleeping and streaming, but for those that came here to watch, thank you all for watching for this DreamWorks stream. We'll do Part 2 whenever we could. Thank you for 9K subscribers. And before I sign things off, Gabriel, Leslie, you take it away, and then we'll just come back for Part 2 for next time.
Alright. Thank you to whoever is still or has watched the stream for today. We love you. God bless, and we'll see y'all in the next stream, whenever that is.
goodbye for me.
And then Lesnar, how about you?
Good night, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed part 1 of the Dreamworks stream. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to keep ranking things. We're going to keep ranking the movies. And yeah, thanks for staying so many hours with us.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
5 hours for now. 5 hours on the stream. So yeah, thank you all, and we'll see you all in part 2. And last thing before I go,